But yeah, so... So I'm trying to think now how we do this. So it'll probably be like 5 or 6 hours at AoE4 and then across the Stormgate. We'll see. Maybe we hop, maybe we do something like Taboo and we hop back and forth regularly. Like we do this series and hop into Stormgate, but we'll see how we fare. I think there should be enough pub games to kind of float through. Overlays Barebones, probably not a high priority. But they have they got the resources and everything in now? Because I think the original replay thing didn't have even that, right? Like at the start of the year, which was kind of a problem. I do remember that live replays had more info, which was kind of weird. Okay, that's fine then. Resource supply energy is good. Did they ever add the UI tooltips back? Because like when you're watching live, you can click on someone and then see what the units do, right? I'm guessing that isn't there. I can just sense that it's not going to be there. Also, I'm going to slightly close my door. See, the funny thing about my very white door, at least the outside, is whenever it's bright outside, it likes to reflect upon me and make me look very celestial. Which is complete BS because I'm a Vanguard main, so... Sorry! There we go. Now I look more Vanguard-y in my blue. But yeah, look at the drafts here. I feel like actually CSO has an edge with his draft. I mean, I see HRE, Byzantines, and Ibids, and we're playing on Dry Arabia, right? Admittedly, Core's got English and Rus, which are very good there as well. But then Marlians, dude, Marlians a little bit spawn dependent, but if you get a good spawn, Marlians are actually just broken on Dry Arabia as well. Abbasids is a nice kind of mid pick. Core does have Delhi to kind of mirror that out, but then things like Mongols, Yuji, Order Dragon, Ottomans, I'm less convinced of. It just kind of feels like CSO's entire draft. Like, I would say maybe the Japanese has me a little bit oof, but like for the most, when I look at CSO's draft, and someone tells me you're going to be playing on Dry Arabia the entire match, I don't feel like at any particular point I go, ooh. Right? Whereas with Cores, I see Order the Dragon, I see Ottomans, I see Juji, and I sometimes actually feel Mongols fits this as well. We're like... Ooh, like I think Mongols and Marlians had that same midpoint of like the spawn can make it desirable. Yeah, the rest's a bit funky. It's interesting actually that Delhi was left until last in particular. Like I'm not quite sure what the thought process was that. It definitely wasn't like a thingy band sequence. Just a reminder, guys, it's like bottom row inwards, out, and then top row. Don't ask me why. Like. Cool, like a cow was drunk on the day. That's all I've got for you. But yeah, guys, be sure to take advantage of that code right there, that link. Click through and use the Killer Pigeon code if you are thinking of buying some. I think they have got another payday sale going on right now. And we are talking about... What's that? We are talking about, like, I think 80% up? Yeah, up to 80% off. And the Killer Pigeon code works on top of it. Because I'm going to be talking with the guy over on that side probably next week to see if they want to renew for a 4th month. Right, so let me just get to CSO's data now. Give me a sec. This might take a second. Also, why is Core proud of his data? I now have to find CSO's account because Core has complicated it. Let me message him. Is it the correct Core? Did I ever add Core's main? Pretty sure I did. Although now I'm not sure. Jesus, why is this like... Why does everyone have to copy and paste core? All right, 1 second. Sorry. You know how players are changing their goddamn names. God, I so prefer Stormgate's system with the replay. You want to see replay? Very easy. Golf claps, like it's just there, right? Oh, I see. He's created an obnoxiously long name. So it wasn't the core, it's a different core. So core should have his data viewable. He does. There we go. I wondered, I was like, I could have sworn I added him as a friend. Why is it not showing? Okay. So, looks like we're going to be opening up with Chinese versus Ayabids. That's pretty good for China, actually. Like, as long as you can survive. The early game's going to be really awkward. But, like, if you can survive into the late, dude, you're favored 100%. Hey, guys. Red Bull clock. That's my party trick. I can do it with one hand. Anyone else can do the one-hand Red Bull? All right. With that in mind, let's get ready for the games. In fact, I better double check we've got everything lined up correctly for the UI. Because everything's being a bit laggy because my PC sucks. Oops. Oh, that's what we've got to do. Let's switch across to the correct game capture. And then, bear with me a second, because we want to get the logo up. There we go. Oh, and it's definitely not a best of 11 before anyone has a heart attack. That would have been quite comical to leave. Alright, I think we're good. Everything looks spandapidozy. Have you ever been given ice cream and then asked for more ice cream and the person obliged? And then you ask for more ice cream and more and more and more until eventually you're sick. You've had too much ice cream. That's what we're here to do. Welcome back, one and all, to the King of Dry Arabia tournament, a tournament exclusively played on Dry Arabia. I guarantee our goal has been set. By the end of this tournament, you should have had more than a fair amount of dosage of Dry Arabia for 2024. We got two familiar faces here to run us through another one of these best of 5 Dry Arabia onlys. We've got Team Elephant CSO, Rising Star, almost on par at this point with Lu MT, the best player in China, going up against Cool, the highest ranking German player in this tournament. I think, wait, yeah, I'm pretty sure, because I believe he replaced Zerton. Zerton was originally going to play on this. For whatever reason, he had to drop out. So Cool stepped in to take his place. And we've got quite the boomer type game on our hands on one side, right? Chinese, but on the other side, it's a more aggressive stance on the pacing. CSO picking Ayabids, and I feel like this fits the players, you know. Like, Core might try to go all in, but he's also not afraid of the idea of let's chill and play late game. China can kind of fit that. They can do either. Arguably, Zhuji will do one mode better. On the other side, CSO has really kind of painted himself as an aggro boy. I'd say, like, I think the way I described him before is he's the Chinese Vortex. And Rip Vortex, who's now left at AoE4 to go to Stormgate. But he kind of fits that role of a super aggressor. He doesn't really like to play for the hyper late game. He's definitely a very big fan of the early mid. Core, I'd say, can sometimes kind of try to all-in you with some wacky, kind of over-the-top Chuganu spams and whatnot, but I definitely feel like Core, I don't want to say he loves the late game, but he finds himself there a lot, and he's definitely one of the biggest lovers of Horsemen I've seen in this game. But in this matchup, I'm expecting CSO to likely just try to fast castle as quickly as possible. Oh, maybe not. He's going for the growth wing. Now, this does fit with the theme that CSO is a very aggressive player. He likes to attack, right? He doesn't like to chill. He doesn't like to wait back. At the same time, it is kind of peculiar to see this, right? Like, I think at the moment, you typically play growth wing when your opponent is going to attack you as well. So unless he's just paranoid that Corey is going to be trying to all in him with, like, Archer Horseman opening, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The only thing I can think is a few players have been switching into the growth wing advancement build again. feeling like it's kind of worth it. And I'm wondering if that's what it is. We have to remember that Growthwing and Castle did get nerfed from 8 villages down to 7. That's quite a heavy hit to the value play, right? And when you then add in the fact that Advancement Wing as a secondary option for Castle Age not only gets you there quicker, but also much cheaper, right? And when I say quicker and much cheaper, I mean in more than one way. It's not just the cost is lower. It's not just the speed of the tech is quicker. It's the fact that because you went Growthwing first, you have inflated your economy so that you are able to afford that tech up even faster. That you are able to get to that sustainable point, I'd say about like a minute quicker. It's kind of crazy. I do think that most games are going to become Growthwing in Feudal, by the way. I just think right now, as it stands, the ability to add 3 villages was originally thought to be pretty OP in the meta. People reared away from it a little bit, but recently people have just realized again, wait, no, this is as insane as we remember, right? And the difference is when you go Growthwing like this instead of just Desert Raider, you now have agency. The Desert Raider was broken because it insta-spawned and blocked a lot of greedy plays. But now, because of that delay, blocking greedy plays is difficult. Hence why, even against a more campy civ like Chinese, it makes more sense this way. Well, this is what I was a little bit worried about. Core immediately drops the archery range after building the Barbican. This could just as easily be Core trying to build a million Chuganu. I've seen this time and time again. And CSO may be nibbling at the bit here. Does add in 1 Desert Raider. I think you can be fine as long as you stop at 1. Like, you have to realize that you'll still get a quicker tech timing than usual. Because by going Growthwing, you get 3 villages. 3 villages are worth about 130, 120, 130 resources a minute. And a Desert Raider is 180, right? So 1.5 minutes in, you've already paid off the debt of building this unit. It's actually wild when you think about it that way, because it means that actually going Growthwing is just better than going Desert Raider from that perspective, right? Like, you can either get 180 resources for free every 2 minutes, or you can get, like, let's put the low ball in there, 120 resources a minute, every minute, right? So that works out 240 on the same rotation. The difference is you can do what the hell you want with it. The biggest attraction point of the Desert Raider always was the spawn point. Because the alternative is you have to build a stables, which is going to take you 30 seconds, and then you have to wait 30 seconds for a Desert Raider, right? CSO. Looks like he is going to be going for that Castle Age, but it's not going to be an Advancement Wing, so we've got logistics then, right? There's no way he gambers. He's a wild one if he gambers this. Trade Wing Advisors is 100% kind of funky at this point, but Bazaar is completely off the rails. Oh my god, dude, it's an Adabeg build. We've got Trade Wing Advisors on the way. No way, I did not see this coming. Okay, that's really sick. So the 5 Adabegs, this is pretty cool. With Camel Lancers, it actually makes Camel Lancers almost as tanky as Camel Riders for raw HP, but substantially tankier than Camel Riders because they have armor as well. That's a pretty peculiar idea. I would not have expected that here. Archer range as well is kind of surprising, but I think he just wants a bit of backline to deal with the Chiganu. Realistically, what you want to be doing with this build is when you go Trade Wing Advisors, your biggest priority is Camel Lancers and Ghoulems. It's a bit weird because you're basically set up to get countered by crossbows, but the logic is that those units have very high base health, so they benefit the most from this increase. I have yet to see someone use Atabegs in a Siege workshop, by the way, but reminded the people that that does work to give you a mini clock tower effect. I think the only thing it says it can't do is docks, right? Yeah, except docks, which, for good reason. Like, if you think about the scalar nature of percentile increases, if you had, like, armored hulls and Atabegs as well, I think finally Baltrions might have a bit of competition on water. Yeah, Adabeg's soon to complete. And we've got the extra racks is now being added in. So this is where I think Core just wants to get up as cleanly as possible. He knows he's going to get pressured here. He wasn't sure if this was going to be back and forth aggro, right? He probably scouted the growth wing. And now that he sees the tech up coming through, he realizes he needs to just hunker down and reach the age up as quickly as possible. So we are going to get double Adabegs in the stables. So remember, Camel Lancers are 210 health. By then dropping the Atabegs inside, you get 20% more health, which means you go up to 252 health, right? Which is more than a standard knight. Like, all of a sudden, Camel Lancers don't feel weaker. Wondering what the response is going to be. Like, Spearman makes a lot of sense. Core's probably going to be, like, moving towards crossbows as well. One awkward thing in this game is he never went 2TC, right? The game played way too quickly for him to get away with that. So although he's inflating his lead with Song over time, for the moment, Ibids have the lead. And now they could easily ramp that up with a rapid Moss drop into Dervish. So this is just going to be about map control, right? And those initial Camel Lancers are going to be lethal. Looks like he did actually drop in the archer range as well, so he's just getting more tanky archers. I guess maybe in some ways that kind of makes sense from like a Mamluk's Bravery value perspective, because now your units have 84 health as a feudal age, right? Remember, that's going to go much higher. So you'll be up at 94 health. But the kind of cool thing about this as an idea is that with Mamluk's Bravery, like you get that snowball effect. But usually the downside is like if your frontlining archers die that quickly, the Mamluk's Bravery doesn't last long. This can get you like 1 or 2 extra shots out with buff damage. Cool. Now on the way up. So, upon arrival here, I think he's going to hunker down with spears. I mean, what else do you do here? I guess you could try to rush Camel Lancers to block relics, but I mean, we've seen that. Like, Camel Lancers, rush Lancers, rather. We've seen what happens there. Lancers really don't stop Dervishes from grabbing relics unless they see them before they reach. The reason is that you have to remember that the Dervish actually does apply the debuff to Lancers because they're Cav. And Lancers are fully pure base damage. They don't have bonus damage, so they take a true 20% loss. Then when you add in the fact that these guys have 120 health, they move really fast, and they can heal, which, by the way, will be even better when they're carrying the relic, and they do heal themselves, it's no wonder that sending one Lancer after a Dervish usually looks depressingly ineffective. See if they're looking for maximum impact on the backside here, though. Starting to poke. Camel Lancers aren't going to go for the charge in. 252 health does not make them easy drop either. Spearman are stuttering around the matter, just trying not to go down too easily. And we have actually got a Lancer now in queue for cores, so he seems to feel that that's the way out of this. I'm not entirely convinced. I guess the logic is he needs to do something to contest the relics, and anything that's on 2 feet is going to be 6 feet under. So now prop that veterancy on a delay. So pretty content with the state of the fight, right? Like his opponent is spamming a lot of spears. These archers are going to be super effective. He already has the undermesh, which I love that he prioritized that. You need to against Chiganu, otherwise they get more value than they ever should. But I'm looking forward to some of these things down the line. Like the Son's Mamluks, I think is going to be a very big deal in these fights because your opponent is spamming so many spears. Second TC now. Okay, so CSO's not trying to end the game immediately. At this point in the game, when you're starting to hoover relics, typically an IB player has a choice. You either end game or you TC boom, right? Like you put everything behind a big attack or you put substantial amounts of your resources into 2 to 3 TC boom. This is pretty smart, actually, because when you think about it, China's one of the hardest civs to dive at this point. Once they reach Castle Age, they're usually quite safe. The first SWBs can massacre you. Mass Spearman and Choke Points is able to buy enough time. Villagers are always nearby to repair. And on top of that, because they're Song Dynasty, they have eclipsed your economy, right? Like, you went Growth Wing in Feudal. You got a small advantage, but it doesn't last very long. So, yeah, overall, this is actually a pretty sound and methodical approach to the issue. It usually feels weird when you're against a greedy Civ that has a better late game to do this, to go into 2Cs. But I think it is the smart choice here. From the walls incoming, it's just going to draw some attention. There's a kind of a long-term gold issue here, right? Core's down to 2k on the vein. Has got taxation, but gold's all situated on the right side, as are the deer. In a lot of ways, Core kind of locked out. These are the type of spawns you wish you get when you're the attacker. They're a nightmare when you're the defender, because it means that's going to be the clear target of your opponent. I actually just love to see CSO bring the troopers over here and start building siege. Definitely think it's an option, but I think instead he's just trying to play it safe, playing to that later phase. Which kind of makes sense, right? Like, you could scale, you could go for that one big dented push, and you could end up losing your army, at which point you're going to have to go for a farm transition, which offers up an opportunity for the IBIS to get on the map. So what... Oh, a Chinese rival to get on the map. So what CSO is trying to do here is play bodyguard to the resources, right? He's trying to be the security guard on the perimeter. Because we've all been there. China, English, I think, are the biggest culprits at claiming lives from dives. I love how he just doesn't even finish the scout. fishing for the village that's like Court. We'll be able to keep it alive with all the villagers over here, though. However, you know, as you scale your economy like this, it gets uncomfortable just how quickly the remaining resources disappear. So I wonder if Core's going to have to start adding in granaries and farms sooner than you'd like. Usually you want to be up to, I'd say, about 70 villages. 80 actually is preference, where you feel cozy. At this pacing, he's probably going to have to consider doing that by the time he's maybe at 65 villages, because you want to try to have the farm transition beginning before the last of the berries disappear. The nice thing is you can actually use the granary over here, at least, to save some resources, right? Because this is the area you want to set up your farms in. Credit to him, Core did actually at least manage to take one of those relics away in the end. So 4-1 split. Sacred Sites are now being locked in. That is going to force Core to poke out his noggin here. Needs to be careful that it doesn't get lobbed off. Archer count is pretty decent against this many spears. And Springles are now being prepped by Core, so he actually has siege advantage in a big way here. The problem is he doesn't realize it. It's kind of crazy. I don't think he ever scouted that second TC. If only he knew and pushed in, that would have been the perfect fight. His army was just better, right? Like, the nest of bees is the detail that matters, but now CSO gets a stay of a potential execution here and is already scaling horsemen, which will solve for all these problems right here. Like, yeah, there's a lot of spearmen, great, but they're going to be immobile. So now you're in an awkward position where if you're Core, you kind of just have to stay at home. I think now you have to accept that you have to play for the late game, but you're going to have to be somewhat quick about it, right? Like, he's going for a second TC now in a heavy delay. But with the timer starting at this point, a granary transition still needed. There's a big risk that Core's going to have to come out for a fight very soon, before he's ready, before he's got a backup plan. Let's hit the 2x speed to see if that is going to approach soon. Crossbows are being added in as well now by CSO. And he's starting to reveal the horsemen. So, you know, Core is at least getting free information in that regard. He knows what's coming next. And if he can buffer away this first wave, he should feel pretty content. Like, although CSO is adding in some farms, this is insanely expensive. So there's like two potential branches in Core's POV. Either his opponent is exhausting all the finite resources on the map, and there's a lot of horsemen coming. In which case, stay in your base, survive the one fight, and then you can win the game. Or your opponent has started to add in farms already, which means he doesn't have as many horsemen as he should. At which point, you could potentially come out and fight, but your best shot is still, weirdly enough, to just camp in your base and wait it out. He does, however, at some point in this, need to sneak a Sacred Site. Because if you wait until this timer is down at 3 minutes, you're going to have to rush into Siege, into Mass Horsemen. You'll basically have to move quicker than your Siege can. And right now, the Siege is the only really scary thing about Core. Mango shot big there as well. You can see they have to back up. Dude, this is a terrible fight right here for Core. Spread on the Nest of Bees fire. Splits the formation. Nice micro from CSO splitting the groups, but against Nest of Bees, it doesn't have much effect here. Splinter comes in. Nice snipe with the Springald. Lance's horsemen trying to find their way in after ringing rosing. And they will be able to get in. Nest of Bees being taken out here. A good rotation by CSO. And Core now needs to get back in the base, surely. Only one Nest of Bees left. He does hold. But impossible now to push out from this position. It means the timer is going to continue. Damn, that was dicey, right? Like, I can't believe that CSO still won that so convincingly when you consider the Nest of Bees flurries just wiping out basically a third of the backline ranged. But that was sick micro on the flanks. Like, the full rotation on the east and west allowed him to come back in with the cavalry to wipe out that siege. Had those Nest of Bees survived for one more flurry, I think we're looking at a very different game. We're looking at one where Core is breaking out, decapping, and that's the worst nightmare for the Ibids, because that means Imperial Age is inevitable from a disadvantage. Instead, it's coming from an advantageous position here. Now, the interesting part, that's definitely the word, he hasn't gone advancement. He's going military wing. Okay, that's kind of wild. This game has got it all. Yeah, he would have clicked advancement by now, guys. Military wing is pretty sick. You end up getting 640 resources free per minute in terms of unit production. That's wild. That's actually crazy when you think about it. Especially considering Desert Raiders scale pretty damn well into the late game. They're a fairly pop-efficient unit. The only downside is usually like they take so long to produce and are quite expensive. But yeah, there it is. Military wing reinforcement now on the way. What a wild game. Added pegs into reinforcement I didn't have pegged. The only negative I would say about this military wing reinforcement contract is like the Atabegs can't buff those military wing units, right? Which is kind of unfortunate. Because like the thing is, if they could, it would be drastically more efficient because at this current pace, he can produce 5 Desert Raiders out of a stable, right? If you could actually drop an Atabeg in the House of Wisdom, it would be 10 times better. Well, not 10 times literally, but it would feel 10 times better. Mathematically, it would be like 1.4 times better. Here's the sadder part as well. Core doesn't know. He might suspect, but he doesn't have any confirmation. Granary transition is still not fully complete here, which means he's not ready to go Imperial Age as a Chinese player yet. Might not have a choice, though. I feel like we might see a reactionary tech up the moment that this ticks over. I mean, if he doesn't, he's going to need to make sure he's fully walled, and I don't know if Wood Wall's going to be good enough, because Desert Raiders are going to ramp CSO's numbers quite aggressively here. Another big issue is you can't easily defend with just Siege if you stay now in Age 3, because your opponent can come in with one Culverin and snipe out everything, right? So like, last time, Core survived because Nesta Bees are OP. Next time, that won't be the case unless he's Imp as well. Stonewalls as well. CSO's actually prepping trade? Wait, no. You can't be. The trade is like mid-map. This wall doesn't really change anything. I guess you can daisy chain it though. But it's kind of interesting, right? Like, surely you should be stonewalling forward of the Sacred Site. Because there's now a decap on the way. Already happened over here with the keep. So I guess he just doesn't really care about this. It's not a feasible win condition anymore. I think he just wants to protect his flanks in case things spread wide. Good key drop over here. The 8Ks are going to be very important. So here's the funny thing about Iobids, guys. Iobids get pegged as a terrible Imperial Age Civ, and they're actually not. They're fairly good at it. The problem with Iobids is they are very gold heavy in Imp. More so than almost any Civ, and they don't have an easy way of generating a lot of gold, unlike other Civs, right? Like English can generate a lot of gold with farms. Chinese can generate a lot of gold with taxation. All you've got is the relic, so if the relic play fails, your game doesn't work, right? And it's kind of funny, right? Because the bastards are usually about food. They love their food. Kind of like I love the Protein Works food. Use the code, kill a pigeon, check out. But the interesting thing with this Civ is they are more gold heavy. Because Ghulams are better for them than Abbasids. Hand Cannoneers are better for them than Abbasids. Because of Mamluk's Bravery. Mamluk's Bravery best benefits high base damage units. Because the amplification of stats is more noticeable. The problem here is Hand Cannoneers into Chinese Hand Cannoneers is a death sentence. So the only way this is feasible for CSO is if he keeps blocking the 8Ks. Because although taxation is cool, never thought I'd say that. For Chinese it is. I hate it in real life. The reality is it's very limited, and once you hit Imperial Age, you've got all these expensive techs, 700 a pop to pay for, right? So like it's not very sustainable to just rely on taxation to bulk your Hand Cannoneers. I like to think of taxation as a top offer. Like once you're at 30 Hand Cannoneers, you can just rely on taxation to replace a few losses here or there. But you can't rely on taxation to take you from 0 Hand Cannoneers to 40. Guillem's now getting added in as well, so we are getting to that premium comp. Even Incendiary Arrows on the way is kind of intriguing. We have got Ancient Techniques coming on the other side from Core, so it's going to ramp up that food production. Probably very important here for the Palace Guard. I think with his current gold access, Core's probably going to start to get a bit worried that he has to switch from Palace Guard to Spearman. And also keep in mind, because of the limited gold, he hasn't gone for the Yuan Dynasty, so he doesn't have that movement speed advantage yet. It's only going to be the range with Pyrotechnics. Big said it is a substantial range. Wait. Does he not have Pyrotechnics? Core, no. I mean, he only has 4 Hand Cannoneers right now, so I guess it's kind of forgivable. He's going to want Supervise for that, right? Like, it is a minute tech. Right now, pushing for a fight without it feels kind of problematic here. Might have bigger problems, though, due to the siege. Just I'll step back, and you see the glow coming in. The Mamluk's bravery is big here. Even for the archers, their base damage so high. And we start to see the full picture painted here, guys. The hand cannoneers, with 20% more health, have over 150 HP. Frontline quick to break here. Spring trade out on the backside. Nestaby's trying to move in. That should be the primary target here. Backline about to fall. Core basically thrown away the bulk of his army. He does still have hand cannoneers building at home, but I'm not really sure what possessed him to go for this attack. Yeah, I don't feel like he really got anything out of this, right? I guess he killed some of the hand cannoneers, because I believe CSO had more. But realistically, I think you just gave map control. Oh my god, I don't think he knew. Cool. Moved in for the east side. Keep drop now being raised, but CSO should be capable of winning this. Instead, he's going to back away, though. Interesting choice being made there. I guess he was worried about reinforcements arriving. More villagers as well. Like, getting into a castle building race with the Chinese is a death sentence if they have anywhere near the same villages. And oh my god. Core, I said he needed gold to potentially win this game. Like, it's not even a negotiable. And that proves it. Meanwhile, CSO. Can we please upgrade these Desert Raiders? Like, what? Oh my god, he didn't even realize. Well, it's going to give him the dive towards the Springolds. Hand Cannoneers run in behind this to sweep it up. The problem right here for Core is he's basically frontlining with Hand Cannoneers, which is a very quick way of losing the game when you have no gold. He's down to 300 gold a minute. We do not even have elite army tactics either. So this Palace Guard aren't that threatening. Other side of this, Gulams still don't have it, but it's now on the way. Yeah, so this is kind of what's missing, right? Like, CSO almost threw this game because of his techs. Like, I cannot emphasize enough how bad it is that he done that. But he gets away with it because of the brownie points he earned earlier. It's the gold. Because he played for the gold so early, he had room to make mistakes because Core doesn't have the economy now to punish him for it. Like, Core in his own ways is struggling here. Like, Pyrotechnics is now only coming in after he's lost, I think it must have been like 15 or 20 hand cannoneers. Which is just quite frankly wild, considering Pyrotechnics is the cost of 2 hand cannoneers. And would easily protect a lot of them, by the way. Remember, it's 5.5 tower range compared to the normal 4. Keep being sieged. Culverins are now moving up to try and intercept that, but we do see the Screamers are ready to party. Yeah, and it's a clock tower bombard, man. It's like, it's so impossible to get this kill. I mean, it should be. By some miracle, CSO somehow doesn't get sniped. Psych. Yeah. Siege is not an area you can really beat China in here. Even with Culverins, it's kind of sad, right? Like, the clock tower is just too pop efficient. Allows you to take that very strenuous position of, like, having to have, say, 12, 15 pop cap and make it feel more worthwhile, right? Pass guard. Look at this. Raiding the flanks. Now, this is important, actually. CSO never stonewalled himself in, which is basically taboo against the Chinese at this stage. Late game China, you always tend to wall yourself in because the Palace Guard is so quick. However, funnily enough, CSO is the one to win the siege war first here. Drops the castle on the enemy side. Army is going to dive in and try and deal with the Palace Guard. Now, this is buying critical time. What Core's trying to do here is pretty smart. He's distracting for the push-in, and here it comes. Moves on in, looking for the bombards. Villagers trying to keep this up and repaired. Hand Cannoneers are going to be in the dive, though. And the bombard is baiting the villagers completely out of position here. Meanwhile, the villagers that are repairing are being completely ignored. Hand Cannoneers finally targeting them down, but I don't think this matters anymore. I think Core's lost the game. He has no gold. Dude, I cannot believe this. CSO should have been ultimately punished for this, but the gold game matters more. And Core, with less than 400 gold a minute, means he cannot even afford to pump from 5 archer ranges. Like, he can't actually afford, what, 2? There are 140 resources each, right? Or 120, sorry. So he can basically afford 3 extra hand cannoneers a minute. That's insane. And remember, he wants to produce Palace Guard as well. At 25 gold a pop, it adds up. This game is over. No doubt about it. Desert Raiders also now finally getting upgraded, so they're starting to prove to be quite the threat instead of the liability here. Village is going to try to run away, but I think this is done. Core with the switch and the Spearman, it's cute, but the reality is your opponent has mass hand cannoneers, and building Spearman just feeds the hand cannoneers the Mamluk's Bravery more frequently, right? Because base HP is lower than other options. Damn. What a way for this game to end. Yeah, I love this from CSO. He has a reputation as a little bit of a maverick, a little bit of an all-in aggressor. And we've definitely added to that reputation with our statements. But what you've seen here is a very strategical approach. This is very calculated, methodical out of CSO. You can tell that he practices a lot with people like Louis MT because he understands the scope of the late game and what wins or loses it here. This game was won by macro and positioning more than anything else. Did Core scout the gold on the left? No. Even if he did, I think realistically it's not something you should get for free. Like, if CSO sees you're not attacking here, he's going to check this gold. But yeah, it is painful that he didn't even get a chance to try and check it. Like, I think realistically, the reason we didn't highlight it much is because if Core isn't attacking this gold, then CSO is question marking where is he getting gold, right? Because, like, if your opponent's building hand cannoneers and Palace Guard, it has to be coming from somewhere. Stone walls gradually going up. Palace Guard are going to go for a raid, but at this stage, I don't see you doing more damage than what's coming the other way. Yeah, little educational lesson, guys. Ivids can play late game. Been warning about it for a while. Now, a lot of players have started to move towards it due to the Desert Raider in Imp getting some for free. But I still think even outside that, Gulums and hand cannoneers usually shouldn't beat China unless you have great map control like this. But there are a lot of civs that you shouldn't be as scared of in the late game as long as you secure that gold. I think Ivids plays a lot in Imp like Order of the Dragon do. If they can lock in 60 to 70% of the gold of the map, it becomes feasible. Another kind of crazy thing at this stage in the game, by the way, the infantry support is pretty smart. These Desert Raiders have 13 melee armor. Reminder that Palace Guard only hit for 16 damage. Oh, that is so vulgar. Another reminder that we're getting very close to Golden Age 5, where the camels get an extra 20% attack speed. Telling you guys, people are sleeping on Desert Raiders in Imperial Age. 210 health as well, right? Because he went for... Wait, were these ones produced out of... Yeah, they were. They were produced out of the stables with the Atabegs, which is bugged for some reason. On the UI, it should be showing on that bar, like it does here. Wait, did he not get it? I don't think he got it. Okay, so... Oh, wait, no, these are the freebies, aren't they? Yeah, yeah. But like, if he actively produced them, he could have Desert Raiders that are basically as tanky as Knights. Yeah, so this is just the biology tech, folks. I think Core is just processing the loss now. Like, it doesn't feel good to be 30 minutes in a game as China and losing to Ivids. You're like, I probably should have maybe lost this game 10 minutes ago, but not now. And Core's found the gold. At this point, it just doesn't matter. Like, if you're basically going to get gold, but lose your base. I'm not sure why CSO isn't pushing. I think he's just waiting for extra siege. It looks like Rams are being queued up now. This should be the push in. And the keep, dude, this keep just snitched on the fact he's even getting the gold. Shove in on the way. This is going to force the reaction out of Core, and Core no longer has the hand cannoneers. If he had 2 more minutes to work with, maybe he could compete. But it looks unlikely here. Hand cannoneers juicing up their damage. You can see this. Look at this. 53 damage when you get Mamluk's Bravery Gunpowder. It's a wipe. And game 1 going the way of CSO in late game fashion with the Ivids. Just let that sink in for a second. Let me know what you guys think of this build, by the way. Atabegs has been theory crafted for a while, but very rarely has worked out. And I know a lot of people have now started talking about the Desert Raider contract, or Desert Raider choice rather, for Imperial Age, and the potency of it. I think we're starting to see the picture being painted here. These guys are kind of gigged. Reminder that this Civ is meant to be just kind of weaker than a Bastards the later the game goes, but when you watch a game like this, you'd never believe it. We can hit the fast forward here. I think Core is just moments away from tapping out. Bless him. He just doesn't want to give it over. But at this point, like when your opponent is in your production like this, you can't pump an army. Because half of what you're producing just insta-spawns and dies, right? Like this is the other way of beating an opponent other than taking out the eco line. If you can just find the production heart and sit in it, there's no comeback. Actually, he's got the attack speed, hasn't he? No? What? You would think he has the attack speed with how quickly they're attacking right now. A reminder that the Desert Raiders at this stage of the game attack harder than archers, right? I think it's like about the same, but the difference is that it's a much more tanky unit, better mobility, it can pseudo frontline, it has hybridization. It's a no-brainer. Bless him. He may get rid of the keep on the right. He may get left. He may get access to gold. But you needed it 10 minutes ago, son. Great map control from CSO to show you how Ibids can play those late game civs. Damn, son. Imperial Archers are pretty good, so I doubt they're better. Are you Keck W? Are you high? Same stats on damage output, but higher health, movement speed, and more pop efficient. Ain't no way you're arguing for that. That's a hell of a hill to die on, Philly. What is it with people on their hills recently? So, what do we call it? New Iber build, built for late game, I guess? Oh, all right. So let's get a point in the board for CSO. I bet no one really saw that one coming. And I beg you to watch this game. Oh, Jesus Christ. The thing is, it makes me sad, Faye, because I've actually tried puns like that in the past in tiles, and it goes whoosh. I've realized that, like, on YouTube, you have to appeal to the lowest common denominator, and that's not to call my audience dumb or anything. It's more to say, like, to get access to new people, they don't even want to think about what they're seeing. They want to see it and be like, oh, what? Whereas, like, when you make subtle puns, they're like, really like, go, oh! But they're already gone. They're on the next video, which is sad. Is this live? It was played 2 hours ago with no live coverage. So basically consider this live, because it pretty much is. Yikes, Philly. Wait, did Phil's boat just call himself dumb? Can we screen you that? Screenshot and send? Because that's what I took away from that. You know what would be stupid? To not take advantage of these discounts right now. Oh, how did he turn that into a segue? Protein Works. Come on, guys. Check it out. 80% off sale right now for payday sale. Then the Killer Pigeon code gives you an extra 10% on top of that. And we today are doing the white chocolate and raspberry swirl replacement meals, which is sick. I love them. Highly recommend, by the way. Highly recommend trying the new Tropics range. The blue raspberry pops. That's one of my favorite powder type energy drinks I've had. Can also highly recommend the pancakes, dude. I'm not a pancake person, but I actually thoroughly enjoyed them. And you get a ridiculous amount of bang for buck. So yeah, definitely give them a check out. Big shout out to Protein Works for sponsoring us for 3 months in a row now. Let's see if we can make it 4. I think the only upside you could argue for Archers over Desert Raiders in Imp for Ibids is Mamluk's Bravery. But, like, the point is, you build Desert Raiders instead of Archers because they frontline for you, and you build Hand Cannoneers, which are your Mamluk's Bravery guys, right? So that's the way you want to play that, by the way. Y'all ready for this? CSO's in a weird mood today. Hear me out. Keshik contract. Okay, I'm going to go back to my weird little corner because it's time to get into the big boy action. We're into the competitive corner here. We've got CSO going up against Core in King of Dry Arabia, a Dry Arabia exclusive tournament. English in the hands of Core, Byzantines in the hands of CSO. Man, the more I've been watching this matchup, the more it kind of feels tough for Byzantines right now, no? I'm kind of wondering, like, you know, if you try to play this Castle Age Rush build, you just kind of just lose the game. Because at the moment, at least at the highest level, we're seeing a lot of Byzantine players just flop when they try to go for that Castle Rush because of the English 2TC approach. I'm wondering if it's more value to try and play all in at Age 2 and only go tech up as Biz if you do significant damage to the English. Let's see if that's the way CSO wants to play. It definitely would fit his character. As we've highlighted with this guy, he's a very aggressive player. He knows how to send it, and if you offer up an opening, he doesn't shy away from it. Oof. He might not have the food to try for that pump, though. I just saw the scan rotation. It looks like Core is going to get 2/3 of the sheep on the map. Yeah, so they are 10 apiece right now. But look at the rotation. CSO's heading all the way into the corner. Core knows where to go now. He's not going to check his opponent's corner until last, right? Because realistically, your opponent should have been here. If you didn't see him in this corner, you didn't see him in the mid-map, he's playing safe. So Core's probably going to go for this wrap around the back and then cut across. CSO needs to have alarm bells going off in his brain right now. The fact that he's not seeing sheep now, the fact that he will not see sheep for another 10 seconds easily should be the point where he's like, okay, we go elsewhere. You know who doesn't go elsewhere, though? Wicked Skies. Shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the resub. Whoop, whoop. Unlike that person, I treat my pigeons well. And it is going to be Abu Kings. Minor Camp coming. Okay, yeah, dude. Okay. I just don't believe in... I don't believe in this Byzantine fast castle build. So I hope... Oh, yes! I was going to say, I hope we're going to get the offensive. Dude, CSO does not cease to deliver. Guys, this is 100% the correct call. You could realistically go Grand Winery and just, you know, still go all in. But this is going to make the raids really impactful. And at this stage in the game, like your opponent going 2TC, this is where Hippodrome feels best. The reason this is where Hippodrome feels best is because your opponent is going to have an amplified count of villages and nothing to protect them. Horsemen with Expilatoris and Triumph easily massacre the English villages. This is pretty much looking like it's going to play out the same way that the Wham Puppy Paw game did. And I noticed chat talking about Cataphracts. Cataphracts appeared there as well. The big difference, though, is I think Core will play the TC on the gold, whereas in that type of game, we saw a Ford Deer. I hope Core doesn't get greedy, because if I was looking at this game right now, and I'm just chilling and thinking, what's the best TC placement? I'm going for this, right? Because it's Deer, gold, and then a white tower slots perfectly between the two afterwards. But it's a death sentence here. I think you have to go for the retracted. You secure the wood line. You could maybe play it on this tree line as well to kind of like easily wall off the south side then. But your best bet is to go for the gold. Because if you don't go gold, your opponent could be going lombos, and then you can't gather later. Fast Castle Catters is the way? Okay, I'm going to have to mute you now. Philly, the best boys in your region have proven that that strategy does not work. I'm wondering, actually, if we get Keshiks. I think it's a bit weird. The reason why Longbos is so good, by the way, is when you go Horseman Longbos, your opponent can't build spears. I think this is the thing that people kind of slept on at first, and then Recon showed us the way. So Beastie was at first getting credit for this build. It wasn't Beastie's build. Shout out to Recon. May he have great success in Age of Mythology. He was the one who came up with the Horseman Longbow build. And it was vulgar. Because the reality is, when you think about it, Spearman's the logical counter. But longbows are the hardest counter spears. It's impossible to build spears into longbows. That's why English players always feel very content that, you know, if they can get horsemen in the mixer, they have an advantage. The difference, though, is like English struggle to get horsemen in with longbows because it's so expensive for their economy. Byzantines, on the other hand, at this stage in the game, are absurd. They already have a buffed economy by 10%. Then they're getting the 20% like extra economy average on top because of the olive oil generation. But it's actually more than that because they get 50% on the berries. That's why this Lombo Horseman strategy is so ridiculously strong for the Byzantines and so affordable. It's because they essentially have 55% more economy to do it with. That cow's now coming in. So it should be Lombos. Second TC is going to be dropped where we anticipate on the gold. A little bit surprising that he went for here instead of the wood line, but the logic here for Core is he wants to protect the backside. So the TC should be able to just about reach out to here to block a full rotation. I don't think that's true, though. I think he's going to have to wall in slightly to get that effect. Here we go. Lombo's on the way. Huh? That is a very early Trapezites. I don't think I've ever seen someone do it that early. Guys, he has 3 horsemen. Trapezites doesn't make much sense here. So Trapezites is the one that gives 25% more burn damage for 80 resources. So it technically pays for itself at this point. Like 3 horsemen getting 25% more torch damage compared to building a 4th horseman for 120 resources, right? Like you're basically getting kind of comparative value. Like basically, it would be equal value if Trapezites cost 90 resources instead of 80. But it's weird, man. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's any reason to get it this early. Like, the only reason I could think someone would do Trapezites this early is if they had, like, an exploit. And what I mean by that, I'm not saying he's doing an exploit, but, like, you know how you can technically, there's a trick where you can end up torching? You can throw torches at, like, infantry. That, okay, I shouldn't be telling people. But that is where Trapezites could be broken, by the way. Because if you can figure out how to do that regularly, you can just kill everything. And yeah, it looks like the raid did actually connect. So Core does kill a villager here on this side. We were a little bit distracted by the weirdest choice I've ever seen, but it's starting to paint the picture. CSO just rushed Siege Engineering. He's gonna go straight for the second TC. I still wonder why Trapezites before more Horsemen, though, because Trapezites is only like a 30-second tech, right? I think, actually, yeah, I think it might be 20 like Expilatores. This is a very different approach, though. Like, a lot of players in this position would have went Expilatores. The logic being is because your opponent's playing multi-TC, you can kill a lot of villagers and get paid for it. Second berry's now being tapped as well. This will be slow, remember. He hasn't got the system effect for this one. But wait, is he going delayed 2T? Ah. Okay, this is kind of sick. CSO is going to take out Core's TC and then on a delay build his own. I don't think this is a tower, man. I'm not convinced. Like, what reason do you have for the tower? Like, yeah, I guess there's like the one knight, but now if you're going to punish like this, the king can't go to attack your eco, right? He has to defend. And there's Expilatores. So this is what I did expect. Dude, if this is a 2TC on a delay, it's kind of wild. The reason I think it's 2TC is he's gathering way too much wood. Way too much wood. We'll find out soon. Shove coming in. Core is about to get the bad news. It's not just one Kyro Siphon, it's going to be double Kyro Siphon here. These are expensive, remember, 260 resources, but when your opponent is only building Lombos to defend, they are super effective. Wait, was it just assistant? Okay, it's just assistant. All right. No. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, no, that makes more sense. That's actually really smart. I didn't realize the berries were that close, so that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so no 2TC. It would have been wild. I actually think like there is a weird world where you can get away with it because right now your opponent has no answer to Kyro Siphons, right? And if you clown carve Lombos, you could genuinely get 2TC and do this. But this is an all-in now. Kyro Siphons. Moving in. Oh, no. Dude, this choke point's rough. Look what happens. Like, you have to run into the fire here. CSO, a little bit suboptimal with the Lombos here. But when you bring the Spearman in, everything just starts to burn in this area. That's kind of wild. And wow, he's just going to ape it. Villagers also, if they come through here, they're going to take a lot of burn damage as they run through. Triumph gets activated, though. It's going to be a dive in. Exploratoris is there as well. But first of all, the Lombos need to be culled. Turns around for the villagers now. Villagers now pulling out the torches, going forward onto the Kara ciphers, but the damage is adding up here. It may not be quick, but it can be a killer. TC barely alive. A heavy investment for CSO, but it looks like Core is going to lose the TC. However, with a 12 villager lead, wiping those many horsemen, the Kara siphons as well, is Core content with the trade? Are you freaking kidding me? Did he really just do that? Oh my god, poor Core. I think he ran out of wood, so maybe that excuses it, because look, what happened there is he pulled all the villagers to do that. And now they're kind of a liability down the line if this is continued Hippodrome spam. Now, this is still a lot of stone gathering, by the way. And I am now starting to wonder if really it could happen, because there's not another system that's insanely high value. Okay, now that he's got the D on the front, this would make sense for it. So he's probably going level 4 system, right? And you have to remember, that's going to put him up to, what, 22% buff? So you have to add 22% to his eco count, if we're being reasonable here, right? Which means that he's actually not 11 villages behind, it's more like 4. And there we go. Yeah, level 4 system coming in. Meanwhile, horseman count is swelled up again, and Core is not ready for a tech up, guys. He has 1 farm cluster. And we have got another scout to continue the Trapezites effect, plus keep the horseman safe. Won't be able to burn down the house, but dude, this is looking rough for Core right now. I don't know what his out is. Because while all this is happening, and the reboom's coming through, CSO's going Castle Age. Now remember, we said we didn't like the idea of rushing Castle, but this is not a Castle rush, dude. He took out the TC. He forced a reinvestment by the English. Like, he actually done this right. This is how you unravel the English game plan. Golden Horn Tower now on the way. Spinman getting added in, so we're probably going to see CSO prioritize more Lombos with veterancy. I don't think you go Cataphracts here because your opponent has spears, so there's no real reason that Catas feel necessary when you've already forced a spear investment here. Catas makes sense when your opponent has, I'd say, 2 TC because his villager count has bolstered to a point that he's wider. Whereas, as we can see, Core is still very clumped on one location. So, for example, if he has to only defend here, Catas is going to have a hard time getting kills. If he has to defend here, here, and let's say he has to move out for deer or berries, right? Then you can, he's not going to move out for berries, but then you can actually exploit him, right? So yeah, I think you just play Lombos, probably switch Varangian here. Normally, Varangian can feel really bad in this matchup because Men-at-Arms for the English are just better. The problem in this game is Core is nowhere near teching up. So the Men-at-Arms spam is going to be so delayed that you should have probably 16 Varangian at least by the time he's capable of building Men-at-Arms, if not more. Cataphracts are good against English because they go Men-at-Arms Lombos. Yeah, but they're not Castle, right? I'd agree if they were in Castle, but they're not in Castle. So from this position, I'd say Cataphracts feels unnecessary because your opponent can only build spears. He could be building Men-at-Arms, but in what world, when your opponent has Lombos and a horseman like this, do you want to be building feudal Men-at-Arms when you only have, now your 3rd farm cluster? It only makes sense in a feudal on feudal all-in, because then your opponent, you eventually outscale him with MAA because English farms gradually become worth it. So yeah, I think you just Varangian. Or you could just build more horsemen. Lombos. Dude, are we just sticking with the poor man's comp? I think we are. Lombo and Horseman now arriving. That Trapezites is going to be super effective here. Remember, when you age up, your unit's torch damage goes up even if they do not have the veterancy. So now 20 torch damage per unit. Wars aren't going to last long. Core has just enough gold to get up. Not much beyond that. Lombos do overextend though, so that will be punished. Veterancy now coming in, but I think Core, he got away with this because CSO kind of skipped on a few critical techs here. We don't have Undermesh level 2. Which I think really is important here, especially with the Horseman spam. King's Pass. No! Core might just be cooked. I feel like in this type of game, Maybe it's just like he feels like the white tower doesn't protect enough because of the way he set up his farms. Because I feel like normally you maybe want the white tower here and another farm behind. But this is rough. Like, realistically, in this position, you're probably going to need a second TC again, but you have stone for that. Don't want to delay, because this feels way too greedy. Awesome, now raiding in. Will be shoved away. King again goes down. I don't know what the hell he was doing. Oh, he's guarding the relics. That's not going to work out. So first relic now on the way home, but CSO, he's boomed up to 4 monks. And that's going to be a real big monk at S, because basically the way that Core has walled himself in, every single relic on the map is now obtainable for the Byzantines. And no, remember guys, he doesn't have 12 more villages. Like, unless they're gathering on food, you can't compete with the Byzantine economy. Biz have all their economy buffed. And it's maxed out, 26% increased. Horseman now going for Clash, Spearman. Have to react to this. There's no veterancy yet, though. It still hasn't come through just yet. Horseman will rotate around the back. They want the villages here. Remember, Expillatores, it pays you 20 gold per kill. Triumph gets activated. Damage has been ramped up. 16 per strike here. The Lombos just keep rippling through. Men-at-Arms start to Congo line out. And with no white tower here, the Horsemen are getting more value than they have any right getting here. Guys, this is wave number 1, right? Like, look at what's happening behind this. He stopped on the second wave. Lombos have traded fantastically. This is the perfect situation for CSO. Your Lombos are the slow thing to replenish because you don't have Grand Winery, right? So getting olive oil has been difficult, especially when he's playing Deer. So you need to protect the Lombos. But with all that extra food gathering rate, you can easily just keep pumping Horsemen. Now with Castle upon us, this is the point where you could consider just going into Cataphracts. It just seems like CSO doesn't feel threatened by it at all. Another rough thing for Core is, like, how much gold do you have? 1,200 is not a great amount here. Horseman, round the back, Triumph again. This is kind of wild. The Horsemen, they mop it up. All Lombo's dead. And now they can rotate past it, right? Just hunt for the villages. That's sick. So the reason why you had so many Triumph charges here is because the Lombos in the aftermath. The Lombos were camping here, killing spearmen, villages. And remember, the way that the Triumph works from Hippodrome, you get an extra second every 30 seconds or an extra second every kill. But only when Triumph is not active. So what was really smart there is CSO done this 1-2 punch where he initiates with the Horseman, Triumph wipes out part of the army, and then the Lombos recharge the Triumph for the next wave. Damn. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it like this. So most people, when they play Triumph like this, they just lose the game because they basically, it's just Horsemen, there's nothing else. But the Lombos are the MVP here. Without the Lombos, this strategy wouldn't have worked. Armorclad now coming in. So Core just trying to basically play hunker down and weather the storm mode here. Might be more difficult than he anticipated, though. Crossbows are already being prepped. And Core, Philly's playing in a few weeks on LAN. Technically true. Does he have a single olive grove? I think he only just added them in. Yeah, these are the first olive groves of the game at 19 minutes. He's up to 10 now, so he's ramping up. We have got second TC as well. Yeah, but also, for real, Philly, learn to defend yourself. Why do I have to do it for you? Village is now going to pull back, so gets early warning with a Sacred Site that Core is finally coming out to play. In a dead... Wait. Are we calling NA a dead region when they, like, 50% of the participants in the LAN for Rebel Wallol El Reynado are from NA? Hold on a second. Okay, Phillisbo just shoe off NA math 100% there. You've got 2 guys in the top 3. You haven't got 3. Okay, unless like this is a scandalous drama TV show where we're about to expose that Marine Lord is an American immigrant that moved to France. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Back to the game, though. CSO's in a really good position here, guys. Core has to come out very soon. He has done a good job of locking in an extra 4K up top. But I don't think you can just rush Imp here. The crossbow mass is getting big, which kind of scares me. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, with the way that Byzantines are designed, you could basically scale crossbows and lombos simultaneously. Can I also just highlight the hilarity of an American wanting to admit that Canada's part of NA? That only happens in the Age of Empires 4 esports scene. Push now coming in. Horsemen are rebuilding again, which is kind of wild here, but really effective. I mean, the men-at-arms can just get kited, right? Like, the backline splits. This is kind of the negative of having this many lombos and men-at-arms at this stage of the game. It's like your men-at-arms are always going to disengage from the line they need to protect. And Horsemen now looking to punish that. A rotation around the back here. No Triumph being activated. There's just not enough Horsemen to justify it, but now dive past. Lombos chase on. The kiting on the backside of this. The MAA are just trickling. And Core, it's trickle-treat, mate. And you've been tricked. Good defense from CSO. Core. He's doing a little bit of damage on the flanks, but realistically not enough. A keep drop comes in for the 8k gold. The true trickling is going to punish him. And now CSO, with an overwhelming military lead, can look to counterattack. Ay, ay, ay. I guess Core was, like, what was he worried about here? I guess he's worried about Byzantines having full farm setup, going for Imp maybe, but like the farm setup hadn't happened yet, right? This is the thing, you have to keep in mind, Core's playing the game from a completely blind perspective as English in the corner. So like, playing that way and just staying at home is very risky when you have limited gold access and wood. Because like, if you don't get pressured straight away, you'll get pressured 5 minutes from now when you just can't play a gold-heavy game. And you need gold, right? Like spamming men-at-arms, the elite tech upgrades, going Imp itself. This all adds up. Unfortunately, there was no bot behind this. There was no keep drop coming on the 8k gold. There was no secondary resource line being secured. It was just a fight loss and a full retreat. CSO. Now I'm just going to take a little bit of time here. So it looks like he's prepping the Varangian switch, which is kind of wild here, guys. You don't typically go Varangian against English in Castle Age. The reason is that unless you have an inherent advantage on count, men-at-arms are better Varangian. What I mean by that, if you compare the statistical breakdown, Varangian have 1 more melee armor and 1 more melee damage. But Armor-Clad gives you 2 more melee armor as the English. Which means when you dissect it like that, English men-at-arms just have 15 more health. On top of that, when you're defending, it's even more of a wipe of a fight. That being said, it's a very difficult battle when you're outnumbered this heavily. Ah, this is it, man. Like, there's no reboom, there's no chance. He's got a Mangonel coming. He might hang around for that one shot, but like at this stage, dude, I wouldn't even be surprised if CSO ego chows the Mango. This dude ain't going anywhere. But Core is going to go back to the lobby. 2 points down because CSO is looking absolutely dominant in this series. Imagine if the one horseman just gets the Mango. Oh no! The one horseman! Villagers now scrambling to repair. Varangian are joining in though. The Landsdeck have also arrived. This could turn into a massacre. He sees it. He reads it, and now he's going to have to weep. Core, game 2 is done. And the English, as if they should feel favored here the later the game goes against the Byzantines. Similar to how the Iabid should not feel favored against the Chinese the later the game goes. Twice now, CSO has put a big asterisk next to that statement. And the asterisk says, unless your name is CSO. Woo-wee! I'm wondering if Core can get a point on the board. Damn, I am so happy Hippodrome play starting to come in. I really do think it's the way against English. There are other ways you can potentially make this work, but it's one of the safest approaches. Giving up Grand Winery can feel painful, but not as painful as losing the game. He's coming on, so you better get this party started. Actually, we've got Core here, right? Core, I'm curious, like, did you feel like you had the better draft? Still more games to come, but do you feel like you have the better draft? I'm actually curious. It's not a trap, I swear. Let's mark the civs as well. Because I was saying at the start, I kind of feel like CSO got a better one. He's in game 3. Ah, of course. All right. So, just mark the civs off. Wait, why is it marked IU? Oh, wait, IU was used. Yeah, sorry, I thought it marked a Bassett's off. The fade system, we need to rethink it. The fade system is bad because a Bassett's flag exists. It's always been bad because a Bassett's flag exists. Can we agree on that? It's really bad, right? All right, so I'm having a look. Next up, it's Jaune Russe. Why is that flag just black? Because the flag was just black. So I think the better way is like if you have X's through, the only issue is people might think that's bans. But like we don't use X's to mark bans. The only time X has ever been used in a draft for AoE4 is to mark snipes. That is the only time. Okay. Guys, this is where Core wins, right? Right? I mean, this is actually a good matchup for him. The most OP Civ in Age of Empires 4... Sorry, I'm on the wrong one. The most OP Civ in Age of Empires 4 versus the worst performing one at the competitive level. One and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. You heard me correctly. Jaune can't do squat in tournament play. And Bruce controls the whole world. But in this series, the Jaune picker has been the one dominating. CSO... 2 points up, now on match point here in King of Dry Arabia. Core goes to one of his most cozy. If there's two things this man loves, it's HRE and it's Russe. Now, funnily enough, he couldn't have HRE because CSO took that away from him at the start of the draft. But he did manage to lock in the Russe. I actually really like CSO's approach here, by the way. Being 2 points up like this, your opponent having to throw out Russe has multiple valuable points to it. For a start, because CSO drafted HRE, you'd wonder why not just pick HRE. He can't pick HRE until Russe is missing from the draft. HRE lose hard to Russe no matter what you do. It's very difficult. Like, your best shot is feudal, but even that feels rough. Because Russe can easily get 2 TC. So, like, you needed this pick gone before you picked your OP pick. But Jaune is an intriguing one, man. I don't believe in many players' abilities to play Jaune. CSO might be one of them. CSO and Louis, I don't know what it is. The Chinese players are built diff when it comes to using the hero civ. Let's see what he can do up against Core, who I think has more games on Russe at this point than any other civ. It's going to be close. It's like Russe or HRE at this stage. But yeah, this is kind of a broken spawn. Double deer stack. Love the fact that CSO moved straight for it. Notice that he didn't bring Jaune. For good reason. Jaune needs to keep gathering constantly and building things close by. Otherwise, it skews your level 2 timing. Now, this matchup, in theory, should favor Russe quite heavily, and the reason is that Jaune cannot play the game. What I mean by that is Jaune hates civs that have feudal knights. Because no matter what form you pick, whether it be range form or melee form, you're very vulnerable to knights in particular. The other interesting thought here is whether we're going to get 2 TC play out the Russe. I think you can get it quite freely here. You do give map control to CSO, but like, what's he going to do with that? Realistically, his only option should be to play a worse timing for a second TC. And that happens for multiple reasons, by the way. Like, Roost will always get a second TC quicker because A, they can gather wood faster. Because remember, they get 20% extra on drop-off. B, they get their tech up more efficient because the scouts return a very good value on their investment. And then C is when you play Zhone, when you arrive in age 2, you're an extra villager down. The only trade-off you get there to make it a bit less painful is that Zhone's build aura allows you to build that second TC faster. Was that like 280 bounty? I'd say with him Kremlin teching at this point, yeah, you're probably looking at like 265 maybe. Might be higher though. The wall's over here, right? I think he's close to 300. Yeah, this is like, dude, this is really, really high. Core got a great bounty game. That's bad news for CSO. It's wild as well, actually, because CSO had the double deer stack on the start, and I believe he did intercept both of those. But the problem is that CSO didn't want to play a second scout. Like, I actually think this is another really big problem with Zhone. Zhone can't play 2 scout. It's too expensive. Remember what we already said. When you tech up, you lose one of your villages. So, like, you're a civ that builds 240 resource units as your main unit in age 2. You're going to be a villager down at the start of age 2. You cannot afford to be 2 villagers down, right? It's actually pretty damning for the civ. I think something needs to change there, by the way. I just don't understand why we've given Zhone 1 less villager. What should happen is when you level Zhone to level 2, there should be like an insta-villager pop here with 0 seconds on its timer queue up. And that's something that's codable. So, quiet start to this game. And we have... What? Holy smoked venison. I can't believe this. We've got pro scouts. That's kind of sick, actually. But it's wild because CSO never built an earlier scout. So this is completely masked. Which is difficult to do, by the way. It only works because of what Core's doing over here. He sent all 3 scouts to one location. Dude, this was a... I think this was a blunder by Core. He doesn't know. If he doesn't scout this, it's going to be doomsday o'clock for him. Because now, like, you're scaling into a night war where you don't have safe economy and your opponent does, right? Looks like he has actually bolstered down with the Wonder Fortress here. Okay, so this isn't too bad now. But it's still going to be 3 deer stacks versus 1. And you're both 1 TC. Looks like he's trying to change that there. No, that's just the emplacement. So this is 1 TC on 1 TC only. Also, Core fumbled somewhere because he should be a villager ahead right now. Okay, not a full village. Yeah, so he missed out on half a villager by the looks of it. Because he should be further ahead, remember. The Zhone faction do not get the faster producing villagers like French do. Damn, that's wild. He has scouted now, so he knows. Okay. But CSO's already creeping in with extra scouts here. So he should be able to start yoinking away. And Core realizes there's only one place he'd be taking. Did he just see that? Remind me, can you see the deer? The deer remain seen dead on the ground, right? I'm trying to remember if they can remain seen. They're seen when they're alive, but I can't remember if they're seen when they're dead. It looks like he knows. All right, good intercept. This is good for Core. So that's going to be 70 resources down the drain. And right now, Pro Scouts, you know, it's going to get him the safe deer. I actually kind of like the approach CSO took here, where he split the scouts 2 sides of the map. It's more micro-heavy, it requires more attention, but like it's very hard to intercept. And apparently Core's bounty game wasn't already OP enough. He's going to be adding another 75 to the coffers. What? Dude, CSO's just... CSO is just outplaying him here. Who does this? Who anticipates that their opponent does this? Like, Pro Scouts into 2 TC. I mean, in fairness, it's not over yet because Core is going for Castle, right? But the food is going to become a bigger and bigger issue. I think Core needs to just read the second TC quite fast. It's crazy because if he knew it was 2TC, he probably could have tried for an all-in here. But that's risky against Zhone. But if he rushes into castle, starts scaling some knights, maybe adds in a few horse archers, this could still be a really good game for Core. But right now, the fact that all this info is hidden does not bode well for him. In fact, right now, I'm just not a fan of the way these scouts are being used. Like, he's camping the deer, and I kind of get it. And by the way, he actually got... he got the deer and the boar value there. That's sick. Thank you very much, enemy, for making the boar placement better. But the problem is, like, because he's camping that with the scouts, because he wants to try and protect those deer from being yoinked, he's not actually snooping on his opponent, which is one of the biggest advantages Roos have. And I'm wondering how much of that was intentional from CSO. Like, did he do this on purpose to force Roos to clump? Because a Roos player is most comfortable when they can stick a scout here, here, and here, right? The whole idea with Roos is because they go free scout, you can't do anything secretive against them. But CSO has crept secrets twice now. One got revealed, but the other's now only being seen. He's going to go for the dive in, but difficult with Zhone there, right? I think she did actually get the XP for that, so +7. High Trade House is now on the way. We have got the archery range, so I think you do just play horse archers here. Because you can kite Zhone, and you have high base damage. It's kind of like a poor man's cavalry comp for the Japanese, where the Japanese have mounted samurai and onimusha, but you can have knights and horse archers, which in like a French matchup or a Zhone matchup should just win the day. Still, it's a very interesting choice to go melee Zhone over ranged here. Typically, when you're in a situation where you want to play greedy, or just you know your opponent's going castle age, whatever it is, you go range form because it has more value in late game. I honestly feel like this was another bait. Like, there's no other reason why you go melee Zhone than to make your opponent think you're attacking. Dude, honestly, I think I need to wear a tinfoil hat. The amount of, like, conspiracy theories of baits that I've now listed in this one game is wild. Some might even say he's a master... No, I'm not going to finish that. No, dude. It's not 2018. Knight smashing, though. CSO's going all in for it. What's his target here? The Wooded Fortress, I guess? It's a tough one. Undermesh now being queued up. He's going for the dives. So he's anticipating that Core's going to run out of food before he's online. Or that he can force him to run out of food. I mean, it makes sense, right? The deer was moved for very early. It only has about, what, 600 food left there. The boar, the deer over here are his lifeline right now. The other deer are already removed, and you don't want to be in berries at this stage. Berries that are also predictable and already exposed. Keep in mind, if CSO cannot find the entry, he can always tech on a delay. And he'll have a lot of knights to upgrade, which makes Royal Institute more viable. It is a little bit risky with horse archers starting to scale as they are. So you want to move faster rather than slower here. Cool. Doesn't know. He's about to find out, though. The villagers! The worst possible timing here! Luckily, it's next to a tree line. That's going to minimize the losses. But a few going down here. And with this many knights, it could easily be the outpost. That's also 2 less arrows being fired at this attack force. Could not believe the timing of that. Catastrophic for Core here. Villagers trying to go for the repairs. Zhone is going to pull away, though. She's being sniped by that tower. A little bit too risky here. Villagers once again trying for the repair. This works once or twice, but then your health bar is going to be simply too low. Militia have been pulled, though. Horse archers arrive, and it looks like Zhone is going to have to back out. So CSO not able to find a killing blow here. Core survives the coming storm. Keep in mind, though, if CSO gets away here, even if he bails on Zhone, he's now going to have that spicy French play. 13 knights still alive. Tech up soon to be on the way. It is a 13 villager lead right now. Core needs relics now. Not tomorrow, not next week. If he doesn't start getting them in the next minute, his economy is going to get eclipsed. High Trade House can't carry you through this one. And he knows it. Double Monastery drop coming in. And Royal Institute is going to be there. Woo! CSO. What a crazy build from Joan. I don't know if I've really seen it played this particular way. Like, there was so many layers to the bait cake. I think I've seen like 2 games where you go Pro Scouts 2TC, and funnily enough, that was CSO as well. So like, I'm wondering how much of that was, haha, you'll never see this coming, versus I think this is optimal. Jesus, core. What year am I in? I mean, there's only one other guy who does this in this year and age, and that's Dimu. Mass horse archers. Oh, they are marching around now. And it is going to be raw bloodlines, so this could catch CSO out, but keep in mind, like, a horseman pivot is feasible here, right? Oh, in fact, horseman pivots are easier for Joan than they are for French, because remember, consecrations, they only work on food by default. So if this does have to pivot into horseman, CSO is content with that, especially considering how many deer he yoinked away. Also do have the berries in the corner, right? So worst comes to worst, he always has that to work with. Wolves are now going up, which, by the way, horse archers hate, remember. It would take them 1,250 arrows to kill a wolf. What's Core's game plan now? Second TC on a heavy delay. The relics kind of pad it a little bit. And in fairness, it's not Guildhall. I don't think he saw that though, right? He's going to find out probably the hard way that it's a Royal Institute play. As the Knights are now marching out. Royal Bloodlines just came in. Wallol is going to be attempted and fail. The Knights are going to quickly look to gap close here. Joan also marching forward. The problem here is if Core turns around to snipe her, he's going to lose too many, and you can see it. CSO understands. Keeps on charging in, pinches them one by one. And immediately targets them down. Joan is going to die. But the horse archer is a little bit too close to the sun here. Big mistake made. Wallow coming in behind this to try and reset things. Core losing a lot of horse archers for a kill on a measly maiden. Are you actually kidding me there? I mean, I get it from Core's perspective. He can't afford not to, right? Like, you can't allow your opponent to get level 3 there. But at the same time, what have you given over? I mean, when you think about it realistically as well, you know buyback's going to be there. If I get to kill 8 horse archers and pay 250 gold, it's a good trade. And now we have the Ordnance Company coming in, so these knights just became very affordable. 180 resources each. Which means if you kill 2 horse archers, you are full profiteer. Boys Fortune now on the way. Looks like we have got a Spearman transition being prepped. I wonder when this was going to happen. The problem with going Spears is, like, Cord knows the moment he goes Spears, he doesn't have the mobility to his comp anymore. He's basically going to have to peel horse archers, leave Spearman at home. But, like, you're going to have to wait. You can't just leave your base with 20 horse archers and let Spearman take over against Royal Bloodline Knights. You're going to have to keep everything at home until you've got, like, 20 spears at least. Judge coming in. Doesn't know about the second TC. In fact, he's going to start torching it. Relics are coming home. Yeah, it's too late to go for charge. Defensive wall low. Nice moves there by Core. Does buffer this away. There's going to be recommitment. Remember, Divine Restoration is insanely effective at this point due to Royal Bloodlines. Wall low was already used. I do not know what Core is thinking there. Horse archers continue to poke. Nice. I mean, now he needs this TC gone for it to be worthwhile. Instead, they bait him again. A movement forward to snipe out Joan. Cost a decent chunk of the horse archers. And in fairness, Divine Restoration was already used, but level 3 Joan is still once again denied. Knights now riding in, though. They're looking for the economy. Just at least trying to stick on top of the horse archers. And the villagers, where are they running? Straight towards the TC. A slow reaction out of CSO. Cantled Saddle's also now being queued up. Behind this, more Knights are on the way. And the defenses are faltering here. Core, that was all of his food, right? He's got nothing left. He just ran out. A lot of knights dead, but it might be worth it here. 15 horse archers, 13 royal knights. He'll walk away for now, but folks, Core is about to be out of food. He needs access ASAP. Back onto the berries he goes. This is uncomfortable. I think he might have even bought some food there. He's shifting to the berries now. Now, if Core gets spotted doing this, if CSO realizes it, this could be GG. However, if CSO plays too complacent here, I actually think, and this is going to almost sound delusional, Core has a way back into the game, even 30 villages down. But it does require CSO to get lazy. Now, I have seen him lose games because of these type of details before. Horse archers are going to march out. Sacred site also captured. Remember, Zhone gets XP. Now, the reason why CSO didn't do this earlier is because you'd have to camp the knights, because otherwise horse archers can just hunt Zhone only. So it was kind of strategical, right? But now, with the horse archers not here, I think Core may have just made his critical blunder. Level 3 Zhone in. Zhone riders have arrived. No horse archers at home. It's only static defenses. Oh my, what a time to make that move as well. And he's about to get the bad news. You've been mongled. How do we keep them out? Wolves, how do we keep you out? Same way. Oh, no. Spearman trying to hold on. Heavily outnumbered here. Divine Restoration is available if need be. Surrender placements are not going to make it through quick enough here. Villagers just trying to get the repairs in, but it's going to be for naught. And that is now a 40 villager lead. That is now Core on his way home, but he may be too late. One knight peels off just to guard the berries. Villagers will be able to move away, but the bigger issue is now you only have these farms. You might not have the TC for long. By God, I think he's done it. Man, this is a Zertan build. Just in Zhone form instead of French. Knights and only ever knights. I guess there's the Jones riders as well, right? And there were the scouts. But realistically, this is a one-unit build. Cool. Has got a decent number of spears together now, but the big issue's on the way, guys. Red Palace is coming in. And reminder, this is a Royal Institute build. CSO had to gather 3,600 resources for that. He didn't have any get me out of jail free card building over time. This is brutal. Secure on the goal in the center. That'll give him the longevity here. Still some text that you could look towards. You could think about an arbitrary switch, but I have a funny feeling CSO is just going to elite up his knights and full-on send it. Remember Rowan didn't get the Zhone tech? Ah, who cares? She was only level 2. It's coming in now, though. How about some merchant guilds now? No. Dude, I always feel sad when I see this long guns tech. It's like the most pointless thing ever. I've yet to see a game where it actually made the difference. Definitely won't on land. Guys, what if... Actually, would it be... I don't think it would be broken if long guns worked on land cannons as well. 15% damage increase is actually not that crazy when you think about it. Compared to what other civs get. One moment of silence here. Before the impending storm. Core has refused to GG out. I respect that. This is your last game. But there are some undeniable truths in this game. Not only are you an age behind, you're now 50 villages behind. Elite Knight upgrade just came in. Check that health pool. 364. Knights now march in. The walls aren't up yet. Cool. Distracting with the defense. Remember, you got Jun de Cleave here. A lot of damage coming in. Spearman count might not be big enough to protect the crossbows against this. This is the do or die push. Divine Restoration gets pumped. The Riders are available to party again. And Core, I think, is ready to finally admit defeat. There's just nothing left here. His army level is deceptive as well. The Horse Archers were not at home. Game, set, and match to CSO. Oh, that was a brutal series. Well played. CSO. That was sick. Is that one uploadable? Yeah, I guess. Knights only elimination match. Bronze level gamers were right all along. Knights are OP. Yeah, Pure Knight was a Giga Chad move. Damn. GG. That would make Raw Culverins one-shot sprues with max upgrades. Yeah, so finally, College of Artillery is worth getting. Like, I actually think that's a reasonable buff. In fact, let me message a dev about that. Raw Bombards need to be similar to Great Bombard, splash damage. Yeah, I mean, I've said, like, you should just be able to target ground. I don't know why. Buff French late game even more. I mean, they've got to nerf the Arbitraire, right? But, like, dude, like, people, like, meme about that, but, like, the moment they nerf the Arbitraire, what the hell do you have as French in Imp? It's basically just a Red Palace. That's it. Raw Robotiquins might actually one-shot elephants. Dude, I'm here for that. I see no problems. What are you on about? Totally balanced. Alright, who have we got online that we could watch? Did I cast your game? I cast the first game. I didn't cast the other one. Kind of want some live games, actually. I like live games. You can one-shot Berkshire with 8 raw cannons using the ability. Finally, a counter. So we got a tricky one here because, like, there is another King of Dry Arabia set, but it's not for 2 hours and a half, I think. You got the Araba game name guy. What now? Do you mean Ravane? What do you mean? Oh, you DC'd? Cool. Okay. Guess that ain't happening then. Wait, we're gonna get Core versus Philisberto? I'll say it. Let me put that the correct way. DC'd. After the crab talk, is that not the grudge match showdown? You guys just need to queue into each other now, right? Core versus Philisberto, guys. The grudge match we didn't know we needed. Maybe he can get his rematch with Ravane instead. I don't know, dude. I think for all the crap talk back and forth, it should just be Core and Philly hopping into a custom game, playing a best of 5 grudge match. Grudge match is the most entertaining? Yeah, dude. You don't know why I love Marine Law so much? Because he smack talks. And he'll even get egg on his face. He doesn't care. You know what I mean? Like he'll sometimes, like I've sat across from that guy at a LAN and listened to him talk about how he's going to fuck Magic up, right? And then next day, watch him just lose 2-1 to Magic after doing that. You know what the best part about that smack talk was as well? The player next to him warned him, he's like, you keep talking like that, he's going to kick your ass tomorrow. Oh, Gully's trying to get me to watch his games. Oh, dude, but it's an Abbasid mirror. I don't know about that. Do we like Abbasid mirrors, chat? I mean, I guess it's one of the more intriguing mirrors because you have different choices. But I've always personally seen the Abbasid mirror as a linear, like, counter triangle. You get what I mean? Like, historically, Trade Wing beats Eco Wing beats Military Wing beats Trade Wing. And I'm not oversimplifying it. Did you guys see the Reddit thread by Vortex, by the way? Someone translated it. Abbasid mirror is peak AoE. Okay, that guy there likes town centers. I'm wondering if like Voldemort versus Louis is going to be as one-sided later. Like Voldemar's a good player, but Louis is definitely very much the favored person in that one. Read that. What do you guys think? Do we cast a pub game or do we read the Vortex translation? I think both like late game. I think Voldemort tries to get... He recently been trying to get out of line in the early game. But Louis... Like, people think Louis, like, thrives in the late game. He's very good in the early game as well. It's actually surprising just how aggressive he can be sometimes. I think it's worth the discussion. Alright, time to make everyone unsubscribe. Wait, guys, why aren't you Prime sub to me, by the way? Like, what are you doing? Exposing yourself to 4 minutes of ads an hour? You could be avoiding that. Yeah, if you got Prime, it's even free. Like, come on. Oh, let me get the clickbait title. AoE for esports dead? Drama news. There we go. Is that clickbaity enough of a title? We've stayed long enough to cast custom civs. Nah, I'll be gone by Tuesday. Dude, I can't even remember what that tournament is. I'm pretty sure I've been listed as the official channel for it. I haven't really been paying attention to the change logs for the custom civs. Alright, let's have a look at this though. So, for those that don't know, Vortex made a video. Alright, drama time, guys. For those that don't know, Vortex made a video about why he's quitting Age of Empires 4. In fact, not only did he say he's quitting Age of Empires 4, not only did he say that the esports scene is dying, he said it's already dead. So here we have actually got his translated explanation because he done the whole thing in Spanish. I know, right? A Spanish guy doing it in Spanish, not in English. How dare he not think of us? Luckily, someone actually came through. The wise general came through, and they have translated the whole thing for us. So, starts off by him just clarifying. One second, I've got like pan locked in. So he clarifies about leaving Age of Empires 4, and he wanted to make a video explaining it because people keep asking him. And he started playing Stormgate a lot. So this is just the blubber, like, keep watching me for Stormgate content. And he's mentioned in Discords. But first of all, to understand why I quit AoE 4, you need to understand my background in RTS games. A lot of you have been playing AoE your whole lives, starting with AoE 3, 2, or even 1, maybe even Age of Mythology. But for me, AoE 4 is the first game in the series that I've competed in. I've been competing in esports for over 15 years, but never in AoE 4 before. I don't know why I said 4 in the end there instinctively. My background is mostly in fast-paced, dynamic RTS games from Blizzard, StarCraft, yeah, Warcraft, etc. So, to this point, this is a very fair point. As someone who has a wide breadth of like RTS experiences across my lifetime in types and settings and everything else, this is a very true statement. Not everyone is only AoE people, but like curiously in chat, one's if you're only an Age of Empires, Age of Myth player. Like, you know, you haven't hard like grinded in the StarCraft or Warcraft or Red Alert 2, Command & Conquer, Dawn of War, Company Heroes, right? Because like I feel on this, I've hard grinded Company Heroes, I've hard grinded Dawn of War, I've hard grinded Command & Conquer, right? And AoE. So like this is true, and I noticed this recently because when I was given my take on like the whole idea of like Stormgate being the savior of RTSs and how, you know, it's what it's aiming to do. Someone made a comment whether like the thing that you're not understanding here is like people in Age of Empires don't want to play a sci-fi game, so it's not going to be the savior. I'm like, the thing you don't understand is that a generation of RTS gamers that move beyond RTSs to different genres still have the nostalgia and the love for RTSs, they just don't have the games to apply them to. So there's actually a wide spectrum generation sitting in different genres, like FPSs, like MOBAs, that want a good RTS to reel them back in, but it hasn't presented itself yet in their eyes, right? There is also a new gen of gamers that don't have experiences at all with RTSs that these new RTSs could also apply to, because Age of is a boomer game. Sorry, but it is. The average, I've seen the demographics and my jaw drops. The average age demographic of AoE, in general, about 75% of the audience fits into the 25 to 40-year-old category. That's wild by gaming standards. That is insanely wild by gaming standards. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure Dota has a younger demographic, which is also wild because Dota is considered quite much be the boomer game. So yeah, like, I definitely feel this. This is a very true statement here. And now people are like, I'm 14, I'm young. Yeah, there are young people. I said 75%. So it's not to say everyone is in a Zimmer frame, but statistically, I would put the average age of the Age of community as a whole at probably 33 or 34. Maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe it's like 31, 29. I would not put it in the low 20s, though. A lot of games, you would probably put, like Fortnite is obviously, like, probably average age of 18, right? Apex is probably average age of 21, 22. Overwatch, I'd say at this point, is probably 23, 24. Call of Duty is probably average age of 25, maybe, because people have grown up for a long time. FIFA might be, like, towards 26, 27. But, you know, and it's not alone. RTSs in general, like StarCraft, I'd probably say is average gaming age for 29, maybe? Actually, no, that's not true. It's probably older because of StarCraft 1, but StarCraft 2. But yeah, so let's move on, though. Let's continue on, rather. So how did I end up in AoE 4? To understand why I'm leaving, this is important. AoE 4 was released at a time when I'd already stopped competing. This is true. And he'd been playing some Warcraft 3 Reforged because he loved that game. So, yeah, I could kind of see this going. When the Reforged circuit was cancelled, I decided to quit. At that point, I'd been playing AoE 2 casually, reached a decent level around top 190 in the world, but just for fun. Okay, so this fits. For those that don't know Vortex's legacy, he began as a Warcraft player. So if you have a look at Vortex, here you go. So, like, way back, 2009. All right. He didn't really make a crazy amount of money from it. He made more money in StarCraft, if I remember correctly. But like he was there in the very early days. Like the Zanmato account that you saw in AoE4, that was like a callback to his like account name back in these days as well. So that fits. This is an interesting detail here around top 190 in the world. Like even if he got to top 100 or top 50 in AoE2, he wouldn't be able to like afford to be a pro player for a living. So, then came the AoE4 beta invite. And I have to confess, I didn't like AoE4 at first. Whew. But I saw it as an opportunity to potentially continue competing. At least until a new RTS from Blizzard came out. I think more people than will admit it fit this as well, by the way. Because anyone who thinks that AoE4 was good for, like, from esports perspective as a pro player and aspiring pro player, anyone who thinks that 2021 was a good time for AoE4 prospects from a gameplay perspective is delusional. The game was really badly balanced. Really suboptimal. It was really bad. Like, do I need to remind people of Age of Springald? I don't think I do. We will remember Age of Springald, right? If you weren't there, you dodged a bullet. A really big bullet. So, that in mind, basically he's saying he wants to, he wanted to compete. It was an opportunity. It looked like good money is what I'm getting from this. And by the way, if this is really bad, like if people are doing it because of this, they joined the competitive scene not because they love the game, that's bad, because any game that has to structure itself around being a good esport instead of just being a good game to then become an esport sets up for failure already. And in fairness, AoE4 threw a lot of money at its esports scene to begin with after not thinking it was esports ready, but EGC proving there was an audience for it. So like you had no interest in esports into, oh my god, a lot of people are watching this. And then loads of money put into the esports, but not loads of money put into fixing the game. Many aspects of AoE4 started to really frustrate me. Oh wait, sorry, we missed this part, didn't we? Don't think I'm one of those who now hates it and says it's a bad game. No, I ended up liking AoE4. Yeah, AoE4, like this is the thing I keep saying. Age of Empires 4 is in the best state it's ever been. If Age of Empires 4 released in its current state, it would be talked about as a savior of esports, a savior of RTSs rather, the way that Stormgate has been discussed for a long time. So, it wasn't love at first sight, so Stockholm syndrome. I kept playing because I did pretty well in the beta, finished top 2 on the internal ladder, the official leaderboard came out, and well, things worked out. Many aspects of AoE4 started to really frustrate me. Anyone who's followed my streams probably knows what I'm talking about. Basically, I feel that AoE4 is, well, why is it stalled? It has several serious design flaws. One of them is the siege design. It's absurd that the best counter to siege units is other siege units. Yes. Yes. Ironically, our game cannot have flying units, but that would be the most easy way to solve siege as an issue. But we have this, more flat pack design to the way that you interact with units, right? Like what I mean by that is like land, sea, air type things. Like we can only have land, sea. It is a big deal. And within that, it kind of feels that the conundrum is, yes, to counter siege, you have to build siege. That is not a good gameplay experience. The only reason it has not become overwhelmingly toxic right now is because at the absolute highest level, the meta is not to build siege balls. The meta is to attack in feudal to try and end the game, or build a big enough lead to end early in castle. So this leads to late game scenarios where both players are just spamming siege. Yep, great bombards could honestly be thrown off of a cliff and I would be fine with it, which is really common in AoE4. It's a major design flaw. Thankfully, it's mostly confined to late game now, because in early stages like Feudal Age, it used to be even worse. You'll remember the 6 ram rush all in. Good days. But beyond that, the biggest problem with AoE4 for me, and I think for most viewers, and why it fails to take off competitively, is that they've minimized the micro mechanics to the point where it lacks any spectacle. I don't care about spectacle personally. If I want to compete, I just want there to be skill differentiation between players. But in AoE4, there's very little of that. Interesting. They've simplified the micro so much that most games are one purely on decision making. It's not bad for decisions to matter like they do in AoE2, but AoE2 along with great decision making also has excellent and intricate micro mechanics, which AoE4 lacks. Now this is a big statement. And this is an important statement to actually dissect. My feelings on the micro of AoE4 is that it doesn't matter that much. There is micro, but comparatively to a lot of RTSs, the focus is heavily shifted towards the macro. Very heavily. Like, I've got so many hours in and around the game now, and it is very macro heavy. And he has a very fair point here, and the point that he's leaning into, he doesn't use the word here, but it's skill expression, right? Mechanical expression. That's what he's getting at. Like, compare it to Warcraft, where you've got a hero that you can build a different way and do different things, like different approaches. The branching order of AoE 4, and it's also partly because it's considered a counter game, right? Where like you build spearmen to counter cavalry, is that you have choices, but the choices are more, I don't want to say railroaded, because you still have off paths, but within those individual choices being made, when you make them and then use them, there's less immediate opportunities to like completely overwhelm an opponent in that moment. Does that make sense, right? Maybe the exceptions like Siege with mangoes, but even that can feel a bit funky. But I kind of get where he's coming from. Like, AoE2 has the whole arrow dodging kind of stuff going on, right? I feel like individual units can do more. The one exception with 4 is probably Knights, but like I think nowadays Knights have been figured out to the point that it's very hard to do a lot of damage with 1 or 2 Knights. Whereas, like, for example, in StarCraft, you open up with a few Reapers, you can, like, run a base and do a lot of damage. You rush 1 Siege Tank, you can drop someone, do a lot of damage. Atlas and Stormgate, you go for a transport, drop it in the back, do a lot of damage, right? So, I can kind of see where he's coming from on this. I have highlighted this before, that I wish AoE 4 had more active abilities. I think I highlighted that I would have loved to have seen AoE 4 do a revamp for late game, where they added a general unit like what Rise of Nations has, and you had activatable abilities. So basically every Civ could eventually get a Khan. I always wanted to see that type of thing, because that's an example of skill expression and the way that you use those abilities in fights, right? I think that is a good addition to AoE 4. Whereas, like, I have very regularly heard people make the statement, select all army in A-click. And I have done that too. And it's like, while there are individual plays and things you can do different with your army, realistically, there is a very giant chunk of select army A-click. And then, like, select all unit, pull back, A-click, right? Okay. When you watch Spearmen, like, when you watch big fights right now, it's like Spearmen running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, Knights running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and pretty much archers just stand there attacking each other. And I think his whole emphasis is that within that, other than kind of clicking them around a bit there's not much like activate this ability, force 10 seconds of this advantage, right? Blink, redirect over here, you know, like these type of things. So I can kind of see where he's coming from there. I think from a micro perspective, skill expression doesn't exist on a grand scale. The skill expression is macro focused. And I'm wondering if that then is going to lead into him highlighting that he doesn't have many choices to make within the macro. Because, like, when you see opponent do something, there is usually quite an agreed upon correct reaction and a negative reaction. And although every RTS will have that to a certain degree, like with the counter systems, it's kind of more hard-boiled, right? So, there are 2 basic micro mechanics in any RTS, no matter what: kiting and targeting. But on top of that, you need to build something interesting for the viewer to watch. In AoE 2, for example, there's a mechanic of dodging arrows. In StarCraft, you have tons of abilities. In Warcraft, I won't even get started. Dude, yeah, okay, there we go. Because you have 3 heroes per race with 4 abilities. This is what I was highlighting, right? AoE 4 literally has nothing but kiting and targeting. No other micro mechanics whatsoever when you make a game like that and remove all the visual. So, like, to emphasize what I was just saying around the spears dance and the knights dance and the archers just kind of pew-pew. And while there is a skill element of, like, targeting the right thing, it does have that. The pristine explanation of this is, like, is the spin to win meta that we had. And while boat warfare has gotten a little bit more deep, it still has that element of, like, springboard spinning, right? Just in a different degree, right? It's not just in circles anymore. They've at least made it less comical. But, like, I can kind of see where he's coming from, like, the active abilities and whatnot. I think where I can see where he's coming from especially is, like, the spectacle he was talking about earlier, is when you watch an AoE 4 fight from this perspective compared to these other games, when you watch a fight play out at the highest level, usually you can tell who's won the fight by the time they're connecting the waves. And The only time it doesn't play out that way is usually if someone misplays. Now, that misplaying can be true in any RTS, right? Like anyone, like you can go in Warcraft and misplay a fight, Starcraft and misplay a fight. But I think the point he's trying to make is like in AoE 2, in that fight, I can be sick dodging arrows, right? Like think how sick it is when you watch Puppy Paw dodge a mango shot, for example. But mangoes don't come in until much later, and that has this whole other issue with Siege, right? Like I'm losing my crap when Puppy Paw is dodging every mango shot like a god, right? That would be the comparison to AoE 2 arrow dodging. You don't have that. And then to like StarCraft, like when you get in that clash, if both of them let go of their keyboard and mouse, you know who's going to win the fight. And like I said, you can still pull back in AoE 4, but what he's trying to highlight is in that fight, it's not just pulling back and going back in. It's like choose the right moment to activate this ability. Like if a unit has an explosion ability, right? Like you have a Bailing type unit. Choose the right moment to try and redeploy. Choose the right moment. Choose the right unit to heal. Choose the right location to place a Sonic Storm, right? So I can see what he's trying to emphasize here. And I don't know if that explains it better than what he done there. Is that I don't think it's fair to say, like, when he says no other micro mechanics, remember he said there's kiting and targeting earlier, which is true. There is kiting and targeting. But there aren't many other things outside that. And I have often felt like some of those things are underwhelming. And what I mean by that is like, you know when a Mongol player begins a fight by activating arrow, you walk away, right? It's not like the equivalent of dropping a small wall between them and their retreat. And then it's like, uh-oh, right? So there is some situations where the activatables have a really big impact, but I have felt quite often when I watch them, the activatable abilities have most impact when the fight's already won. And what I mean, for example, is Sipahi activating their attack speed in a retreat. Because in a retreat, you can snowball kills, sort of thing, right? Or like a Khan using the movement speed arrow at the end to chase. So I can kind of see where he's coming from. Like AoE 4 is more static, and a lot of its effective abilities are passives, not activatables, right? So for example, Yam Aura, Kurotai damage buff, right? Meta Aura, these type of things. Japan and Byzantines have some cool abilities, yes, and they've definitely tried that more. But like Shinobi, Varangian, Byzantine spears, in fairness, most of the time, like Shield Wall I think Shield Wall is just fundamentally a badly designed skill. It should have been an activatable that lasts X seconds and then you drop your shields. It shouldn't be up or down, right? But the other ones are very, like, they follow the same logic of what I was saying with the Sipahi. Like Varangian, you're never going to berserk unless you're already winning a fight big time. You're either doing it to win a fight big time, or you've somehow got on top of their siege and you need to kill them straight away because you're going to die anyway, right? But you don't like begin a fight and be like berserk, right? Unless you're playing bronze level. And then Shinobis, like, dude, Shinobis is a poor example because they're just not relevant outside of the opening of water play, right? So like they have really cool abilities, and I really wish we had more units like Shinobi. But Shinobi are like a poor lead example of like there's great skill expression here. Because they only come out on water maps, and they kind of do the same thing every water map, right? Like, I've been begging for Shinobi to be added to castles to be built, so then you have some different gameplay there. So, think about, do you really like AoE4? Why does it have so few viewers? Because most people don't enjoy watching a glorified empire building simulator. And that's the vibe you get from many AoE4 games. We will highlight on this, because I think some of you know I've had opinions on this before. You're not watching an esport. You're watching a guy sit in the base for 10 to 15 minutes, pumping out units. Then they mass their armies, and boom. That's it. For me, coming from other RTSs, that's incredibly boring. Static defenses are poorly designed. The stone walls, the keeps, it all seemed geared towards a very slow defensive playstyle. This and this are very fair. Actually, this whole segment's kind of fair. And let me explain why. How many people feel that Dark Age is relevant? One's in chat if you feel like anything meaningful happens in 95% of your games. Let's be fair about it, because there are some. 95% of your games, one's in chat if you think anything meaningful happens in Dark Age. Only Mongols, and even that stopped. Because the thing is, you kind of make your choices, but the choices are still quite linear. And I've highlighted before that I really wish that Dark Age was quicker. There's a reason in some of my replays, I just kind of I do 2x speed until feudal. And I bluntly say in the cast, nothing's going to happen now. Right? Sheep is ultra important. But is that a good addition to the game or a bad addition? Because I actually, like, I've been very vocal on this. I think sheep is a negative addition to AoE 4 in the way it's handled. I don't think sheep is good in AoE 4. It's an RNG game. It's a really bad RNG game. I think you could take sheep out in its current context and the game would be better. And I think that also leans into static defense. Like, if food was just out on the map, you'd have to be more actively, present in the game, right? Instead of, like, getting a game where you get 80% of the sheep and you can just camp at home, and, like, the game is kind of already over, right? Unless the camping player screws up. So I feel that. And, like, late game as well, I've highlighted before where there's not enough endgame state forces because there's too many resources on the map. I think especially the earlier maps in AoE 4 had fundamental issues with resource design. It's why I've always cheered things like Prairie. And although Prairie is not a perfect map, the concept of giving people less resources is smart. Because any map that has a lot of wood is toxic to, like, the state of AoE gameplay. And I feel that in the viewership. Like I said, like, there's a reason I try to speed up the early game. I've even contemplated just starting the videos 4 minutes into the game. But then I know a few people are going to read that they didn't see the build order. But it's like, I'm not a build order channel. Go find a build order channel. But, like, from an entertainment perspective, this is fair. This is actually a fair point. And, like, so how many games have you seen where it's like they're 10 to 15 minutes to build to already, like, a preceded outcome that you know is going to happen because the person's done something poor. They just don't die quick enough, right? Whereas what he'd compare this to is, like, Warcraft or StarCraft, where you can dive into the enemy base and kill them, right? And, like, if they didn't build units, then they didn't build units. Suck it up, Sally. That's your fault, right? But I have definitely felt this part, that static walls are, like, not fun to play against, right? Like, I've always wondered about just having a tournament where the primary TC is disabled for neutral arrow fire, so you have to garrison to get anything. How curious would that be? And I think we all can agree on stone walls. Stone walls are silly. It's just the only reason you don't see why they're so silly is because when you watch esports, there's an not unwritten rule, it's actually a written rule, that you can't build stone walls until age 3. And for some reason, in a game that has built itself around the esports scene, that has been a rule set for 2+ years now, the developers still haven't moved stone walls to age 3. And I don't know why. When you're an aggressive player like me and try to be proactive, make plays, apply pressure, you realize that in most matchups, it's not worth it. This is also why Vortex plays Delhi so much. Delhi is the only Civ that can do this, right? Because Delhi take sacred sites on the map, so you have to come out to fight them. And that means the win condition isn't in the enemy's base, it's in the mid-map. And I have felt this, and I've said this myself, that I wish there was more value press into the mid area of the map so that people weren't inherently rewarded for just camping. That's also why I'm always so hard on Chinese picks, and I don't like them. Because China is like one of the biggest culprits for a long time. And they benefit the most by just playing that style because when they get late game, it's kosher, right? Like, Abbasas used to be that way, and I hated it. Abbasas are actually quite fun now because they play the game. But, like, there's definitely this kind of feeling. Right? It's like sometimes some games are trying to, like, solve for that. So, like, for Stormgate, for example, they have a maximum number of villagers that can gather on a resource in a base, right? So you can't just sit at home. Like, if someone else is going to move out. And I'm not saying that's a perfect solution, but, like, as an example of, like, where there's forced value to play out onto the map, that's an example. Yeah, it's like, it's why I like the maps. Yeah, Region's kind of one. Like, I love the maps where it's like you get one safe, like, actually Hill and Dale, they've done a good job of trying to revamp that to fix the campy issue. It's still campy as all hell. Like, I almost feel like you should be able to break the cliffs to access. Some like how StarCraft has the clumps that you can break to break through. But, like, they reduced it to 1 4K on the high ground because they realized that people just camp. The best strategy is to sit in your base and wait for your opponent to crash against you. Eventually, it just... I read crash in the wrong context there. I was like, huh? Eventually, it just becomes incredibly frustrating. And once again, like you can actually see that this is... that there's actually a fair statistical pattern to support this logic. And it's if we go to the statistics for ranked matchups, 1v1, and we look at the total games played, are you seeing what the most played Civ is by far there? Guys, it's not even close. So, I don't even know how Japanese has 40,000 games played, by the way. But H3 is at 55. English is at 87,000 games. And English, like what he just described there, the English perfectly encompasses. They sit in their base and they wait because they're one of the best defensive civs in the game. So there is a reason that this game is played like this, and this is the thing. It's like what came first, right? Do people play English because that's the best style, or is that the style that people want? I think the audience and the way it's now been built, that is kind of what the audience wants. But it's also, you can't ignore the fact that it's been guided that way across design choices across years now, right? I do think that, by the way you fix this crap, I've highlighted before, is Sacred Site victory conditions should be more feasible. Never one Sacred Site, because you get King of the Hill issues. 2 Sacred Sites, or 3 that are all mid-map. And then, let's get experimental. We've been doing custom games with a renewable Sacred Site timer for a long time. And I genuinely think it makes for very intriguing and entertaining games. In a way that standard Sacred Site formatting does not. And it's still weird to me to this day, because like Company Heroes' victory point system is the Sacred Site system. But the way they do it in that game is that it has a score that ticks down when your opponent has the lead on Sacred Sites. It's like that already exists. They already done that. But they'd never imported it with this, which was very weird. So, then there's the issue of excessive RNG. Oh, damn. Is he going to hit on it too? I believe that less RNG in an RTS, the better for its competitive integrity. So this is something that people now going to disagree with the Age of Empires person, but the thing that I've been arguing for a very long time is we have no proof of what the alternative looks like. Because barely anyone makes crafted maps. There hasn't been a single crafted maps tournament. I've definitely tried to pitch them and haven't gotten funding. But like, we've just kind of accepted that RNG is good because it was good in AoE 2. And it's like, at the same time, we then complain that we're not AoE 2 and we're being something different. So which is it? Are we trying to be different, or are we just trying to be a carbon copy? Because if we're trying to be different, I at least think it'd be intriguing to explore a tournament format that is crafted maps. To see if RNG actually is good or not. Because it's like saying that strawberry ice cream sucks, but you've only ever had vanilla in your life. They both could be really tasty, but you don't even know. Right? Because you just accepted vanilla sucked because Grandpa said vanilla sucks. But Grandpa also likes chocolate ice cream, and you don't maybe care about chocolate ice cream, right? So it's like it's a different scene, it's a different sphere. There's even more RNG than AoE 2. This is true. This is a sheep thing, right? Yeah, dude, there we go. Sometimes you find 3 sheep, sometimes you find 17. This is egregious. And I talked to a developer on this, and I don't like the sheep system, and I think it's bad for AoE 4. And they were very blunt, and I appreciate them for being transparent on it. They agreed, but they said, we're not sure what you do with it, though, to replace it right now. With the way that the rest of the game has been designed around sheep and getting sheep, there's no quick solution now. Especially if you think the game's design is at a good point, from civ balance and everything else. If you completely flip the table with a new sheep system, you burn everything. And they're scared to do that, as they should be, because basically the janitor and his dog are the only people actively working on AoE4 at this point. So the spawns for gold are all over the place. Yeah, felt that. That's good. Makes you adapt. Sure, try adapting when you have free gold. So this is the point as well. Like the whole you get good adapt. I think that he could have linked that back to his whole point about skill expression in micro battles. I think that's a very important thing to hone in on. Is like, if the game wants you to adapt to the game state, there needs to be more options to adapt with. When you give people a toolbox full of options, they can better utilize it to the situation in different ways. Whereas, like, usually the Mongol Outpost Rush has now just reached the point that, like, people have solved the Mongol Outpost Rush in 99% of games at the highest level. Like, you kind of just look at the tower. If it's too close to your gold, you burn it. If not, get enough gold for, like, a ram, get siege engineering, get a ram. You're behind, but, like, you recover the play, right? This isn't the only reason I dislike the game. Everything I've mentioned contributes to why it will never be a big esport. We have to accept the viewership numbers for AoE4 are terrible. All right. Now, You may agree or disagree with certain things he said. But after what we just saw with Wallow and the viewership trending, this is a fair point. Especially for what AoE4 has been trying to achieve. When you consider where the prize pools were, when you consider the prize pools as they are, when you consider the amount of people who are trying to be full-time pros in AoE4, there's not enough viewership to generate money to allow for that. Like, guys, some players want $200 to play a show match. If it wasn't for Microsoft funding, it wouldn't be viable to pay them $50. I don't, like, if it wasn't for Microsoft injecting money, as they do, I guarantee EGC wouldn't bother running these tournaments. Or if they did, it would be like 5K for a major. Because it's not financially viable. Especially now. Like, I can speak from experience of trying to source sponsors. Like, now is a terrible time to source sponsors for esports. Everyone's like, esports is dying. Esports is terrible. These numbers are like rigged. And even though there are scenes where like embedding is a thing, we don't use embedding in AoE4, and EGC do not. And it's like, but you still get compared to the numbers that embed. So like, even the people that are willing to still dance in esports look at AoE4 and they go, I don't want to sponsor that. The Red Bull World Online Finals had 2,000 viewers. I think that's unfair. It actually had more than that. I think it averaged 2.4. Yeah, 2.4, 2.5. Still, though, that is like, it's a fair point. Like, this was Master of Realms. And you can argue it's kind of the format, but like, if it's the format and people are just not happy with like the state of this, there is a fair point to be made that like, if this is the sentiment around the game, that's not a good sign, right? But yeah, like overall, it kind of hit where it's hitting already. But like, in fairness, once again, you know, 2.4, 2.5 for a scene, like for a tournament that's got like a 30k prize pool isn't a lot. Gotta agree, the fact Beastie and Marine bring the views? Absolutely. But there's another problem. If your scene's survivability is anchored to the idea that like 2 or 3 people must not leave, that is a very scary position to be in. Whether you are a caster, a tournament organizer, or one of the other players. Because if Beastie and Marine Lord leave tomorrow, and you're hanging around as a Vortex, the money is going to half. And you might think that's fair that it does, because the best people are gone or whatever. And I think I saw someone argue, like in a different thread, that new players will come in to replace them, and they'll be the best. They will, but Beastie, Marine Lord, all these people, like there's many layers to the cake here. They've built an audience that they'll take with them. They have built a legacy that now doesn't exist for the new generation of players. I made a very big deal of highlighting the fantastic fact that Puppy Paw and Wham were able to prove that they were better than Lucifron and Vortex before Lucifron and Vortex left. Because that means a lot. How often have you had an argument with someone about who the best player in a sport or something is, and they go, it's an unfair comparison because they didn't play at the same time? You know, like Pele was just better, right? Like that would have happened here with Puppy Paw and Wham, which would have been unfair to them because they are just better players at AoE4 now, right? But like that would have happened if Lucifron and Vortex had retired last year. People would be like, man, like people still do it. They're like, man, if Viper wanted to, he could have just played this full time and beat Marine Lord. I've heard it. People believe that. And maybe it's true, right? But like it's almost like this discrediting thing that happens subconsciously. Yeah. Meanwhile, a game like Warcraft 3, which you might think is dead, actually has more viewers than AoE 4. Yeah, but isn't that deceptive? Because I feel like a lot of that is when Grubby plays Warcraft. Can we get a fact check? It's not just Grubby then. Jesus. I didn't know that they peaked that much. What was that from? Dude, their weekends are peaking at like 5k. Age of Empires doesn't touch that. I actually didn't know about this. Okay, so we had 10K on that August. This is basically when Gentlemate streamed the games, right? Yeah. 8K. So, like, let's say they had some 10 to 12K peaks, but our average really is, like, on a lot of weekends around... Like, without EGC, we're kind of screwed, basically. 2K. So what's the average? I'm trying to think. Maybe, like, 5K? But their average, I think, it may be same, if not a bit higher. Could be raids by Dota 2 streamers. I don't know. I'd have to check that, but that's curious. I didn't realize that. I know they have some tournaments, but I don't know how much that is. What I will say is, like, I know Warcraft 3 tournaments are not high paying, but, like, this is the point of sustainability, is, like, if these are... So, if your tournaments are this small in terms of, like, their prize pool, and, yeah, a lot of them in China, actually, but, like, outside China, right? Like, you know, Jesus, it's just all China. But, like, if your tournaments are really small, but you're generating that type of viewership, like, that at least looks more sustainable than what we have right now. Because, like I said, like, we're wholly privy to Microsoft still injecting money. If they if Microsoft tomorrow says they aren't interested in injecting money, we're gonna have a big red alert. Actually has more viewers, still has an active competitive scene, and even its finals have way more viewers. This is the final of an online circuit, not even a major event. It's just, why isn't AoE4 taking off? So this does carry, like, the legacy. I think this is interesting. Like, Warcraft 3 kind of has the same thing that StarCraft 1 has, right? Like, StarCraft 1 actually, I think, peaks higher than StarCraft 2. So there is, like, this, you know, nostalgia thing. I also would be curious where the people are. Some people are saying China, but this is someone I highlight with AoE2. A lot of AoE2's audience is actually South American and Asian. So, like, why that matters is definitely from a funding perspective. Like, if I am going to go out and try to secure you, like, sponsors, if you are able to say, like, if I'm able to get past the bragging point of big number and dissect it with the marketing team, they'll be more intrigued by an opportunity that has 50% of its audience in Europe compared to the one that has 10% of its audience in Europe, even if it's half the viewership. But the challenge is always the brag numbers. Brag numbers in esports has always been an overwhelmingly big thing. Just think TI, the biggest prize pool ever, right? It's like, no one wants to, like, there are people who know what's happening behind the scenes. They weed down behind that, but a lot of people just want to see big number. So the question everyone asks, is AoE4 dying? Is it going to die? Relax, the answer is no. AoE4 won't die, especially because Microsoft won't let any of its AoE titles die. Do you think that's true? And he actually used the perfect one afterwards. If AoE 3 is still alive with its DLC every year or two, and they've even tried reviving Age of Mythology, which we'll see how it goes. The first few weeks will probably be fine, blah, blah, blah. They won't let AoE 4 die. Yeah, I agree with this, by the way. This year, I don't know if there will be new content. I don't think there's going to be new content. Not substantial new content. Like, we're getting a Roost Bounty rework, but I feel like that's going to be the biggest thing we see this year. So the player base will likely drop. Viewership will continue to decline. The competitive scene will shrink, but they'll release a DLC eventually. And this is the thing. The shrinkage will continue, right? And, like, this is the thing. You have to remember, he's talking about a lot of this from a pro player's perspective. And it's also, like, it's important for me as well. Like, I'm not a pro player, but I am a pro commentator. I am an esports commentator and host with half a decade of experience working and watching Tier 1 events, right? I make my living. The backbone of my paycheck comes from being a caster and a host. And when you look at the outlook on it, like, I have had it in the last year so many times where I've looked at AoE4's, like, trending numbers around the esports scene, and I've been like, I should probably be, like, trying to do something more smart with my time. Because this is very hard to make money in. There are, like, 3 people that can make enough money. 4 people in the scene that can make enough money to get by. And I'm not going to include EGC because, like I said, EGC puts so much money into running events, there's no way they're making money. Drongo, Dumu, Beastie, Marine Lord. That's kind of it. Right? Marine Lord's got the paycheck from being part of Gentlemates, and he's winning the big tournaments. Beastie is the biggest content creator from the pro perspective, and on Twitch, he's making bank there. Dumu has the Team Liquid deal. He has solid numbers. He's built a credible community across multiple years that he can take probably to any other RTS and have solid numbers. And Drongo basically is, like, he's the vacuum for the YouTube audience. If someone wants to cast a game, they just already are going there. Even making that much off YouTube. Drongo's like averaging, what, 20k views per video. He probably has a CPM, which is cost per mil, of about, let's say, $8. So, off a single video upload, he's making $160. So, he uploads, like, he can easily upload every day if he wants to. $160 times 30. He's making $4,800 a month. Or could easily make $4,800 a month. Drongo's fine. And also he has Myth now as well. I mean, that's fine, Immaculata. You can think that. A lot of people think T9 is the best caster. I'm going to let you know a secret. It's subjective. But let's see. So first it'll probably have a lot of players. Obviously, when like yeah, so we've done that part. Now about the competitive scene, in AoE 4, that's a different story. Actually, it's not that it's going to die. It's already dead. He brought numbers. If you look at the prize winnings in the past 8 to 9 months, the best player, Marine Lord, I love that he spelled his name correctly. I thought I was the only person on this, who is by far the best in the game, by far, hasn't even earned 20k. Is that true? I mean, I know I'm expecting big numbers, but is that actually true? Dude, that's true. That's actually true. I thought it was a bit more than that, but... And remember, he won the Elite Classic. He won Master of Realms. He's won every S-tier tournament he's been in. And so let's speculate. So he'll do Rebel Walol. Let's say he's going to win that. He'll get 20k. And then let's speculate one more S-tier tournament the same as Elite Classic. So he's at what now? Let's say roughly 18k. So if he wins everything, he'll finish the year on about 55k. Which some people are going to say that's pretty good. But remember, that is the #1 player in the entire scene. And that requires him to win everything. That is pretty wild. In fairness to him, I know someone's saying this sounds like a tantrum. It's like, I think there might be some elements of like he's just burning the bridge because he doesn't want to go back. There are some things you can disagree with, but this is factual. Like, you can't argue this. This is true. If you're trying to be a full-time pro player, how is this sustainable? I do think you can't just be a pro player. You do need to be a content creator. But even as a content creator now, something I've really been big at, like, I remember people ask me, like, why is your YouTube channel not bigger? Or whatever like that. And it's like, I mean, there's probably other reasons, but I think a big part is there's no new people coming into AoE 4. So, like, the content I'm creating, the market has already been grabbed in one place. So if you haven't got new people coming in, you can't even easily build a brand. That is a thing, right? Because, like, if you're, for example, if you're Vortex and you come online, but BC's already online, as example, the existing community already goes for Beastie. So you need to find a way of getting new people. And I don't feel like AoE 4 trends on YouTube ever. I haven't seen anyone try TikTok or whatever, but in fairness, like, given TikTok's attention economy, a game like StarCraft would do better than AoE because AoE can have these big wild fights, but it's harder to emphasize something very clearly because of the way the fights are designed. Does that make sense? Could we agree on that, right? It's like the insane flick shots. You can't get the insane flick shot feeling like you get in a Call of Duty game when you watch someone, right? Crackety Rage YouTube shorts go hard. That's true. But, like, the thing is, Crackety could do that in anything. Crackety could go Papega about, like, World of Warcraft and get those views, right? I was hoping the XQC could... So that was a big one for me. When I saw the XQC thing and it didn't convert into new viewers at all in the directory and new tournament, like, that was a bad sign. I've always said they should actually have tournaments that have, like, XQC and Beastie on a team. Because then you get people coming across the other creator to hang around. But let's continue on. But this is a really fair point. And yeah, Wallol, dude, people thinking that Wallol is going to, like, save us, like, it wasn't last year. Right? We missed out on a year. But, like, the thing that's kind of crazy is the prize pool this year is lower than last year, despite the fact there wasn't a Wallol. And there is this year, which is kind of crazy. I'm convinced it won't be for AoE4, so when the best player can't even make a living exclusive from tournaments, ... The game is completely dead. The game is competitively dead, rather, because there's no incentive for new players. Well, not that there's no interest, but it's impossible for a new player to invest enough time to get good. This is a truth. Gatekeeping is a really big thing in competitive games, and usually it's unintentional, but it's true. I remember I was watching Pig listen to someone who said about, like, he was analyzing the death of the StarCraft scene. And Pig highlighted something that when he was trying to get better, and, like, these, you know, the foreign players would come across, the Koreans were moving to play in different regions because it was easier to qualify that way. He would, like, win in a game against them. And it's like, they would then go across the PC talking Korean, and then he'd get his ass kicked 5 times in a row. And it's like, that was a gatekeep type that wasn't intentional, but, like, even the language barrier alone could be a gatekeep, right? But, like, the gatekeep here is experience. In a game where you have to play build orders, play these mutations out, right? If you don't drastically change the state of the game every few years, maximum, then people get left behind. And the thing with Age of Empires 4, I called Age of Empires 4, I said Age of Empires 4 had the potential to be to RTSs as a whole what Valorant was to CS as the tactical shooter audience as a whole. There were so many people that wanted to play Counter-Strike, but starting was so hard because you are behind the starting line, right? Like, the people that you're going up against, even at the noob level, have been playing for years. They know the smoke spots. They know the timing rotations. They know positioning. And you are going to have to get the crap kicked out of you for 40 hours just to start adjusting to that, right? Age of Empires 2 is exactly the same way. StarCraft 2 is exactly the same way. Age of Mythology has got some big changes, but it will be, to at least a certain degree, the same way. I think Age of Myth less emphasized because they have changed a lot of things there, but it will still have that, right? So this is a problem. Is people keep saying there's going to be players that take their place, but the players that take their place will struggle to compete more with the guys at the absolute top. A Marine Lord, a Beastie, a Dimu, who can afford to do 10 hours a day if they want to because it is their living, it is how they do it, will fundamentally do better over time than, like, a guy who can invest 4 hours after he finishes work. Like, I'm impressed Puppy Paw and Wham have been able to keep up as they have. Because Puppy Paw and Wham have a job. They don't just play pro play full time. In fairness, they do benefit from the fact I think they share the bills, so I'm pretty sure they live in the same house, which is very rare. So, like, the only other people, you've got, like, Anatans who live in countries that are low cost of living, right? They can maybe compete. Once this happens, it's over. There isn't even a calendar. Yep. I think Nilly said he's going to fix that. I'm hoping, but we'll see how it does. But, by the way, when Nilly has a calendar reveal, I'm hoping it has, like, the prize pool numbers and everything else. But that detail is going to be very telling about the future of AoE 4, one way or the other. Because now, like, for a while, me and many, like me from a cast side, players from player side, have kind of been sitting here with, like, the maybe there'll be a big tournament. And that kind of, like, keeps you going, right? It's kind of like, yeah, last year when I was getting ready to quit AoE 4, I got baited back in with the Trust Me Bro. And it kind of paid off initially, but then, like, their follow-up was terrible, as we've seen from early 2024. But, like, when you see that schedule, there's going to be more players that will finally sit and look at the numbers and look at the potential and make a choice. Wildman and Beastie are trying to get... But trying is the word, right? Like, we've had an inflated scene that's tried to support people in esports for a while, and they haven't... Like, now they just can't justify it anymore. Coming in on a delay to fix it, like, it's good that they're trying, but, like... there is now the question of, has the boat sailed? Like, what Vortex is doing here, what other people are going to do, has the boat sailed there, right? And how, like, once again, how big are those tournaments going to be? How realistically, how big can they be? I think AoE4's esports scene is going to be 90% enthusiasts. And what I mean by that is people who have a job outside of esports coming and, like, competing. But the problem there is, like I said, unless you drastically change the state of the game regularly, and that can still have its own issues anyway, because the people who are full-time will still have more hours. Unless you drastically do something to fix that, you are going to get a cream of the crop effect, which certain players become uncontestable because they're just a mile ahead. They're always going to be a mile ahead. So let's have a look. Wait, are we here? Yeah. Say you start today, realize you're pretty good, reach top 20 in the world, and you want to push for top 3. You're going to have to play full-time for 4 to 6 months because the current top 3 players are all full-time players. I glanced this, but I didn't read through this. I can't, like, it's kind of funny how like he's saying the same thing afterwards. So I wasn't intending that. Even if you reach top 3, you won't earn enough to live off it. It's simply not viable. Yeah, like, so this goes back to the idea that, like, the scene is so small. So there is a take the other way that's really important here that I always try to highlight. If you're in a small scene and you're trying to be a full-time pro gamer and you don't do anything but that, you set yourself up for failure because it is impossible. It's not how it works. It's like Beastie basically is able to exist because he is a content creator. Dumu is able to exist because he's a content creator and a Carstone, a different game. Some people don't like hearing that because they want it to be like the Olympics, where if you're good, then, like, you just play the game and everything else works out. That's not how it works. Things have to be marketed. Things have to grow. But where he can have the counterpoint is what I said, which is if you don't have new players coming in, ingesting someone else's audience is difficult unless they stop. So unless Beastie goes on hiatus for 4 months, where are you pulling this new audience from for, like, Battletoon if he starts streaming, right? He has to go and find it somewhere new entirely. It's completely unfeasible. So yes, AoE4 is completely dead competitively. The moment that happens in an esports, it's dead. Right now, only 3 people... Oh, there we go. He brings in as well. Marine Lord, because he wins all the tournaments, has a big org. Beastie, because of a huge stream. And Dumu, we'll see, because his stream is still big. But thanks to being Muslim, not because of AoE4, his StarCraft 2 stream would be just as big. Or like Stormgate, or like these other ones, he can venture, right? And even his viewership is declining. I mean, I don't want to go to target the people, but, like, when he brings it up, we've got to check it to, like, make the fair point. Dimu's viewership has declined. And I think that's, like, not as much on him as it is the state of things, and also the transition of power to Beastie to a certain degree, because, like, Dimu, I love the dude, but he's not winning tournaments. And Beastie has built a big part of his stream reputation off the back that he wins tournaments. Same reason why Marine Lord goes live, several hundred people tune in, even when he's talking in French, right? Because the Twitch viewership, even the YouTube viewership, are actually quite elitist. They don't want to watch a bronze level player. Not many. They don't watch even a diamond level player, even if they're more relatable. A lot of people just want to see the absolute best. Which I also think has caused its own negative issues around this game being more esports reliant. And also more anti-casual. Because everyone just cares about the best players. And it's made it very hard to grow anything. Like, I've tried doing the low elo series. You guys know I have. And, like, you could argue I needed to put more time in it, but I'm not seeing the growth at all there, right? I see the viewership when Viper's playing, or Beastie's playing, or I put Dimu's name in the title. It's a reality. Like, over time, so he's actually been trekking up, which is interesting. But he did go down, right? I think Dimu went down a bit. Damn. Yeah, he went pretty low in September 2023. That's crazy. So I can't show more. The curious part to me, like, what I was highlighting about his viewership declining, I do remember Dimu was, like, he was bigger than Beastie in, like, 2021, 2022. Now Beastie's bigger. I think we can agree on that, right? Like, yeah, 2022 there's a sharp decline. I don't know if he just didn't stream as much or whatever. Something happened around here. Which I think partially was the rise of Beastie. But then, honestly, good for him. Ben has recovered his viewership in a lot of ways. But yes, like, there's an argument that the Dimus went down, Beasties went up. I don't know how long he'll keep streaming AoE4, if he'll switch games or what he'll do, but yes, the reality is that AoE4 is competitively dead. Once this happens, it's over. There isn't even a calendar. We don't know what tournaments are coming up. We know about a 2v2 tournament for free. This is another thing I hate. I actually feel like there should have always been more money in team tournaments than 1v1s, because mathematically it just makes sense, and I actually think that AoE4 should have been balanced as a team game, not as a 1v1. And I think that shouldn't be a shock to anyone who watches me regularly. I've been quite honest about that. I think the next big RTS has its focus on team games. Because I actually think so the whole thing of like he's saying skill expression, micro expression or whatever, a lot of that can be remedied in a team environment. And what I mean by that is the coordination level between multiple players creates a new skill layer there compared to 1v1s. So finally, answer the question of why I've decided to leave AoE4 now. It's because there's no point in competing anymore. It's not even a choice at this point. I stopped competing in AoE4 because it's simply not possible. Rebel Warlord just finished. There are no tournaments announced, and there's a LAN in America, but it's not like StarCraft where you have the whole year planned out. And planning has been a big problem. I've warned them about this for 2 years. You cannot expect someone to bank their history in a game that they don't know is going to be there tomorrow. And this doesn't just go for esports. This goes for the content avenue as well. Because we basically get left in the dark for a year and then get told something's going to happen. And we get excited. And we're having a great time because Daddy let us out of the cupboard and we're eating ice cream, baby. Whoop, whoop. All day, all night. But then Daddy says he's got to go out. Back in the cupboard, son. And we're like, no, Daddy, no. All of a sudden, we're once again in the dark. For God knows how long. We don't know how much time has passed. And then Daddy lets us out for ice cream again, right? Like, that is the abusive relationship that I have felt with Age of Empires 4, and I imagine a lot of people have felt with Age of Empires 4. But yeah, it's not like StarCraft. So we had this. You're just waiting to see if a big org decides to keep investing, right? And it's like, I don't know how much longer EGC is going to keep investing, to be honest with you. They'll kind of do it as long as Daddy Microsoft keeps paying, but as I've already highlighted, man, if I can't bring in a sponsor for EGC, they're losing money running these events. I bluntly told you guys roughly what EGC spend. I don't have the exact budget, which is why I'm comfortable speculating. If I did, I wouldn't, because I think that's just that's bad business to reveal that. But speculatively, for the level of broadcast they're putting on, they're probably averaging a burn rate of about $1,500 a day of being live. And Microsoft only gives you funding for prize pools. You guys want to know why they have to run the ads where Twitch gives them 20% more revenue? That's why. And I can tell you, based on statistical performances of Twitch ad rev, doesn't even come close to covering the buck, but at least it makes the gut punch less painful. So I had two options. Keep playing casually, or, well, as many of you know, I'm an engineer, so I could go back to the work in that field. It's not that I quit AoE4 for Stormgate. I was going to quit AoE4 anyway. This is true. They were going to quit last year. When I was giving up, and I was like, I'm burnt out. I'm done creating content for AoE4. Which some of you might remember. We kind of went Zero Dark when Diablo came out. We were just playing Diablo to 20 people, because I was so burnt. I was like, I've spent so many hours trying to help AoE, and behind the scenes, on camera, whatever. And it's like I can't even pay my bills, right? And I was done, and I wasn't the only one. A lot of us came back because Sultan's Ascend was promised. But now a lot of us have the reality check of we gotta wait another year and a half for that again, which is scary, really scary. But yeah, Stormgate's early access came out. He's given it another shot, and it's growing. I mean, good for him, man. I've seen his numbers. I don't know if you guys have seen Vortex's numbers. It's over double what he got for Age of Empires. He's been doing really well. I'm happy for him, man. That the Stormgate is actually brewing a lot of hype for him, right? Look, 90 days, 30 days, 14. Yeah, so his viewership has gone from 140-ish to 200 or something. So that's actually really good. Because Stormgate hasn't got an insanely large directory right now. So that's actually props to him, man. But where do I stand on this? I feel like I've kind of dissected as I went. Apparently, he's going to try and check out Age of Myth. By the way, I think Age of Myth is a bigger threat than the Stormgate for AoE 4 anyway. But I don't think we need to spend like 15 minutes rounding this out, because I think I'm going to upload this on YouTube, because we kind of gave our takes throughout, because I think it's better that way to kind of clash it. I feel for him, I really do, and I think Age of Empires 4 is in a really tough spot. And anyone who tries to say otherwise is, quite frankly, being delusional. Or they live in an ivory tower. For real. Those are two options. I hate it when people pretend it's not in a bad spot. It's disingenuous, right? When you're ignorant about the issues never get solved and they just get worse. AoE 4's esports scene bloated way too big to begin with. The game wasn't ready for it. And that led to a downward spiral, which was inherently always going to happen. But that trend downward still hasn't stopped. And that's why players like Vortex, Lucifron, and so many others we've seen disappear suddenly from AoE 4 in the last few months are giving up. Because there's no turn in sight. It's wild that we now have Age of Empires 4 in the best state, gameplay-wise, it has ever been. And esports-wise, it's in the worst state it's ever been. I agree with some of his points. I really do wish there was more skill expression. I do wish they would fine-tune some elements of the game. I think Empire Wars tried to alleviate one of those Dark Age issues I highlighted earlier, but it done it a poor way. But the idea of like trying to actually fix the pacing of the game to make it more engaging to watch and also more intensive to play, I don't necessarily disagree with. I do think that there should be options to like SimCity a bit in a game like AoE 4, but I feel him that it's maybe a bit too easy. It's why we have the 2TC meta right now, and we've had the 2TC meta for a very, 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 very long time. 80% of the game, something like that, right? It feels like. My take on all this, I am planning to explore other games. I'm not done with AoE 4. I'm still going to do AoE 4, but I'm not exclusively doing AoE 4 anymore. Because I cannot pay my bills, dude. Right? Like, most of my income, AoE 4 related, comes from working the EGC broadcasts. I'm probably this month going to make $350 off of Twitch. Probably about another $150 off of YouTube. I live in the UK. My expenses per month is 4 times that, easily. So I need to start being realistic. I'm going to try to find other things to create content around while still doing some AoE 4. I'm going to lean more in on the esports side because I've neglected that the last year because I really thought that I could monetize my streams through sponsorships. But 2024 has been a terrible year for finding sponsorships. 2023 was a lot better in general across the industry. So that's hard. But I will still do AoE 4 because of my love for the people and my love for some of the core game elements. But I have lost faith in Microsoft. I have lost belief that it's going to get better. Because even when it got better, even when Sons Ascend happened, while Sons Ascend made the core game quite better, gave us this refreshing look, everything around it got worse. And now it has dragged everything else down. And I try to be positive, and I think I do my best to be very critical and fair in the way I assess things. And I have been critical for a long time. And I have tried, I have believed in the potential of AoE 4 for a long time. But there comes a point at which you have to stop believing in the potential, because it turns from belief into being delusional about the people in control of that potential. Microsoft failed Age of Empires 4. It won't let it die now. I wouldn't say it's on life support right now, but it's definitely not out of the hospital. And it's sounding like it won't ever be able to be discharged from the hospital. And that goes to marketing. That goes to exec decisions. That goes to funding now around the esports scene, but also the game development. Why is it we have no reconnect function? Why is it we still have terrible matchmaking? Why is it we can't do basic marketing logics like having a watch tab in game for an esports segment, or having an announcement, or having featured streamers, right? Why is it the esports tournaments are just backwards thinking 1v1 formats because that's what Microsoft wants, instead of let's do a marketing campaign where we get players from other RTSs to play our game, right? Like, why is it team games is always an afterthought? Why is it there's no exploration of game modes on game mechanics? Like, core mechanics are never really being changed, in my honest opinion. Like, it's a miracle we're doing the bounty rework. There's so much potential there. We have a great foundation now, but we don't enable people. Microsoft doesn't enable the developers. The higher developer choices do not enable modding and do not enable engine state changes because Relic clearly ain't doing anything anymore. Dude, they got acquired like twice, right? Like they got booted out and brought in. There's no way there wasn't new contracting that was needed to be done there, because that's how those things work. The contract was between Microsoft and Sega, not Microsoft and Relic. So, like, I don't think we're ever going to get any engine changes now, which is heartbreaking because, quite frankly, if they bother to unlock the modders, like if they uncuff the modders would carry this game, goddammit. They've been trying, but they can't. You know, Age of Empires 4 will always have a place in my heart. Like I said, I'm not going to abandon it. But I think I said it to someone in Discord last night. I feel a little bit robbed of 3 years of my life. And I've met some wonderful people. I've made some friends for life. And we've built a community that I hope we can keep growing and people will stick with it, regardless of whether it's AoE 4 only, or if it's AoE 4 and then we're doing some Stormgate, and then we're doing some Dota, and then we're doing some Counter-Strike, and whatever else we do, right? And Supervive and so on. I hope people stick with it. I hope they feel like they've felt connected enough to this community to be part of the community and not just because it was the game. I hope that is the trade-off for 3 years. Because otherwise, it's like... I had someone bluntly say it to me, and it kind of made me a bit depressed. They quite frankly said to me, and I don't think this way because I don't want to feel entitled or anything, but they were like, geez, imagine coming from Dota 2 to this. I was like, what do you mean? It's like, you had like these big lands, and you had like this circuit for the whole year, and you probably had the ability to provide for your family off of just that alone. And I was like, I mean, these are fair points. These are actually really fair points. I invested in the potential. And I kind of got baited along time and time again. Like, in some ways, I feel like I should have just found something new to do with my streams a year ago to diversify. Because I came back. I came back like the person that, like, the partner says they'll change, right? And you, like, believe them because you want them to change, right? And the change that I want to see, guys, is the development process, the marketing. I think those are the things that have ruined the game. Development is good, but the progress is hidden, nuanced, can be very slow at times. Eventually, it's very good, but the pacing is wrong. And marketing is non-existent. And I believe that those things would change. They haven't. So, I am going to start looking at other games. I am going to start exploring other types of content we can create. Because I have to survive being a content creator. I will be looking to do more esports driven stuff again because I think I've neglected that and I don't know why. Because you know what? Ego child myself. I'm damn good at it. I do a good job as a host and a caster. So I don't know why I've been neglecting seeking out those opportunities. But I invested harder into my content creation, hoping it would be like worth it. And hopefully you guys think it's worth it and you guys hang around no matter what. But like, being just Age of Empires 4 and doing 40 hours of Age of Empires 4 streaming a week at this point is insanity because I don't come close to making money. Like breaking even, as in. And it would be a complete neglect as a parent to soon 2 kids to keep pretending that it makes sense. So that's my take. I'm going to figure out what we're going to do on the YouTube side. Twitch side, we've already started diversifying. We've streamed some Stormgate. We'll probably stream some tournament games later today here. If you guys are enjoying this content and you're watching the Twitch side, follow. We'll have plenty of things. I'm going to try to get creative in what we do. Maybe challenge formats, casting different games and whatnot. If you're watching the YouTube side, because I'm definitely going to have to upload this now, aren't I? Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the ride there, and hopefully you'll support me with whatever content we come up with there. That's going to be a really big challenge because YouTube doesn't like you changing your content type, and we've niched very hard, not just into commentary, but into Age of Empires 4. So we'll figure that one out. But I got to do what's right, and spending so much time on AoE 4, knowing that the development team just don't care or can't care because someone won't let them anymore, is a frivolous and pointless task. So, much love to everyone. Like I said, I hope you guys will stick with us. And this is the beginning of a journey. And there's loads of ups to come. You know, if you are just a die-hard AoE 4 person that doesn't care about me the moment I stop doing AoE, then great to have you, but good luck with where you go next. To those that are going to support, whether we're on AoE 4 or on Stormgate or on Battle Aces or Dota 2 or whatever, I appreciate you. And make sure you stay subscribed. Till the next one, folks. Oh, well, that didn't go how people were expecting. Yo! Sup, Brit Boy? Thank you very much, man. I appreciate the support. Appreciate all the biddies. I should catch up on chat. God damn. I don't know if that sounded like he's quitting AoE 4. He's gone, he's gone, he's gone. I mean, like I said, I'm still going to do some AoE 4, but... You know, let's say I'm live... Whoopsie, wrong thing. Let's say I'm live 4 times a week. I think it's realistically not going to make sense to spend 4 times a week on this, like maybe 2. Yo, sup, Giolo. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, man. Appreciate you. Twitch itself has never made a profit. No, it's a poorly ran business. It's in trouble. It's in really big trouble. It's going to lose more, I think. Avli says, I would help if stuff was announced more than 3 weeks in advance. I'm not going to... Yeah, exactly. This is how I like feel, man. It's like, it's ridiculous. Like, marketing just doesn't exist for this game. And I appreciate it, Britboy. I appreciate everyone who's here for us and for the community. It's not just about me. It's about the people who are here, right? I think that's really important. You know, I've had plenty of atmospheres where, like, I hang around not because of the creator anymore, because of the people you meet. AO2 has had an easier job because of the nostalgia, but I feel like they did such a good job of focusing on fun content. I feel like so many people got back into it with T90's community games. Yeah, but no one cares. Like, this is the thing. No one actually cares about anything that's not competitive 1v1. And that makes me sad, man, which is weird. You think I'd be over the moon because I'm an esports caster. But, like, it doesn't matter that I'm an esports caster. Like, the scene isn't big enough for that to just make my content. What we needed is casual content. You need to apply to a broad audience before targeting a select audience, right? And we've selected our audience. It's a very, like, esports is a niche of a niche. Like gaming and watching gaming streams is a niche, but within that niche, esports is a niche of the niche, right? What's up, M7? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the Prime Gamer sub. I think the main feeling is kind of disappointment knowing that the game could have been much more. Yeah, dude, like I've said it so many times. This game had the potential to be bigger than any single RTS ever. Even StarCraft at its peak, because I genuinely think that they could have like built this as the new everyone's RTS, like the regular man's RTS, and they just didn't, which is just a heartbreaker. We need AoE 5. Yep, looking forward to that in 12 years. AoE4 is becoming like, wow, seasonal content. Yeah, but seasonal content sucks. Like, if you mean seasonal content by expansion, great. Agreed. But, like, seasonal content... When I hear seasonal content, I'm like, yeah, 3 months. What comes next? I actually think that AoE 4 would have been better off if now we just switched to a model where we released a new civ at the end of each season. Because then there's progress. There's constant progress. Instead of doing this every time, right? It'd be more like this, and then you peak up again, right? Which doesn't seem as big on the initial number surge, but it's more sustainable, it's more reliable, more content creators can trust in it, more players can trust in it. Marketing and management sucks, devs are good. Yeah. And it's like, that's what I meant by what I was saying. I hope that came over clear. Like, I'm not blaming the devs. I know some of the devs who love it. But not many devs are allowed to work on it. Right? Let alone tell us what they're doing. Let alone release stuff because of management. It's so heartbreaking, man. Warcraft surviving with the Back to Warcraft guys. The Back to Warcraft guys are like comparative to EGC TV, they're wicked. But the difference there is that Back to Warcraft guys, I don't think they get funding from Blizzard, right? Which is why the scale is different. And as a result, what they put into a broadcast, what they spend is probably be much lower. I could probably ask them, they'd probably be transparent. But like EGC is spending a lot more on broadcasts. And part of that is like seeded by the funding of the prize pool from Microsoft, but a lot of that is actually just on their own dime. It's just not sustainable. Could I pivot to anything but content creation, hypothetically? I mean, I'm helping out an agency trying to source deals for people behind the scenes, so there's kind of that. But that's not like provide me crap tons of money. That's not my end goal. Like, I'm a creative person. I want to do creative things. So, like, basically, across the course of the last 3 years, I've done a heinous amount of content creation around AoE 4, but by far, the absolute majority of my money has come from esports and working as a caster and a host on shows. But this year has been atrocious for that. I've not had many gigs at all. And I'm at a point where I need to start pushing for gigs in new scenes and breaking in. And it's very hard to find time to do that when you're helping content creators behind the scenes, when you're trying to source deals yourself, and also doing 40 plus hours a week into content creation. Build a skill set for the next game. I mean, in a way, I've improved some skills are already there, Mr. Manor. Like the casting, I've said this, I've been very transparent about this. I actually think Age of Empires 4 made me a worse caster. Because the amount of solo casting didn't make me better, it made me worse. So like, that's my take. If you like my casting now, check it out back when I played Dota 2. When I cast Dota 2. I think I was a better caster in that game than in 4. Because solo casting makes people bad casters. Anyone who disagrees with that just clearly hasn't cast with people before that they liked. But yeah, like on the content creation side, sure. Like I have a better understanding of thumbnails, YouTube. But like actually a lot of that is marketing, right? And the marketing lessons actually came from behind the scenes and helping out on like a Diablo build calculator website. And working with like marketing people that worked at Razer and whatnot. If you guys do want to help me actually probably make more money out of like sponsorships than what I'm going to make probably this month off of Twitch. If you guys were curious about the Protein Works, I think this is the last stream we've got scheduled with them on the sponsored like segment, and then we're going to review whether they want to renew. Don't feel pressured, but like legit, if you guys were curious about trying Protein Works, they look at sales to decide what they're going to repartner for. Definitely check them out. They've got an 80% sale going on right now. Code Killer Pigeon at checkout will get you extra off. I can recommend the matcha latte coolers. I think they're really nice, and I'm a really big matcha latte guy. These replacement meals have been pretty cool. They help me when I have long casting sessions, so I can actually not need to snack as much. So it'll be useful for gaming. The new Tropics range is pretty good as well. I did quite enjoy the savory meals. So like we had the Kickin' Korean noodle and the chicken noodles. I bought both of them and I mixed them, and they're pretty cool that way. It's like a pot noodle. We need something like ESL back to Warcraft. I mean, we have that. We have EGC. It's not an ESL budget. But EGC is trying to be ESL. But the problem is like they can't source sponsors. So they're in this weird position where they're actually a community-based ESL. It's different. Casting AoE 2? There's no point casting AoE 2, Bello. You can't cast AoE 2 unless you have an audience. And so AoE 2 isn't really growing. I don't think people want to hear this, but AoE 2 isn't growing either. AoE 2 has a really stable position right now, but like its numbers aren't really blowing. So once again, it goes to my point of like, why don't these players stream AoE 4? Because there's no new people coming in. So what audience are you capturing? Right? That's the thing. I remember I watched loads of T9. I was infused by AoE 2, but like there's no point, right? You're jumping into a pond that already has sharks in it. And you're the little fish. So unless you have something that's drastically different, like if I put, let's say I burn $2,000 a month on like absolute S tier production, maybe. But like that kind of thing doesn't make it better, it makes it worse. It's just doing what we're doing here, but burning more money. And like you'd have more luck targeting a brand new game where the potential for like exploding is there. The potential isn't there in AoE2, I don't think. Sorry, just catching up the rest. KB finally playing a real game? No, dude. Like, I mean, I felt this boiling frustration across the weekend, and I felt bad about it. I was very careful to like keep it contained because I didn't want to ruin Puppy Paw's victory or anything. But it's like watching what the game is being converted into hurts me. As I think it hurts anyone who spent 3 years of their life on this. Which other game genres would you cast if given the opportunity? FPSs is a big one for me. I love FPSs. MOBAs, definitely accessible. I mean, dude, like I have... Should we like list the games that I'm like capable of casting? It's a fun one for you. Let's list the games I have cast, or have hosted in at least. Right? There's more than that. Pretty sure there's more than that. What am I forgetting? I mean, these are the main ones, right? But like, there's been loads of small games on the side. But like, I've done all of them. Oh, Diablo. And World of Warcraft. I've done all of them. All of them. I'm not saying this like straight my ego, but it's like I'm capable of moving to different games. I just need to like it's partly who you know, and also like making sure you're like persistent, right? Oh, Stormgate, duh. What's the special ability of the Nemean line? The roar that stuns everyone in range. Look at that. Keen's gonna have to start apologizing soon. Hom free? Damn. If only Hom had a competitive scene. It's just like the problem with Hom is like, you know what Vortex was saying about AoE4 not being entertaining to watch? Hom has that issue. It's not, it doesn't have the spectacle, sadly. Is it hard for new creators in AoE2? I think so. Lidda tried for years and couldn't like even break into a point that made sense. And he had good viewership, right? I mean, if you think you're a better caster, even then it doesn't matter. Like, I've said this before, like, you know, Drongo is a great caster, but he was also a very smart business person on content. When no one else had access, he created content and released it. So he created content in the beta and then he released it at a point when no one else could touch the game, which created a giant throne essentially. So like you have to choose your time. You have to look for opportunities to get that type of growth. AOM will grow a bit. I've said this already. I love AOM. It's one of my favorite campaigns of all time. But I don't think it's the next big RTS, and I don't think it's even close to being so. Because it's still... There's going to be people like, oh my god, it's just a remake of an older game. It's already existed. That's going to be one thing. But there's also other layers to the cake of like, there will be inherent gatekeeping. A lot of mechanics are being changed, are being revamped, right? Are being rebalanced. But there's still going to be people like Magic, Mister, and whatever that have skill sets that apply. AoE4 was the best shot at getting like... in the Age of franchise at least, getting a widespread Age of game to a new market because it was fresh and it was a reset. Make him deliver. I've been saying them Wicked Skies. Yeah, they do admit they have certain ranges limited. Like I know someone wanted matcha. I think Fat Blood wanted matcha latte, but they don't have that for America on Protein Works, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, there are scenes I'm looking at. Let's just say I've got a very, very big interest in Counter-Strike 2. And that makes me a freaking moron because there is not a single hardest esports scene to try and compete with talent-wise. Counter-Strike is considered to be like the scene that has cultivated the best esports talent on average. And I'm an idiot looking at it. But hey. Rainbow Six is another one I'm looking at. Marvel Rivals. I'm not convinced of Marvel Rivals yet. I think it has really big issues around the impact and the feel of the gameplay that doesn't compete with Overwatch. But if they fix that, it could really be solid. Made my choice to step aside from AOE4 November last year. Yeah. So like I've realized. So here's the thing, dude. I've been dreading doing something other than 4 because I know my numbers are going to go down, and it scares the shit out of me as someone who's trying to figure a way of, like, even with my numbers, convincing sponsors to come in, and it's going to get harder. But what I'm coming to terms with is that I am in sunken cost fallacy mode. Is that what I'm really doing it for is, like, I've spent all this time to build this community, and changing games and doing other games is going to burn some of it. But the potential upside is bigger, right? Like, if Battle Aces comes out and 50,000 people are playing that game, I might lose, and it'll be sad to see them go, I might lose 40% of my viewership. And that works out to be, let's say I'm not even at 200 seats. Let's say I was a round up. That's 80 viewers, right? Let's say 10% of the Battle Aces audience watches Twitch, right? You see what I mean? Like, there's a speculative audience. That's the thing. Drongo's popping off for Retold. Yeah, but Keen, the thing you have to keep in mind, he's popping off now when the game isn't accessible. You need to follow the patterns. This happened with Age of Empires 4 as well. But go compare his Age of Empires 4 pre-release numbers to the AOM pre-release numbers. It's a big thing. Gonna have great word of mouth, similar to League of Legends back in 2011. So I think one very big thing that people ignore with AOM is that it hasn't tried to evolve the RTS genre at all. I think AOM will do alright. I think it will sell for like the campaign reasonably well. And yeah, I agree. I'd love to be wrong as well. But I don't think AOM is like I think it'll probably struggle to even compete with AOE4's numbers in a few months. And this, like I said, is said by someone who loves Age of Mythology, right? It is one of my most memorable and enjoyable campaigns as a kid. Love the game. Been binging it. But realistically, there are issues. Also, the engine choice is terrible. I don't know why they used the AoE free engine. There's simple things that haven't been thought about. For example, you cannot middle mouse button pan. You can only right click pan, which is cringe as all hell for multiple reasons. But you know, even the hotkey menu, I tried to recommend this to them. Anyone who's opened the hotkey menu knows what I'm talking about. Anyone who like had their first experience with RTSs knows what I'm talking about. When you open a hotkey menu, it's scary. It's like it opens, you go, what the hell am I looking? I don't even know where to begin, and you just close it again. And I feel like these are simple things that like they could have done with Myth. And many RTS developers, not just Myth, many RTS developers could have done to fix. They just didn't bother. And a big part of it is because RTSs are still majority being made by people who are 10-year plus veterans of RTSs that know what the RTS community wants. And what they mean by that is they know what the people who have hung around after 10 years want. They don't know what the non-endemic audience want. Oh, thanks, Farmer. I do think the editor is going to be better than AoE4's, but that's like... Honestly, that's the equivalent of saying getting a back rub with sandpaper is better than getting a back rub with nails in a bat, right? It's not a big challenge to be better than AoE4's map creator. AOM saying Microsoft going to be the same problem? Yeah, they just won't market it well. It doesn't matter how good Age of Mythology is, it just won't get the marketing to do it justice. I've come to terms with that. The Age of marketing atmosphere is like, just give them some money and let them do what they want to do. Let someone else sustain it. Like, let's be totally real. If it wasn't for EGC, the esports scene would be a shamble in AoE4. EGC single-handedly has been playing janitor for the esports scene for AoE4 the entire time. And they haven't really been rewarded for it, in my opinion. They weren't given like a big contract by Microsoft that allows Pesty to go out and full-time hire 4 people to run that. They were given pittances. They're given a prize pool and told to run. AoE4 Steam average player count is still double of what it's been at its lowest, but I guess Microsoft's putting a lot less money into it. Yeah. A lot less money, no future prospects talked about, none of it. Dude, watching you play, not only commentate games, Stormgate campaign playthrough was fun. If you made a small reaction video of your impressions, pro cons, it could be, yeah. I need to do like different type of content like that. Like a few days ago when we actually broke down the Wham and Beastie thing, I forgot to go and like cut it out and upload it to YouTube. That probably would have been good to diversify the content. I still maintain that like there was no, like Beastie there might be a way he can win that game, but like as I like to use those extreme examples. There's a world in which I can marry Scarlett Johansson. Statistically, the likelihood is small, right? But like people like that type of content, right? Settlers Zelda, Escape, RPGs, Mythodia. There's so much fun scenarios. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how like the modern side of things does there. Battle Aces is doing a great job. Yeah, Battle Aces is like, I think Battle Aces has the prospect to reach the widest audience out of any RTS on the horizon or that has already been released. If they handle it correctly, they can do what Heroes of the Storm should have done to the MOBA audience. Because Heroes of the Storm, I still maintain, should have been bigger than League of Legends. It should have. But they mishandled it and tried to make it a competitive game when it should have just been a very fun casual game. They genuinely could have been bigger than League of Legends. I believe that. It was just mishandled. And I think Battle Aces could be bigger than any other RTS we've seen. They just need to target that casual audience. Why would they be bigger? Because barrier of entry lower. People are going to argue this whole thing is like, yeah, but if it's harder, then it's more rewarding when you win. That's true. But if you can't even get people to come in the shop, you definitely aren't going to get them to buy, right? And the barrier of entry for practically any RTS is extremely high. Same with MOBAs, actually. Mana Lords is the future. Keck W. We'll see how they do, but yeah. They're kind of fizzled already. Mana Lords, I haven't played it, but its launch is very much reminding me of what happened with They Are Billions, where it was hyped for a while. I think They Are Billions held on longer, but nowadays, like, most people don't even realize that They Are Billions released, right? Like, it's out of early access, but most people don't know that. Did you guys know that? It's full released. Move over to TikTok. The problem is I need 1,000 followers there to get a live stream key. Agency signed me, then didn't tell me that, then dropped me. And you can't now sign with a different agency for 3 months. So yeah, I need to get TikTok content created. If it was not EGC, it would be some other sucker. I had no plans. Yeah, but like the other sucker wouldn't be able... So here's the thing. Attico, if it had been you as the other sucker, let's be totally real here, you wouldn't have been able to put the money in that EGC did, right? Like whatever Pesty does allowed him to kind of piss away a lot of money trying to help the scene. Like, reminder, the first major tournament for EGC was not Microsoft funded. Pesty paid for that. LOL doesn't have a big barrier of entry? Omega LOL. BC picked the worst time to burn... What do you mean he's burning bridges? In what way? And what are we trying to look at here? You're trying to point out that Age of Myth is trending more than Battle Aces? That's because it's impeding launch and Battle Aces is in a fizzle now. I never actually played the campaign for They Are Billions. But, like, I had so much fun with the scenarios. Just the classic, like, you know, attack and defend and whatnot. It's AoE4 versus AOM versus Stormgate versus Battle Aces. But, like, this is the thing as well. Like, they apply to different audiences, in my opinion. They're not the same people. But, like, of those 4, the one that's actually going for a new audience is Battle Aces. this is the only one that's really targeting a new generation. I think Stormgate can, once the modding and the 3v3 is in. But the 1v1's definitely, I think with the 1v1, they're definitely focused on getting the existing generation of RTS gamers. And in fairness, I think the 1v1 experience is good. I actually think the 1v1 experience is really fun for this. But like, yeah. I think David Kim was really smart to design this. I've said the only thing that's going to make them their own worst enemy is the currency system. The currency system needs to go, and they need a new form of progress. And then they're good to go. I haven't checked recently, but I know Caldor was looking potentially at migrating towards Stormgate, and he has been keeping the Hero Storm scene alive as long as I can remember. I would love to have seen the two of you teaming up as a casting duo in Stormgate. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Caldor. I mean, I'm always open to cast people, but wasn't this guy... Oh, I think I've seen his face somewhere. Wasn't he once upon a time a Warcraft guy, or was it a StarCraft guy? I think like Grubby does some Heroes of Storm stuff still as well, right? But like, I'll have some Stormgate stuff coming up. I think, like, to start off with, it's mainly hosting focused. I'll do casting on my own channel. Because I think there's already a reputation there as the hosts. I don't want to say the face. I always hate using the word the face of Stormgate. But in terms of a show, like, a host is considered more of a face than, like, the caster, because the host is always on camera. It's like, I think I maybe have a shot within Stormgate as, like, the face of the show, i.e. the host role. Because we've done a good job of EGC's major, and everyone's feedback on it was overwhelmingly positive. Like, Pesty was incredibly happy. The Stormgate people were incredibly happy. So, hopefully there's work there. Do you think we'll get an update of new content for AoE4 at Gamescom? No. They didn't bother last time, right? Actually, I can't remember. Did they? I'm pretty sure they didn't. Like... I don't even trust them now when they say they've got a big announcement. Because if you remember, they said they had big announcements for AoE 4 on the Microsoft thing at the start of the year. And it was just an emblem. So I don't know. I've given up buying into the unbelievable crap they say. MS put ETC in that position? Yeah. I know, I've frankly told Pesty, like, you know... He's a bit of a pushover. And what I mean by that, he's a nice guy and he wants to do right by the scene. But it's like, because he wants that, he know, like, Microsoft know that and they're going to use it against him. I feel like I'm burning bridges with Microsoft about how frustrated I am, but like at the same time, I don't know if I'd want to be involved in a Microsoft scene again, because I feel so abused, man. And I'm not. I think a lot of people feel abused. Not like abuse might be the wrong, neglected, right? Abuse always has a more emphasized thing, but abuse and neglect are just as bad. Neglect is abuse. What's the premise of Battle Aces? Fast-paced, easily accessible, action-packed, RTS simplified. Just looks like Johnny Sims. Yeah. I can see where you come from with that. Was manager of 4K team? What's 4K team? At first, I thought I was reading 4K games. I was like, oh. Yeah, I'm glad Grubby's doing well for himself, man. I love that guy. I wish there was more opportunities for us to do things together, but it's always sad when someone, like the people you like the most and get along with really well are content creators, because like, unless you're content collabing and you're a similar size creator, I don't want to feel like a leech. I'd love to be able to do like content with him and shit. But like outside that, you know, casting opportunities are very hard because realistically, Grubby can just make more money as a content creator than a caster. Like, for those who don't know, it is vastly more profitable to be a content creator than be a caster. At scale, anyway. Nearly announced the tournaments this week or next. Yeah, I'm intrigued. What's the gist of what came in? You have to catch the YouTube later. There's a lot. Soon to come. Oh god, don't get me started on that, dude. I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting PTSD. It's not burning bridges. Yeah, I don't think Microsoft even knows that exists. I don't think Microsoft knows anyone in the Age of Empires 4 scene exists. I think they assume that, like, when they see in the budgeting that someone's been given to EGC, they're like, is that just a channel where people watch a hamster try to play, like, Age of Empires? What do they do? But I think we probably cast 1 or 2 pub games while we wait for the next series. I don't think I missed anyone on YouTube. Supervive, I'm super hyped for Supervive. But I need a new PC really badly. So depressing time to like not be having big sponsor money coming in. Like Stormgate, like that's why like I'm kind of hesitant to play Stormgate at the moment. Like my PC does not like the performance requirements on that. But I'm weighing up whether we cast some more AoE4 or cast some Stormgate games, because I do have tournament games with Stormgate. What do you think, guys? I don't know if there's any other tournaments going on right now. Pog. Big Boy Lucion. The only sad thing is you can't watch people's pub games with Stormgate. But you can store their replays forever, which is, oh my god. Can't believe that. Wait. Is it really Phyllis Bardo? Oh, he shit talks so much. We should probably watch him get whooped by Kiljardi, right? Like it because the deep, meaningful conversations. Yeah, I try to be really transparent because I think a lot of people are afraid to be transparent. It's so refreshing seeing it from different angles as well. Like, there's this really cool creator called Kat, who she basically like she tells everyone what her earnings are each month. Like, I like people like that. I don't like people who are just very cloak and dagger. It's weird. Like in esports, I'm very transparent. When other casters ask me what like I can get for an event, I'm like I tell them because I want them to do better. All right. I reckon let's do this, and then maybe let's catch some of the Stormgate games. I'm curious now. Oh, get that. We'll see. We might do Stormgate after this. We'll figure it out. Oh, this is funny, though. After all that talk about how Mongol sucks, how he'll never play it again, how it is a trash civ and he's forever a Byzantine main, he's back. The single most prolific Mongol spammer in Age of Empires 4 in 2024 and even 2023 has returned home. And he does so up against Kiljardi on the Malians. A good time to be a Mongol main, actually. I think this is a pretty good matchup still for Mongols. I don't feel like much has drastically changed to make Malians feel better. So the reason why Mongols typically feels good in this matchup is the reaction from a Malian player is, oh, Jesus Christ, what are those? All right, that's what we're getting to. The reaction is basically you have to pit mine and limit your houses to get a fast tech up, or you have to spam spearmen. And neither feels good because the follow-up is usually outposts or a defensive landmark. You can't really do the Donzos long term because the logic is you pay 30 wood per Donzo. You only have 450 straggler tree wood. Meanwhile, a Mongol player skips paying wood occasionally due to stone and then has all these trees right next to their TC because they can move it there at the start of the game. So, like, this is pretty different from Kiljardi, man. Like, I don't know, man. Have I in like many months seen a single non-pit mine opening from Malians? I don't think I have. Dude, this is new territory we're seeing here. Outpost now coming up as well. Oh, no. All right, guys, 10-minute game. That may be The most atrocious spawn against a Mongol player I have ever seen. And he doesn't even know it. Killjoy doesn't know how bad his spawn is. Alright, this is the gameplay, folks. Killjoy, usually a calm man. How much is he going to tilt and mold over this? Yo, is that my boy Nevix? There's a name I have not seen in a while. Guys, if you're not familiar with Nevix, absolute legend of early day Age of Empires 4. I feel like the only person he couldn't be on the ladder was Viper, but that was forgivable. Guy had 3 accounts in the top 40, I believe it was. Or was it Kexkler Chad, Nevix, and there was another one. You getting ready for some Stormgate, son? Am I going to see you there again? This guy, guys, this guy won more money than Marine Lord. Has, I think in the entirety, wait, no, Red Bull put him over. He's won more money than Beastie has in the entirety of AV4, I think, from playing just Overwatch. Just saying. What a Chad. Went to Diablo for a bit. I don't know, maybe you're going to become a Marvel Rivals. Oh, dude, I knew it. I literally read it as you said. I knew it. I don't know, man. I kind of enjoy Marvel Rivals, but I think maybe, I was just saying, they need to maybe change it so that there's more impact, there's more meatiness behind, like, attacks and whatnot. Also, Punisher's OP. But Trade can be OP too. So we've got Silvertree coming behind this. We've got the Javelin open of... okay, so this sucks, right? Like... No. I was about to say this sucks because you have no gold income and you're trying to build Javs. Your only other option here is to go for a Blacksmiths, gradually get enough gold for Siege Engineering, and get a Ram to clear out the outpost. Like, everything else feels really cost inefficient. Oh, dude, this is brutal. He's actually going to lose a village. No, not like this. Into the fog as well. This is just scuff. Oh, that was sick. Killjoy somehow keeps the villager alive. He is going to get the pit mine up. The tech up is complete on Philosberto's side, and this is where you can switch it up. I imagine you want to just be going Keshiks, but your opponent is already prepping Donzos for that. That reminds me, actually, we have got some Stormgate keys we need to give away across this month, so we'll figure out how we're going to do that. Why not go for Warrior Scouts? Because he likes winning. Yeah, I don't know, man. The only player I've since trying mass Warrior Scouts in Feudal has really been Recon, and those experimentations did not end well. Okay, so Phillies go straight into the Archers. Logic here is that his opponent can't get much gold. But it's not true now, right? Like, Pitmine's already in line. The issue is he can't actively gather. So I think this can work for Philosberto, but what's really important is I want to see him rushing his Steeled Arrow upgrade. I think that's going to dictate whether he can just win the fight with Mass Archers. Silvertree is looking to set up. Killjoy, unfortunately, was not in position to try and deny that. I think you can probably go for like 2 traders and it pays off pretty quickly here. I don't think you go too hard. Like your goal should be to gradually scale traders so that you can think about Keshiks down the line. So I usually say to beat Javs, you want, like, what was it? Is it like 1.8? Actually, I think normal archers is like more like 2. 2 archers for every Jav feels pretty good. Especially if you get the blacksmith timing right. And remember, because Killjoy, this is the sucky thing about his position, because he's scaling javelins, he can't afford undermesh. So that actually means the damage differential between archer versus Jav is going to favor Mongols. They should easily be able to get towards it. Marches in. And I love this. This is actually correct from Philly. Just spears and archers, right? Like, your opponent has gone mass Javs. This is an easy way of killing him. Because if he goes Donzos, you have a blocker. If he goes Javelins, spam and win that fight. Because the auto aggro will always target onto the spears. And even if it doesn't, Spearmen actually have really high base damage. Like, an archer here in this trade is going to be doing, what, currently 2 damage? A Spearman does 4 times more damage to a Javelin than an archer. And when you equate for DPS differentials, right, because attack speed, it's still like 3.5 times. Is he the most annoying player? Probably. But when was the last time he played Mongols? This is the first time I've caught him playing Mongols in a very long time. So if those don't know, after the Mongols got nerfed at the start of the year, Philosberto full-on molded and just left. He left the Mongol camp and joined the Byzantine camp. I think this was just before they were discovered to be clearly OP, so he wasn't that vile of a person, but wasn't far off either. Much on the way. Steel Dara is in, by the way. This is really bad for Killjardy. This is not the fight I think you really want here. That being said, Philly did trickle the Spearman. Wait, where are they? Oh no, the Pumba! Oh no! Okay. You know what? Killjardy's styling. That should have been a really bad fight, but Pumba just saved his bacon there. Unbelievable. Is Killjardy really, after getting outpost rushed on the opening, going to just swat him away like this? It's looking like it. I mean, traders are building behind this. I think currently it's what, 1? Yeah, it's literally, no, 2, right? 3. Okay, so we're 3 traders. 4. I'm done counting now. 74 gold per means that Keshik spam is feasible. And Killjardy is now very one-dimensional. It is only javelins. Alright, now, yeah, guys, that's GG. When I see Horseman queued up, I'm calling the game, man. You think it's the counter, but, like, Keshiks is what you need here. In fairness, he probably needed to set up the Uvu and double pump Keshiks. Like, maybe he switches Keshiks on a delay and this is just padding. Now, this is expensive and oh my god. Oh, Philly, if he just hadn't chosen to fight on the ball, if he just actually had more spears coming, I think he could have broken this, right? Because if the spears survive for like an extra 20 seconds, which, you know, if you add in 7 or 8, they should. The archers just win due to the better attack speed and half damage. So this is done, dude. He's cooked. And yeah, Killjardy has read him perfectly. But it just makes sense, right? You don't need more javelins. You already win with archers. So the only play out of this for Philly is going to be the Cav. Like, even spearmen at this point don't work. It's not going to be quick enough. The whole point is, like, you go spears because you have a backline of archers that win the fight for you. The spearmen are just cannon fodder. They're just your Reinhardt to Overwatch it up with terms. But yeah, this is... I do love the chink noise. I don't remember hearing that before. I'm going to speed this up. I think we have a quick game on our hands here, folks. Philly's going to have 1 strikeout. The problem here is, like, the Donzos... Okay, he's actually going to rebuild them. So Philly now knows he's kind of screwed. Uvu going to be going down here. Horsemen are trying to intercept. This is really what you have to do with Horsemen. It's the only way to play this. But there's still a ridiculously large army. And I think he could even consider just like diving towards the eco. Trader's also being intercepted now. If Philly was thinking about Keshiks down the line, that definitely ain't going to be happening now. I guess he just didn't want to do Keshiks because he didn't have active gold gathering, right? Like, in fairness to him. I think that's why he went Horseman instead. We're now up to 18 Horsemen, though. Have we written him off too early? His army is split here. And at this point, Killjardy alarm bells are going off, right? Like, how does he afford this many Horsemen? He's not gathering berry. He's definitely out of sheep. There's no pastures. Let's get moving with the villagers. But this is where it should just be a sweep towards the eco. And idle time adding up here. Philisberto shifting 26 villagers. Horseman gonna go for the clash. Attack speed hour gets activated very early by Philly. Already in range for it. Javelin's starting to poke out. Now remember, he has got the double blacksmith techs here, so no big edge for the archers anymore. The horsemen are the way you win or lose this game. Javs start stepping back. This is going to be a wipeout. Philisberto holds on. And behind this, we really have to do a check because this is not a tech up. Are you kidding me? Dude, we thought Killjardy had this on wrap. Surely Mass Donzo should be on the way, easy peasy, but no. Philisberto makes it work with the pocket economy, and Killjardy is up Craps Creek without a paddle. Oh my god. I think what happened there is Kiljadi realized too late he spent way too much time on the Uvu. This was a critical blunder from him. He never blocked the back food. That's the reason this game is not over. Felisberto, by some miracle, was able to afford 20+ horsemen. And a perfect follow-up now to have when you need to deal with Malian pit mines. Yeah, he's losing all gold access again. Keep in mind, he also never dealt with the outposts. So Kiljadi's about to play a 75 gold game. Donzos are at least going to take some of the gold away the other way. Yeah, weird choice by Felisberto. He pivoted trade, but I don't know why. It's worse trading this side than this side, and you've already resecured the south. So you just kind of threw away a bunch of traders for nothing. I think maybe he done it earlier and forgot about it, because remember, the javelins did intercept here, and I think that's when Kiljadi rerouted. Felisberto rather rerouted, but I think he forgot about it, which is definitely unfortunate here. Yeah, Sofas is kind of a nightmare unit to see here now, because Keshik's already on the way. Like, I don't mind Sofas and Feudal in the right situation, but this is not it. Awesome, just getting payday here as well. It's just fueling the Keshik numbers. I mean, if he just peels south, he knows about it, right? Yeah. Oh, my. Well, weirdly enough, he's going to go for the clash. He could have just actually backed away and taken the pit mine, which I think is more value, but I think he just wants to stop any sort of surge comeback where Kiljadi moves out on the map. Horseman will reap the javelins now. There is an intercept over here, though. Traders getting attacked again. Keshiks have mounted up. There are a decent number of Donzos here, though. It's 8 Donzos and a few Javs. Horsemen. Oh, my God, no. This is looking pretty tough right now for Kiljadi. You have to remember that if he ever loses... Oh, my... I was about to say he doesn't have food at home. He does, but... when your mum tells you have food at home with Malians, and this is what she really means, you're not having a good day. Ishi, ay caramba. I think we might have an insane Mongol comeback here. I mean, you say it's dented, but remember, he has no pit mines. He has no gold. He doesn't have home gold. Like, Kiljadi can't afford to build cattle. This is what he has. This is all he has. And now the big army arrives to swat away the nuisance. Movement speed arrow is going to be used to engage. Good old bugged movement speed arrow that does definitely not last 5 seconds, it only lasts 3 or 2. Don't know why, but yep, that's a thing. You guys know that's bugged, right? It's been bugged for like a very long time. We were talking with Kiljadi about it. So the whistling arrows adds the correct duration, but it doesn't look like it does because the base duration is really low. Doesn't it say 2 seconds? 5 seconds. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Wait, it says it correctly in German? Okay, so what the hell? Clearly, Age of Empires is showing its German bias there, that the English audience is disadvantaged. Outrageous. Why didn't he go for the back gold? Because the outpost rush. He could have cleared it up by now, though, easily. A little bit of harassment on the forward gold, on the forward food, rather. The longer this goes now, the better it gets for Philly. Trade's going to keep scaling, right? And if you're scaling Sofa versus Keshiks, Keshiks win. Like, it's pretty trivial. Sofas have basically got the same damage. In fact, I think Keshiks have a better attack speed. Yeah, much better. So DPS is higher. Armor is worse. Health ball is slightly better, but doesn't make up the armor difference. And the Keshiks heal. It's really one-sided. And here we go. Kiljadi has finally realized, why am I playing out onto the open map against Mongols when there's pit mines to be had at home? He actually might lose 1 or 2 of these Sofas. One goes down. If Philly comes out early, he could kill another one easily. Oh, missed opportunity there. But there is opportunity elsewhere. Keshik's now with the dive on the east side. Outpost defense is going to be successful. Killjardy lose 1 or 2 villages for it, though. Now trailing by 10 eco. Make it 13, 14. Do I have any higher bidders here in this game where Killjardy does not have a single ranch? Oh, fix that. One has finally been built. Y'all thought this game was over? Neither of these guys are going to GG early. It's a nice intercept, take out a few Keshiks here. I think Phil's bow just needs to get the archers over. You either take the main fight now, or you split all your cav and go north. Jardy starts to fish for the clash. Phil's bow is going to reroll the army. He doesn't want to fight directly, does he? No, Philly's trying to raid with the horseman. So actually, Killjardy needs to sense this and take the fight right now, or back off entirely. Because this could get bad fast. Looks like he's rotating towards that goal, towards the pit mine. Killjardy backing the entire army up. Okay, so he's aware that something's not right on the map. Chooses a full defensive format here. But raid now coming in. Horsemen do not even care for the villages. Straight onto the houses. You can actually pop block him if he starts targeting these down. Goes to the outpost first. But Payday will back away. If Philly loses this... If Phil's bow now loses this game, does it offset all the goodwill that Puppy Paw and Wham have earned NA? Quite possibly. Keshik's now committing in. Watch the trade out. Phil's bow doesn't have many Keshiks left in here, but the Sofa count even looking worse than that. Spearman also intercept the Donzo, so he pulls them back. Premium Cav is going to be saved. Phil's bow, overall, this is a pretty reasonable trade for how much worse it should have been. And it looks like it's that way because Killjardy reacted to the horseman. And now you can mop up the army. Are you kidding me? Dude, Philly's doing it. Keshik's moving in. And all because of that horseman raid, Killjardy pulled a vital group of Donzos over to react. It means the Keshiks can win the main engagement. It sure was expensive, but it sure was worthwhile. Cattle are starting to boom up, but look at what's happening on the other side. Phil's Bodo up to 16 traders. He's going for a tech up. Killjardy isn't ready yet. Killjardy, after losing an army like that, you're going to reinvest. This is kind of one of the crazy things you get by playing Cav, by the way, that usually get slept on. It's not easy, but if you get a good fight, if you get a good trade, the value is that you can then do things like teching when your opponent has to reinvest. Because the worry is, oh my god, he's got Cav, he's going to like attack me again. Right? The worry is like, oh my god, I can't even scout on him because he has Cav. So you definitely have to be active with Cav instead of reactive. But I do think there is a very big tech advantage that comes from this type of position that doesn't get talked about. A little bit of clown kind going on here. Mass Spears is not interesting at all from Vilsbo. He's been on record time and time again believing that Spearmen are OP. He's on a hill dying at this point. Looks like trade's being intercepted again. Are you... Philly, no. Oh my god. Twice now I've said this should be unlosable. Twice. He's added in so many Keshiks here. If he doesn't break the base straight away, he's dead. He needs to sense it and go for it right now. Like, this Donzo raid is a huge distraction. If Killjardy gets away with this. We're going 20 Keshik plus. Positioning-wise, he's not in position to exploit this, though. He's on the wrong side of the map. And the tech up just complete. Oh my god. I think he's going to lose this. Philisberto now needs to rush like a bat out of hell, but... I mean, instead, you're basically just going to have to go Castle Age. The eco lead is big, though. Right? Trade account's up at 25. And your opponent doesn't have Mass Sofa yet. So, in theory, this should be fine as long as he just castles now. 10 more Keshiks in queue. Philisberto isn't even going Castle Age. Reminder, 10 Keshiks is more than enough to tech up. The balance is correct as well. You've got to be kidding me. Rohirrim's riding. The Sofas are starting to slide in. Important armors just came through. And what I said earlier about them being underwhelming against Keshiks definitely doesn't hold true when they're age ahead with their extra armor tech like this. So that's a burn down of what remains. Philisberto still showing no signs of going tech. He's going Keshiks. I know we're in a feudal meta, but even that has to have its limitations surely here. Then from the wall is going to be coming in soon. Dude, he's just trying to basically burn more buildings to afford more Keshiks. Finally, thank you. He has cancelled it. Age 3 on the way. Oh my god. There is now hope. It's still rough because you've allowed your opponent to get into his strongest point in the game, but we are talking about a 40 eco lead. Like, realistically, Philisberto should be very safe. Needs to be careful not to throw away too many trades like this, though. Good lord. The Sofas. Are you kidding me? I mean, marching forward on both ends of the trade. If the trade goes down, this is basically GG. Keshik now going into the base. Donzo's there to react, though. Sofas as well. Remember, they're much tankier. The Keshik upgrade isn't through yet. In fact, he still needs 30 seconds, so a lot of the heavy cav about to go down. And Killjoy's infantry force about to move in position to block the trade. Oh my god, dude, this Sofa still haven't been killed. This is so heartbreaking to watch right now.
Now you're my shooter.
The way he's losing this game is absurd. Is he Philisberto or Foolisberto? We're going to find out. Thank you for the raid, buddy. This is looking rough. 18 Keshik, more are being queued, but look at the Sofa count now. Trade being camped. He's going to have to switch to north side, which is going to play directly in towards Killjadi's base now. Trickle of troops now moving across the map. Relics are starting to be yoinked away. A men-at-arms switch is coming in, but folks, Sofas are great at dealing with men-at-arms. And also, the other thing I like about Sofas here, and what I don't like about Keshiks, it's really hard to utilize Kurotai. Your opponent could just move away from you all the time, because it'll raid flanks because you're playing trade. And on top of that, when you have Keshiks, like, the fight is likely to be fluid. Right, like, infantry forces always make more sense with Kurotai because it's static. Everything's slow. Raids are starting to hit into the villager economy now. Traders also in a bit of trouble. Race coming in. Donzo split looking good. A lot of Spearman Eye here, though. Philisberto trying to overwhelm. It's going to cost him a pretty penny in the Keshik department for it, though. And remember, losing Javelins at this point isn't the end of the world. Like, realistically, if you want a ranged unit here, you want Archers. Javs kind of fall off hard in castle. Archers take the better role. But a good trade initially from Philly. However, Killjadi now striking at the other end of the map. Moving in. More trade being sniped down. Finally, there's a reaction on the wood line, but not before losses have accumulated here. And a key drop ambitious here. Killjadi needs to pull back. Yeah, if there's one way to lose the game, this would be it right now. Silver Tree now being taken down. Okay, so that's going to shut all the remaining traders. Remember, he's got about 15 left over. He's going to have none. In fact, how many? 27 traders are about to be inoperable. Continues, keep. Reset to a new location. Killjadi, what the hell? He doesn't have textiles. Okay, no, he does. Villagers do get trapped, though. A lot of them going down here. Archer need to focus fire. Keshik Wave is following this up. The castle's going to be tight on the finish, but it looks like the aggro is drawn long enough. Keep is going to be going up. Philsbo does take the military lead, but how can he punish this? Immediate Garrison comes in. Remember, behind this, like eco-wise, it's still a lot of inoperable trade. He's down to just 22 gold. So not ideal, and it's about to get worse. Yes, Kiljadi is being pressured here, but Philsbodo is about to feel the pain too. Sofa, Donzos, and Javelins come in from the corner. Blocker on the trade here. A lot of gold being bought up by Philly to try and get the right units out. Keshik numbers are swelling again, but they need more than just Keshiks to defend this. Philly heading into the main. Kiljadi has got a second wave to try and intercept, but that keep is not protecting the reinforcement line right now. Might be in a bit of trouble. Eco lead shrunk again. Kiljadi needs to find the buyer, right? Like the villagers, like going for the traders, I don't think is the way anymore. I think food is how you stop Philsbodo here. Philly still trying to raid, but if you can't wait, does he not even know? Oh my god, I don't think he knows. I don't think Philsbodo knows where the farms are, or the ranches rather. Because if you did, with Keshiks, it's the first thing you target out. Backside of this, Kiljadi now with a military advantage. Philsbodo, I feel like at this point you're leaning too hard into Keshiks. It does give you reactionary on defense and offense. But it makes you, I think, more easily countered here. Donzo's going for the clash. This feels like it might be it. Philsbodo losing all but 3 of the Keshiks. Men-at-Arms trying to replace them. But against Sofas, that simply doesn't work. The retreat is going to cost him more. Crossbows shuffling to the back of the formation. He realizes it, but it's too late. This fight is already lost for him. Kurultai is about to unpack. Might be able to force a reset, but an undesirable exchange here. And now Kiljadi with almost a 20 military lead. And remember, the eco is ugly. He has 19 traders. They are not bringing him a lot. That's interesting as well. Kiljadi set one of his Sofas to hold ground here. Wait. What? I mean, the Stormgate campaign had this, but they're in early access. What the hell's our excuse? What? Thought we'd fix that, man. What the hell? At least they don't give vision. Oh, God. Keshik's all gone. This next push is the killer. I can sense it. Like, it's crazy to say, right? Like, Philsbo, he's gone for his old tricks again. 2 TC Mongols, but the problem I'm seeing right now is, what does your defense look like here? He has at least got long-term gold access on the backside. He's looking to set up a new marketplace. But the Sofa flood is kind of out of control here. I'm impressed that Philly hasn't died yet. I'll give him that for sure. So I feel like this game should have been over about 3 minutes ago. How many times has this game swung? 3? 4? Insane back and forth game. Looks like Sofa's coming in at both ends of the trade again. I feel like history's repeating itself. It's once again happening. In fact, he might just go after the villagers. Does choose the traders in the end. Funnily enough, villagers are just easy to kill. They have less health, and they tend to group up, right? Whereas like traders can move away from you, but it doesn't matter. He finds the trade at one end. Keep drops coming in now. Might need to react to this with the Sofas to defend to get it up. We have got a big army wave building. I don't think Philly realizes his mass archers yet. He's been hiding them. Sofa's just so damn good. World trade kill. Definitely worth it in this situation. Looks like there's going to be a hit onto the keep builders. Archers are now going to be revealed, but this is where Killjoy has to make a move. Like, revealing it like that is very disadvantageous this early. It does give Philsbo time to react. Question mark is how. I mean, you could theoretically build mangoes. Scary, though. Your opponent has almost 30 heavy cav. We were hard throwing all game. Yeah, I could feel it. Like, I've been correct in calling this should be over a few times. Oh no. Mate, I think you need to get a new gaming chair. Alright, no Kurotai on the defense is a big problem here. Philosberto, I think this should be the loss. Poison Arrows is in on the Archers. All Blacksmith techs are there. Philosberto is missing the ranged armor number 2. Attack Speed Arrow is going to get activated, but I don't think he has Whistling Arrows. No, he doesn't. So it only lost about 3 seconds. I think it's actually 2. And it's too late for a comeback now. Philosberto, whole army is going to get wiped. The difference this time is Killjadi is still going to have an army of about 30 sitting in his base. And he's still got wave number 2 coming in. Villagers on the tree line have been found. And GG is going to get called. Killjadi somehow, someway getting the win from an insane position against the Mongols. Turns out Philosberto may need to warm up to this Mongol fiending again. Give him another year or two. He'll be back to ruining everyone's day. Dude, that game. Oh my god. Prolific Mongol spammer returns. He abandoned Mongols. He's back. Actually, I think I do that the other way around. Abandoned Mongols. But now he's back. Prolific Mongol spammer returns. There we go. Did you miss the drum news? Oh, no, yeah. I didn't update for that. Louis versus Voldemort. Yeah, I'm weighing up. Because at this rate, the Stormgate games are going to disappear. So I'm weighing up whether we do Voldemort versus Louis or Stormgate. I guess we could do the Voldemort Louis set. Yeah, we'll do the Voldemort Louis set. So let's have a look. Have they done their draft already, or do you mean soon? Let me have a look. Oh, nice. Yeah, they've done the draft. Nice. We're about to do the draft. Let's have a look. No, they haven't done the draft yet. Okay. Soon. 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 Alright. Give me a sec quickly. Just going to go grab something. What I'll do is I'll leave the draft up on screen. So we've got a tournament series. Yeah, cool. You're on the... I don't know, man. I think you're a minority there. I think I care about a scene that's probably, like, rumored to put hundreds of thousands of dollars into its esports scene compared to one that's not willing to put more than, like, 120. Just saying. All right. So this is going to be for King of Dry Arabia. This is going to be Louis versus Voldemort. Bear with me a sec. Like I said, quickly going to grab something, and then I'll be. don't SC2 casters just have an overall lead compared to you? What do you mean? In terms of like their community on their own channels? Maybe. On official broadcasts? I think that's a bit more muddied. Yeah, in Stormgate, yeah, but like EGC do stuff in Stormgate, right? I also have some... I know some of the Stormgate people because, actually, funnily enough, some of them are involved in Dota 2. It's like, do they have a better position? That doesn't mean it's impossible, though. So, like, no. I think my goal is, like, on the esports side, not just on the content creation. And the content creation can be fed into from the esports side, is my thought process. And then, like, well, and it's not even about being arrogant, like some people might take it that way, but like then you got to ask yourself a simple question: do you think you've got what it takes to be the best commentator or best host, whatever role you're aiming for in that scene? And I do believe I can. Not saying I am there now, or I'm not saying, oh, I'm just the best in the world, but like, you know, do I have faith that I can make it to the tippity top? I do. Best sunken cost fallacy I was ever part of. Thanks, man. Yeah. Alright, so draft underway. No bans, right? HRE first pick's kind of no surprise there. Byzantine's reaction makes a lot of sense. Actually, I think you just pick Roos. Roos should be a high priority here. I don't think I like this drafting format because first pick has an overwhelming advantage. Yeah, there you go. Oh, sorry, no, he has second as well, right? Like, yeah, I'm an idiot. I know what. Yeah, this makes more sense. Actually, I don't know. Like, I still think with this format, like, these are the top 4 picks, right? But I think HRE... who has the edge here? Maybe second pick does, then. I'm an idiot. It's the other way around. Because, like, I think this just makes the most sense. Like, Roos blocks HRE. IU's, like, really good against Biz still, right? Unless I'm, like, bumped my brain and forgotten that. But I'm pretty sure, like, it's still a really good matchup for IU. English Delhi. Dude, Voldemar's draft is pretty good. Yeah. It's like, well, the thing is that I don't like Core is, like, AoE4 has been entering a cycle of despair for a lot longer than, like, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I just hate how some people have publicly been, like, tooting an alternative, which has just not been true. And that kind of frustrates me, because I hate people being disingenuous about it. Because, like, when you're disingenuous about it and you stick your head in the sand, it doesn't fix problems. Lou drafts so much better? Really? In what way? I guess, like, what, Byzantine for the opening? Actually, in fairness, he has got Byzantine and English. Like, Byzantine opening game, I guess? Because then you get control of the dynamic. Do you not prefer Voldemar's opening, though? Because I feel like letting your opponent get HRE, like, you just get Roos and hold it over them, right? Like, maybe he should have done Roos Biz. If you're the top 4, you don't think Roos and IU are right up there as well? I think what I might have said to do different here for Voldemar is on a Dry Arabia only format, because the counterflow, Roos Biz probably would have made more sense than Roos IU. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's like, oh, I almost want to say Roos English, but that feels really bad to like to give them IU, Biz, and HRE. You don't think Roos counts HRE? What, you just think HRE plays all in feudal? I feel like statistically, Roos still counts HRE. Anything interesting tail end? Mongols just kind of comfort pick. China. I like. So what have we got here? So one thing I'll say about this format is I think game 1 is so important to get right. Because once you have an advantage in this format, it's the same map on repeat, and you should realistically have like kind of counters against everything to a certain degree. And what that means is that if you win the first game, you can throw things off tilter. So if you guys remember earlier, we said in the Core versus CSO series, one big problem there for Core is once CSO got 2 points up, Core basically had to use the roost, and CSO couldn't keep holding on to HRE. It's like if you go deeper in the set, the HRE pick gets value because you've removed that roost detail. Can't all-in roost, probably fast castle. Yeah, but like that's the point then. If you fast castle, you lose because a roost player just sends out villages and walls off the relics. Like that's been the counter play that made roost better for a long time, right, Core? Like it's been that way for well over a year, I think. Every single time I see roost versus HRE, they can't fast castle because they fast castle, roost just 2 TC and then walks villages to the palisades, to palisade the relics, right? Do a few horsemen. I mean, if you do a few horsemen, they'll do a few horsemen. Like you're still delaying your timing, right? Like your win condition, I guess maybe Burgrave. I feel like if you do Regnants, you're not going to win. I feel like if you do Regnants and win, it's an outplay. No, because like the Roost should be able to just wall the relics and then castle up themselves. They do 2 TC, they can walk villagers out. I don't know, like, how much have you played that matchup recently? I'm curious. Because, like, every time I've seen it in pro play, it's literally played out the way I just described. It's, like, one of the hardest matchups for HRE. Yeah, dude, I've actually even seen, like, an HRE player try to 2 TC to solve it. And it still didn't work. They just got stomped. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to highlight then. Cool. Like, so I think your only way out is to try and Burgrave. But then that means you definitely have to get enough food to enable that. Dude, this sounds 100% like a Core build. Because you're going 2 scouts, aren't you? I guess you should be 2 scouting anyway because you're against Roos. Maybe the Burgrave works. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone achieve it. Would be curious to it though. I guess the only issue is when you go 2 scout, is like, are you getting sheep? I always feel like whenever someone goes 2 scout versus Roos, you end up in this situation where you either find all the bounty and you deny it, or you find all the sheep and they get good bounty. And it almost feels like in that given situation, you want to find all the sheep, not all the bounty. You know what I mean? And you don't want to just walk past deer and be like, no, I need sheep more. You want to like take that away from them. All right, so map number 1. Let's see what they're going to be doing. What do you think about IU versus HRE? HRE slightly favored if they play all in feudal. Otherwise, it's very IU favored. Deer, sheep, wolf, prior. Yeah, I think wolf's always last, right? Like, how many hits is it now? I always forget. It's like 8, isn't it? Is it 8 hits for a wolf kill? It's a lot. 6 or 8, I can't remember which. It is a stupid amount of time to kill one wolf, though. Is it 10? Jesus Christ, yes, even worse than what I remember. I feel like I never sit there and watch a wolf fight. I always watch for the final hit when someone's contesting, but I don't count it. Now you say that, it's ludicrous. Then again, like the whole bounty system is ludicrous. I'd be happier if it got like purged, which apparently it is. All right, first picks. I think Louis is probably going to go for... I guess this draft? How do you open? Does English feel quite safe here? No, because your opponent has Delhi. I mean, you kind of, to a certain degree, going to be gambling a little bit on the opening pick. Maybe Biz is like the safest thing. Dude, he goes straight HRE? Voldemort picked French. Can French even compete with that? I don't know, dude. I feel like you would have rather picked even Joan there. That's a throwaway civ? Yeah. Yeah. I've been talking to Kiljadi about this and how he felt about like Zhone versus HRE instead. And I think he said, did he say that HRE were favored there still? I think so. Yeah. It's like there's no way out. Oh, sorry, Louis had Zhone, didn't he? Yeah. Okay, so opening game, easy clappings. Voldemar's in trouble. Oh, I don't know. I guess you just 5 TC and meme. French is... there are some matchups where French actually is quite competent, but yeah, this is not one of them. Like, I can't think of a single way where French kind of feels better than HRE here. It's probably going to be... Is there... I mean, we never see French anymore. Like, do you play Feudal now as HRE, or do you just rush Castle like the old way? I feel like you can play Feudal, right? Because you just open... I guess you just open double racks archery range, which is very different because most of the time of HRE it's double archery range racks. Spear Horseman. That's interesting, actually. Yeah. I guess I was thinking, like, keep your army together and you can, like, hit eco, but that makes sense. It's kind of funny. It's like, if you're against Zhone, it would be probably Spear Archer, right? Because you want to be able to snipe Zhone. But yeah, without, like, a hero unit, it's just dented. Alright, looks like they're ready to get underway. Let's get the game started up. What was your favorite unit from Hom 3? I don't know. I was kind of a sucker for the Wood Elves. Don't know what that says about me. Centaur's a Giga Chad from the Rampart for sure. I did love the Magi as well. Actually, I did start with Heroes Chronicles, so I experienced Sharpshooters first. And I know they're OP. They're not reasonable, but Sharpshooters. Pew pew. And yes, this is from the losers bracket. You're a huge Gargoyle fan. That's interesting. Yeah, I preferred the Magi from there. I mean, Genies are just overpowered, right? Like, if you don't like Genies and you're using that Civ, you've got something wrong with you. Genies are just broken. Who beat Louis? I can't remember. Exclamation mark bracket and you can have a look. Hell yeah, Wood Elves. Not just Wood Elves, Grand Elves. Alright, let's toggle the score on. Oh, I need to put the the tournament logo as well. Oh, Kiljadi beat Louis. That's surprising, actually. I don't know. I think Louis has been looking a bit weaker at the moment, though. All right. This is either complete throwaway or the kid is a genius. French first picked in competitive play. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires for action. We've got Voldemar, a.k.a. the kid, the Dane, playing as the French, going up against Louis MT on the HRE. HRE, one of the most desirable picks to get your hands on here. French... Only when there's room left at the end of the draft, you might as well go for it. But this is intriguing already. Like, Voldemar, he's gone for a double scout opener. So I think he's trying to deprive options from Louis. I think, like, old school HRE French used to be French favored, right? Like, back when they were both at least semi-popular, with the fast castle build being the only viable build. Because you had French knights to block Relic Gathering, right? But nowadays, HRE are willing to play feudal. I think what Voldemar's trying to do here with the double scout opener is to take enough sheep away from the map that Louis' only recourse is to play defensive, build farms, and go castle. Which is kind of wild. I like the idea. I just do not like the scout rotation. He's pretty much wasted one of his scouts, right? Like, they both dashed around the same kind of area, and he lapped where Louis already was. So Louis is going to actually get half the sheep. And that's now not only a villager disadvantage, which will eventually get padded anyway, but it's going to be an efficiency disadvantage. Remember, the Holy Roman Empire's villages are just 40% better. So this is pretty brutal. Looks like he will be able to pad it a little bit towards the end. So probably going to be about a 15 to, I'd say... Actually, what are we at now? It's 12 to 15. Probably going to be like an 18 sheep to 12 overall. But remember, like at this point, Louis probably killed and eaten like an extra sheep or two. So overall, not a bad position for the Chinese prodigy. Arcing down the way up and... No! Oh, no. Okay, guys, as planned, the French 2-scout opener worked perfectly. Are you kidding me? What? Louis giving a gift horse here. I think that was 6 sheep going the other way, so no, 19 sheep to just 7. Folks, this is catastrophic. On so many layers of the cake as well. Like, keep in mind, he's now playing a blind game. He can't see a thing. I think this was always just going to be a fast castle rush, but now it's forced. Oh my god. This could be a huge upset to open the series. I mean, I think Voldemar's definitely been improving recently as a player, and I think Louis looked a little bit like he's taken a step back based on his recent tournament performances. I think going into this, a lot of people would still favor Louis as the more capable player based on performances. But with the trends and with this detail now, Voldemar is in a pretty damn good position. No, it doesn't make sense to build another scout. Because at like this stage, what are you doing a scout for? The only reason you do a scout is to know what your opponent is doing. But like either way, you have to act as if a French knight's coming out. So building a scout just hurts you. Right? You just lose a villager. If there was sheep still on the map, sure. But like they're all gone. Every single area of the map has clearly been scouted. It should be scouted by like 4 minutes in between the two of you. So only choice now is to kind of suck it up and accept that you are pretty much just playing a blindfolded game here. So Rack's opener coming. Skull Cavalry timing is very delayed by Voldemar. Wait, did he do something else? Yeah, he went wheelbarrow. He went wheelbarrow very early. Usually you see wheelbarrow about midway through the School of Cavalry tech up to complete upon reaching feudal age, but Voldemar priored the eco immediately and done sock on a heavy delay. Stable's now getting added in. So yeah, Spearman Horseman. Look at that. Golf claps are cool. He did call it. However, I don't think it's usually part of the plan to do Horseman Spearman with 5 sheep at 5 minutes in the game. So this is going to be a very gradual escalation for Louis because he needs to basically just spam farms, which has a very good return on investment point due to the Arcane Chapel, but it still takes a very long time. Voldemar, what's his plan here? I mean, going 2TC would be too expensive, right? Because like, if you go 2TC and your opponent's going Horseman Spears, that's enough difference in where you're investing that your opponent will have, like, you know, 9, 10 farms at least online and military advantage. Like, 2TC just doesn't really feel great here for Voldy. He's going to go for the 1TC all-inner. The Defender's Advantage is one hell of a pain in the ass. It's so strong, in fact, it's even kicked players out of our scene. Or kick's strong, the wrong word. Made players leave our scene. Let's see if it will force Voldemar to leave game 1 with a loss. 2 knights in the field. 2 scouts as well, which is kind of cool. It means you can just partner up. Usually the sucky part about running a retinue of knights here is if you try to split them into 1-1-1, you run the risk of just immediately running into a spear, right? Because knights just don't have great vision on their own. But the 2-scout opener now allows you to raid multiple locations. So as long as Voldemar has got the APM, he could actually do a lot of damage here. Ooh, that's not ideal. All right, horrible start to the raid attempts. Voldemar almost loses the knight straight away. Does not kill a villager, only injures one. And unfortunately now that villager is as safe as can be right next to the TC with the farm transition. Love that little optimization by Lou as well. Like, if you're playing these type of games and you find you've got injured villagers, find them priority jobs at safer locations. Doesn't get much safer than that. Other side of it, Blacksmith's very early, so Voldemar starting to realize actually it wasn't just the spears. The lack of undermesh there, of course, hurt a lot on that initial night. And we have got the Spearman defense from Louis. This is not going to work against 2 knights, though. Yeah, and he realized he does back away. So smart choice made there. Louis, I don't think he was looking for a rush on a tech up. He just wants the eco-techs. It's like it's a very big deal to get both the Broadaxe and the Horticulture when you're doing a farm tran as Archon HRE here. Because otherwise, like, you're just going to miss your timing, right? Like, you know archers are coming. You know you need to afford horsemen. But you can't afford horsemen on 5 farms. It's insanity to even try. It's funny you can see how good HRE villagers are. Look at the farms. Yeah. Balance Civ. It's interesting because we usually talk about the gathering rate, but actually the extra carry capacity is really important as well. Considering that, you know, you're gonna usually sometimes you just finish your cycle on the other side of the farm, so it's a lot of warp point to get back across to drop off, right? It's like these details add up. And the mesh now comments to Louis, prepping for the next fight. Horsemen love the positioning. If you're building horsemen and they are sitting at home, you are misusing horsemen. Especially pre-10 minutes. Like, your opponent should never have a big enough army to pincer your horsemen. So you just want to rotate them around. Because you might be able to find reinforcements. Like, you know, when you got 6 or 7 horsemen, even just finding a knight is a really good trade. Voldemort. He's now getting into the chivalry. Hasn't lost this heavily injured knight so far, right? So what's his win condition? Looks like he's actually going for the 1-1-1. A little bit surprising. I thought he'd maybe just try to surge archers and use knights to defend. But in fairness, it gives you more padding, right? There's going to come a time at size where you try to commit knights in. And the horseman trying to dive your archer is going to force the knights to commit into spears, right? But if you have the 1-1-1 here as Voldemort, you essentially can just absorb the blows. Like, something that's really cool and kind of underrated here with 1-1-1 builds is when you have knights like this. If your opponent has, say, 10 spears and you have 8 spears and 5 knights, 8 of the spears are not going to be able to brace because they're too busy fighting with you in melee with your spears. So your knights can actually cycle charge, which means 3 of your knights will actually go and do charge damage. Which is really important for the French, considering actually a big perk for them is that damage buff for 5 seconds. They basically, their DPS increase, I think it ends up being 12 overall, because I think it's +4 from the buff, and they can get 3 attacks in before that runs out. Down to the deer, though. Louis starting to gradually claw his way out of his base here. It's kind of scary just how good the food eco already is. Like, Voldemort has a gap, sure, because he's moving out to set up on the deer. But this is still just full power HRE, man. Like, the Civ is not reasonable. Archon is a problem. I think Archon should probably buff X number of villagers for each age. The only issue is how you prioritize that, so it does have a design flaw that needs to be figured out. But like I've thought about this. A lot of people have been like, yo, just make it so that it just gives better buff when you age up. The problem with that is it just encourages people to play Imp Rush again. Like a Lumpet, there are things to hate about HRE playing right now. But one of the positives is that finally the Civ exists in Feudal Age. Is it too strong in Feudal? Yes. But is it good to have it do something other than Castle Rush every game? Hell yes. Spears now in the way. It looks like Louis actually chose to mount an offensive here. Horsemen are moving in. Outpost is going to be there to protect some of the villages. I mean, I've got sneaky archer rangers behind this, so Louis is trying to bait Voldemort into a mass spear switch. Horseman attack comes in. Oh, not the most ideal of strikes there with the micro. It looks like Voldemort will be able to get all but 2 back home. Wait, did he not get that? Oh my god, dude, the villager that got the shiv out. The spearman as well, they protected that. So, only 1 worker kill. Damn. Louis. It's a very delayed prep. You can see he's going to steal the arrow first before he even starts pumping archers. This is one crafty move. kind of wild, actually, the way he's done that. You don't see it very often, especially from like HRE, especially against a Civ like French. The way he's played the map, the way he's walled it off as well, it's not something I'm expecting Voldemar to ever really scout for here. I say that. With 2 scouts. My god, I think he knows. Wait. Second. Voldemar? So this is actually a problem, guys, because if he doesn't scout this, Louis can just kind of dent him. The numbers have been comparative so far because it's horsemen, right? But now you just switch into mass infantry. This is how you blob and kill. Remember, HRE have the marching drills as well, so a lot of value actually from just playing raw infantry comp. And Voldemar now side investing. He's going for siege engineering. He thinks now's the time to strike, but remember, he's trying to ram the hardest civ to ram in Feudal Age. Emergency repairs is broken, and there's the scouting. He sees it. Okay, Voldemar, now, what does he do with this info? He knows the mass archers are coming. Spearman at this point is starting to feel like a bait. Does he just try to mass archer himself? Some raiders going to come again. Double outpost this time. Should be able to clean them up. Walls are still starting to go up. So Voldemar understanding that these raids are going to just keep on coming. And a men-at-arms switch now on the way from Louis. Okay, so that's interesting, right? Because Voldemar sent the scout with the knights, he didn't creep in for free information. They both saw each other. So Louis is now reacting to the fact that the archer play has been seen. He's expecting Voldemar to spam archers. I'm wondering if there's a point where Louis just goes castle. He should theoretically get more value out of that play than Voldemar would. The crazy thing that's kind of weird to say is the way that Louis is bloating the farms, Burgrave sort of becomes feasible because you're reaching a point where you have this sustained food income, right? The question mark is whether you really need it by the time you do it. Like at this pacing, they're going to be close to pop, and Burgrave doesn't feel great there, right? Like if he wasn't already adding men-at-arms, I could see it. I think instead it's probably going to be a standard Regnitz. Voldemar, on the other hand, I don't like the prospects of rushing castle for him as much. Not unless he wants to go hard into Royal Institute. But that does mean you have no ceiling, right? Like against a civ like the HRE, that's very dangerous. But I do also respect the idea of an all-in timing. Like if you have a strategy in mind, if you have a go time, it is better to put everything behind that go time instead of holding something back. Horseman will get the bad news, so full wall in now there. This is uncomfortably long in the feudal. Voldemar is somehow starting to stockpile resources while mirroring the count, but I think that's reflective of the effect that farms have. Right? Remember, so far Voldemar has just been playing pocket eco after pocket eco and getting away with it. Nice, maybe up to get a freebie. Quick reaction out of Louis though. Against a lot of civs, I see, yes, Royal Institute can be the winning play, but the issue is when you're playing against HRE, there's already a lot of spears, and marching drills is really frustrating to play around. I feel like you'd want the Guildhall backup option, because like realistically, if you can get to Imp, Arbitrier are pretty damn good in this matchup. Like HRE kind of hate Arbitrier massing, right? Because you can't rely on Spearman to clear it. Gambesons is just too effective. Louis, what timing here? I think Voldemar realizes that this is not going according to his plan. He was starting to stockpile for that tech up. It means he's actually weaker. Louis now starting to bloat. Preliminary tech also coming in. That's a substantial increase to the DPS of his army here, considering over half of it is melee. They march in now. Voldemar still holding the resources for a tech up here. He's going to go for a Guildhall now being dropped. Louis starts to march in, though. Flank raid is going to connect. Spearmen are going to die to the villagers, though. Looks like they are idle. Voldemar doesn't realize what's happened up there yet. We'll send them back to work shortly, surely. Spearmen moving in. A lot of them going down here. Voldemar is looking like a reasonable defense. He needs to mop up the remaining spears fast. Men-at-Arms now muddying the water a little here, but they are frontlining up against the Knights, and Louis realizes the mistake, the overextension. He has to back away. Whew. Okay, that was a bit dicey. I think Louis, the big problem there is the Men-at-Arms came in way too late. He lost all those spears microing back and forth, which led to this successful trade. Voldemar now with an age-up lead. It is going to be the Guildhall, which is perfect here. He now has that longevity. Louis, on the other hand, will not be far behind. Regnit's now coming up. He was delayed. He does, however, still have map control. The problem is the difference in tech timing means he cannot stay here for long. Damn. What a Chad. Voldemar. What an insane game this is turning into. I mean, at draft, it just looked like a throwaway, right? But the scanning rotation, the way he held, all of a sudden, all this. Question is, what does Voldemar do next? Archer's upgrade is on the way. You want to try to trend towards Arbitrary, but the problem is, like, 56 economy, it's not fast, right? You can't rush it. Voldemar trying to actually go for some sort of trade. If Louis can just buy time for the veterancy, he will have that defender's advantage. Relic should also start getting targeted soon. In fact, first one. About to be grabbed. Voldemar in. Louis just needs to wait. He backs up. Little Miracle Wolves here to cover the retreat. Spearmen now starting to be spammed out. Crossbows as well. Voldemar needs eco damage now. Knights make their way through the choke point. I think he's moving too slow here, though. Voldemar, I get what he's going for, right? But this wall is griefing him right now. He just needs to break through. If he cannot kill the farmers, he's going to have to fall back. And behind that, he lacks the economy to keep in this for long. Berries are ran out. Deer is all you got left over here, and then it's a boar and nothing else. Oh my god. Dude, I feel so bad for Voldy. It was a great defense, but wasn't able to get in quick enough to break anything that the HRE were doing there. I can't actually believe it. This tiny-ass wall here actually saved Louis. Because otherwise, Voldemar, I think if he didn't try to spend all that time going through here, he had a much earlier point to just swell to the backside and look for all the economy. But he wasted so much time trying to basically cover himself in peanut butter and slide on through that he lost any sort of momentum. Oh, man. Now what, Voldemar? He's at least trying to contest Relic, so that might keep the hope alive. Gamison's switch up is on the way. We can already see Arbitrary on the horizon, but still a lot of archers in the meantime. Looks like he has read it correctly. Louis is prepping the Men-at-Arms pump, but food is going to play a big part into this, folks. Food and gold for both of them. Gold is at least sorted for Voldemar. He has enough to play a fairly deep castle. He has Guildhall as well. You don't want to be pulling the food from Guildhall for anything but a tech up. Meanwhile, your opponent has infinite food. And plenty more room for farms. I love that move as well. Louis says, okay, it has to be about the boar. Even if it's not about the boar, realistically, Voldemar's going to want to be down here because it's an 8k vein. So just plays blocker to the condition for Voldemar to keep in this game. Even Devoutness now in the way. Oh, dude, I hate this tech. It's so broken. It used to be meaningfully overlooked, but now it's just too good. Like the construction speed plus the gathering. Like gathering alone, it kind of makes it worth it, right? Like 350 for an eco tech that's 10% increase is pretty damn good. But then the build on top, it just fluidly plays into a Palace of Swabia down the line. Knock at the door again. Louis back to play. Voldemar prepping Military Academy, but that is ambitious, lad. With no farm still. I don't know what you're meant to be able to afford to produce. Louis marches in. Army looking small here. Voldemar, where are the troops? They were actually abroad. They're coming home now. Will be an intercept on the reinforcements. Louis goes for the reaction. It's actually credit to him. Voldemar forcing those type of reactions is giving him hope here. For how long? Nice hit from two sides. Voldemar trying to get with the knights, with the spearmen, the men-at-arms. Willing to take the fight here. They have got the heavy maces. And the knights break through, though. It's looking like they're going to be able to. Archer's a little bit exposed. Louis with no extension again here. And Voldy will dive deep. Crossbows shuffled out the other side of the formation. Archers will basically be the cannon fodder. Louis, once again punished for trying to take the fight to Voldemar. But as you reset, as you retreat, as that production pacing evens up here, Louis once again able to win the fight. And now Voldemar is looking bruised and dented. This is absurd, right? He's down to 6 knights. There's no farm transition coming at this stage. He needs to gather 2k plus wood. It's an admirable attempt by Voldemar. I just don't see the way anymore. Meanwhile, Louis up at 1,500 food. Keep drop down the way from Voldy. So I guess he's hoping this will just stabilize him in the game. I mean, somehow Louis has only got 2 relics behind this, by the way. But maybe there's hope. What could he have done different here? I think Louis maybe kind of paranoid about Voldemar teching to him. Because that would be his one way out, right? Is Guildhall, tech up, etegege. And he's kind of getting enough food to allow for that eventually. So I think Louis is feeling the need to keep pressure. Because he's worried about Imperial just inherently arriving for the French. But at that point, I question, yeah, why not just do this? If you're worried about Imperial, why not just beat him to it? House of Swabia is finally on the way for Louis. We should be seeing a mirrored move soon by Voldemar, surely. Up to 1,600 food. Gold still needs to be fixed. I guess he wants to sort his farm transition first, but dude, that's going to leave him a mile behind. By the time he's going to tech up, Louis could have all the elite techs already. I don't know about this one, dog. Tech up complete. Louis. Funny he goes for textiles. Usually no one cares about Palace of Swabia villages. Voldemar. It's going to be going up to about 25 farms here. The problem now is gold. Like, he spent so long back here, he's down to, what, just 4k safe? Everything else outside the base. So now, even if you go Imperial Age, building mass arbitrary isn't sustainable, isn't affordable. Six is also locked in. So apparently Louis taking a chill approach here. Not entirely necessary. Much slower pace to be playing at. In fairness, Louis is a psycho that enjoys the late game, right? So if this game has to take 45 minutes, the only person who's suffering is me, who wants to eat dinner. Luckily, thanks to Protein Works, I'm not hungry right now. Thanks, Protein Works. Exclamation mark, Protein Works. Go kill a pigeon and check out. Go, go, go. Voldemar. Didn't he just set up all of his farms? Oh, Jesus. Keep drop coming in now. I mean, elite men-at-arms could just blitz it, though. Yeah, this just might turn into a good old German blitzkrieg. Moves in now. Village is trying to build it up. Army standing behind this to try and back up the defense. Castle is going to complete. Now the dive. Louis going deeper here. Arbitrary count only at 19. Elite archers and men-at-arms are going to back up, though. Not worth it to fight underneath the keep. Guildhall still sitting on so much food. Now up to 3k. Could it save him? I mean, the problem is, like, maybe it can, but the pacing's off. This is why just kind of rushing Imp feels really comfortable for HQ in this matchup. Because if your issue is Guildhall on the other side, Guildhall requires a lot of time. Getting into Imp and then getting past the Swall doesn't, right? Like, think about how long it takes to escalate 3,000 resources in a Guildhall, and then you look over here, and every 7 seconds there's a villager coming out. It's insane. You're not marching again. I don't know. I feel like you need to be targeting that west side, though. And there's the issue finally being resolved. I was wondering when we were going to get siege. You don't really want to have to put trebs here. It's just kind of too slow. Bombards are coming, though. Yeah, why would you trade here? Like, Philly, I know you're back playing Mongols, but, bro. What do you mean trade as in fight? We should probably... I assume Philisberto means fight, because if he actually means that the HRE player should be building trade, I'm going to phone up the Rising Empires people and have them revoke his invite. Voldemort has to come out soon, man. Like, he's still not Imp, and you've got 6 minutes on the timer, so by the time you're ready for a real fight, it's probably going to be 3 minutes on the clock. Marching again. A little bit more poke power here. On the 2.5k goal. Oh. Alright. Hear me out, chat. I'm kind of okay with this. Weirdly enough, I'm kind of okay. Let's be real. Louis not going to dive you. So why do you need a Red Palace, guys? It's fine. Just build the College of Artillery. Get the big pew-pew cannons. And clean house. I mean, Louis is giving false hope with these weird dives. However, there is a real dive happening over here. Mass Horseman's now on the way. Elite status is about to come in as well. These villages are going to start melting. All right, now I wish you had Red Palace. Oh, no. Guys, I'm telling you, the way that they make College of Artillery worth it is long guns works on Reboldequin. Here you go. Let's get some of those raw cannons out. It's big boy time. Actually, he's looking more like a small boy. Horsemen are already forced to vacate of the farms on the south side. I think we've got keep drops or armies camped on everything, right? No, north side's a bit exposed. That's why Louis keeps leaning there. The south side is protected here. The keep will not get contested quick enough. It's going to be a break-in. Now, the good news is, guys, hand cannoneers would take 1,250 shots to kill this war. Oh, there's a big hand cannon. I'm marching towards the keep. And this might be where he wishes he had Red Palace. Dude, he hasn't even built anything out of the College Artillery. Come on, man. Bombard. Now just going to start sieging down the castle. Army trading out already. Golden Hat upgrade did just come in for the Arbaletier, but surely no match for the hand cannoneers and horsemen. See that? He's actually trading well still. The problem is this doesn't solve the real issue. The castle is going to die before this fight is over. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking down. Your #1 defense is not only your #1 defense, it's your #1 eco discount here. We have now, however, got the Royal Cannon coming out. Now, remember, they did just buff the artillery shot. 5 tower range, 30% more damage. If he gets sued, he can basically snipe out Bombard. Wait, no, it's buildings only, right? Oh, God. Every time I think they made this ability good, I remember it only targets buildings. All right, guys, the game is over. All right, truthful moment of discussion here. Would it actually be OP if you could target ground with the artillery shot? Do we think it would actually be OP? Remembering that great bombards exist in this game already. It would not, right? Like, I've been asking for this for 2 years. Like, situation that's actually, like, people would use it. I think people would use it then. Because, like, if it has this stat increase, right, that ends up being, like, 160 damage splash on the ground. Like, that's borderline broken. It would be good. It actually would be good. But no. Let's make it only target buildings. Basically, and I take this personally, they looked at history and they're like, France and England spend the entire time screwing each other over. This will screw over Berkshires. We done it. Sacred Site decap attempt coming in here. Wait, is he actually going to get the decap? He might, but it's going to come at a price here. Horsemen are raiding on the farms. It's kind of weird because I feel like Louis is throwing away the easy win condition here to hit the farms. Dude, what? All he had to do was defend the Sacred Site. Okay, does Louis know something I don't about Voldemar? Does, like, Voldemar get tired around, like, 6 p.m. and need his milk bowl? Like, I'm confused here, man. Why is he dragging this game out? Oh, God. Is he still asking for trade? Jesus Christ, someone... Dude, like, chill. He still has the 8k vein. I think he still has a 4k. Yeah, over here. Dude, he's got like 10k gold to still grab. Chemistry now, come on. I mean, it's kind of interesting chemistry took this long with the gold surplus and hand cannon near mass, right? Credit to him, Voldemar's been doing a good job of holding these fights. He doesn't have Ensnare arrows, though, and that's a really big deal here. Like, usually when you get to Imp, Unitex just decide the game very aggressively. So, like, the fact that he doesn't have Incini, but he's playing mass the Tria here, it's a huge DPS differential. Tango play. I don't mind that idea here, actually. It's like, think about this. Arbitrary always are the main backbone of French in late game, and they're very slow. So if you just catch one big wallop, it can pretty much define the entire game, the entire fight. Unitech, yeah, now only coming in. So Voldemar also dropping a uni when you have no gold access is ambitious, lad. Like, he has nothing here. The Guildhall only recently got switched onto gold. He had it on food still. Yeah, I don't know what he thinks he's going to get here. I guess Incendiary, but I feel like you need EAT instead. Your issue is now going to be having a front line that survives it all. Louis. I'm going to march forward. Really would benefit from purging a few of the villages at this stage. Lee Army Tactics is on the way, though. We even have the potential for some ramming. Culverins can at least win the siege trade. Like, that's the one area you'd be favored in here, right? Like, raw Culverins beat normal Culverins. I do not know what happened to that graphic for a second there, but okay. How is this game not over? I'm just going to call it for what it is. This game should have been over about 10 minutes ago. The fact it's still going is ludicrous. Sacred Site win condition has been locked in. Will not get past 9 minutes this time. Quadruple Culverin just got queued up. If Louis can just clear this one army, Voldemar has nothing. But right now, that is looking like an absurdly big if. Voldemar moving in. Horsemen. Do you start to get some good targeting here, though? The Arbitrier trying to focus fire down the hand cannoneers. No cannon emplacement in the tower. Villagers are going to be pulled here. Louis finally is getting rid of the burden. Villagers going down. More than being pulled. We have arrived. Louis is ready in the late game. Villagers are a pseudo frontline here. Means he's losing less of the valuable troops. And now he's freeing up pop space to actually build an army. God damn, that took too long. Keep drop now coming. Keep drop now drop. Actually, I think, did Louis cancel? Or did he just have that much stone? I didn't glance that. That looked like the cannon shot should connect, but maybe Louis last second. I don't think he did, though. Vengeance from the horseman. Yeah, so he did lose. Honestly, I'm just underwhelmed by that castle dying. It just feels like it should not even matter here. He builds a new one. What's what they say? Mourn something or buy a new one. I think that's the saying somewhere. Horseman plus the hand cannon is starting to break him through, and I think Voldemar's done. He just doesn't have the gold to remass. Cobra and Snipe out coming in. The Bombard artillery shot is adorable, but doesn't one hit. And finally, somehow this 28-minute game will be done at 38 minutes. Right? Right. Oh, dear, oh, dear. All right. So game 1 going to Louis. I was hoping to eat, but screw that, I guess. I feel like that one is uploadable. I think it's the gate I'd highlight. One second, and show gate wall near HRE town center. There we go. No, artillery unit doesn't work on units. I keep wishing it would, but it doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't, but it doesn't. I don't know, apparently someone's very scared that college artillery is going to be OP. Even though nobody builds it. I say that, Voldemort built it, but let's be real, he'd already died in that game, so you might as well, like, chill and be a zombie for 10 minutes. Alright. Let's see what they got cooking in game number 2. So, map is going to be Dry Arabia. Surprise, surprise. It's going to be Byzantine Delhi. Ooh. Have Delhi really found a way to deal with this recently? I don't know. Ever since I watched the Lombo Archer only build against Delhi from Byzantines, I'm just convinced that Byzantines can do whatever they want in this matchup. Like, they could probably just outpost rush and they still vibe. I've seen a few people try and Dome of Faith. I don't think that's an option, though. Yeah, it's a biz free win, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just looking at it. I'm like kind of lost what Delhi's meant to do. I don't think fast castle works because Byzantines will like attack you and castle at the same time, which is just, I don't know why that's a thing. The Civ is insane. Still. But don't worry. The year is 2026. They might finally make Olive Groves cost the same as normal farms while still being better. Maybe. Can't promise it, though. So I'm just waiting for them to start their game now. Perfect time to remind people. Subscribe to the channel. Why haven't you already? I bet an ad played in that game right there. This game is going to be so short, you might miss the important piece of action due to an ad. Actually, it's going to be long, so you'll probably miss like 3 pieces of important information. It's all Bezos' fault. And I know a lot of you got Prime. If you got Prime, if you got Amazon Prime, you basically got a free sub to give. So, might as well use it and dodge ads. Easy. Longbow Horseman fine. You like Javs? No. Javs is like the one where you lose this, I think. Because like Tower of Victory Archer spam can just ape Javs. I think Longbow probably better. Longbow Horseman really good. Even like I said, Longbow Archer weirdly enough works. I know it sounds dumb, but it actually works. Yeah, I don't know. I think the javelins, like I've seen it multiple times. I think Voldemar's experienced that as well. Still remember, like the one that made my jaw drop the most is when Vortex versus Voldy. Like Vortex just aped him with like Archer spam, which is absurd. God, my throat is rough. I need to get some hay fever medicine. I think I might have hay fever or something. Oh, they have been, I can confirm they've been playing on US West. Longbows can die to something, so can horses. So can Javs. Well, you just think Javs Limitane? Guess we'll find out. Ooh. Chip up some predickies. Some good old prediction. Alright, give me a sec. I feel like I'm just giving out 3 points here. Sorry, Voldemort. Wait, wouldn't the funner prediction be what contract he does? Yes! Dude, that's a cool prediction. Right? Alright, let's get ready to rock and roll. You know what I'm going to say to that Baltoon? That's Marine Lord. And he gets away with everything. Alright, one and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Voldemar versus Louis MT in a competitive setting here. It's Dry Arabia only time. Louis with the powerful Byzantines, and Voldemar with the traditionally OP in esports Delhi that honestly look more kiddish than his baby face in this matchup. Sorry, Voldemar, but it's a pretty brutal one. I'm getting a little bit worried that Louis just has all the right answers. So I'll have to see what Voldemar can do to press upon us a different scripture here. Louis, I'm kind of curious in this. We were discussing what kind of like contract is going to go. I even done a prediction on the stream. You could have been live watching this on twitch.tv/killerpigeon, by the way. Western, Eastern, or Silk Road? I feel like in this matchup, I'm a really big fan of Western. There is some viability behind Silk. You just never go. You never go for Eastern. I don't know. I can't see a world in which Eastern ever makes sense against Delhi. But I like the idea of Western just because you become this kind of impenetrable force. But I think it's pacing difference. Like when you play Western contract, you have to camp a bit more. So you can't immediately necessarily block the first Sacred Site. So you have to wait for your opponent to make a move, basically. When you go for the Silk Road, that's designed around the idea that you're going to contest the very first fight opportunity. So I think it's a different approach. Given that Louis is, yes, not only a longbow lover, but also, I'd say, a more defensive player, I'm expecting Western contract. Tower Victory coming out as expected here. We have seen a few people going back towards Dome of Faith. I haven't really felt its merit. I feel like every game I've seen someone try it in, I've kind of looked at it and wondered what it done. I feel like Dome of Faith I don't know if I want to say needs a buff or Tower Victory just needs a tweak. It's funny as well because like Tower Victory isn't even as powerful as it's perceived. It's actually 15%, right? I think someone's done the math check and it's not a true 20, it's 15. But it still feels overwhelmingly powerful. That's also why I just don't like the Silk Road approach, because if you miss your initial timing, you just get snowballed by archers. Like mass archers with Tower Victory attack speed buff melts Byzantine Javs, because unlike Malians, you can't spam at the same rate. Look at the spawn as well. Like, actually a pretty good one for Louis to do whatever he wants. Back gold. Very safe next to the tree line. He's even got an extension over here that could easily wall in. This is a pretty damn good spawn all in all for Louis. The only negative would be too much back gold, not enough back berry, but outside that, it's kind of thumbs up. Meanwhile, on the other side, this, like, Voldemar, every single resource in this game is forward. This is pretty brutal. The only thing he has behind him in the corner is gold. That's the most worthless thing for you. You've got deer forward, berry forward. Like, everything is going to require a movement out towards the mid-map. And there's your confirmation. When I see stables, I'd be very surprised if this is javelins. I feel like that might be the one, the least done two-man comp outside of Keshik's, right? I think we're going to get Horseman Lombos. Blacksmith's opening from Voldy makes a lot of sense. The reason is that the Byzantines have so much extra economy, they can very easily afford blacksmith techs, but also on top of that, they get them much more quickly than most civs, right? Because Dialecticus, usually by the time you're doing blacksmiths, it's 60% increased tech speed. So you're getting it in like 38 seconds instead of a minute, which is wild. You tried 5 Ghazi into only archers one time? Versus Marine Lord. Yeah. So that was the Marine Lord one, right? But like, I think that the weird thing I've seen is, weirdly enough, if you just kind of take a slower approach with Lombos, you legit can just build archers as well. It's so dumb to watch. I was baffled when I witnessed it. But for the time being, it's just going to be spamming horsemen. Kind of cool as well. Like, this is the kind of crazy thing about this matchup. Is the area that you're meant to have an advantage in is production speed. Every 13 seconds for a Ghazi. Meanwhile, horsemen every 16 seconds. So while your individual units are still better, you don't have that overwhelming military surge advantage you normally do. Let's begin there. Louis just kind of baits the scout. Unfortunate follow-up there. Like, I don't think it was good for him to kind of continue running away straight away. But it looks like that baited Voldemar. Slow reaction there. Means a favorable trade for Louis. Voldy can heal that damage off, though. And Louis is not telling us a damn thing about his intent. I guess he wants to see if he forces spears or archers, right? Which is very interesting. That's super high level. Because if you force your opponent to go spears first, then Lombos makes more sense. If he goes archers first, jabs can make more sense, right? Voldemar has made the right call, though. He dropped both. I think he understands how this is trending. Like, this is an insane advantage that the Mercs get you, is that you have this insane dictatorial point early on in the game over comp diversity. The thing about Mercs is you are talking about premium units of 3 different types. And you can choose any of them from one building. Your opponent doesn't even necessarily know. And it is going to be the Western Merc contract. So there you go. Congrats to people who predicted that correctly. And with the timing, like, this is pretty smart. And I think also additionally intentional from Louis. By waiting until he's got this much resource to work with, he can, like, double pump Lombos. He could have been more optimal starting earlier, but like we said, there's an element of wanting to know what you're facing. But this guarantees you don't just have that little Congo line of 5 that gets cut off by a Ghazi group. You'll have a strong group of 10. We even have the Limitane now getting added in by Louis. Blacksmith is still going to be a big deal. Undermesh has quite a way to go, but the Steel Arrow can really help here. I think Voldemar's probably just over-investing in Ghazi at this stage. The reason he might be doing this is because he wants to attack. And yeah, we already see the Ghazi moving in. So nice little strike there, does get a villager kill. So realistically, Voldemar is basically just trying to get enough Ghazi to help assist in the mid, but then also raid eco. Because you have to understand that if you just stay in a 1TC, 1TC in your base approach with these 2 civs, Louis' civ is vastly superior. This also gives him a little bit of agency to control the flanks because sacred sites are your be-all, end-all in this game. But Louis so far, I mean, it feels like he's kind of just dictating pace on the map. I feel like Voldemar is way too hunkered down at this stage. And I'm wondering how much that is down to him like not wanting to run into the mid-map force, right? Like he seems like his win condition to his perspective is to build, say, a 6 or 7 villager lead and then take the main fight 3 or 4 minutes afterwards. That's a big ask though. And finally he does move out. Okay, there we go. So wolves are going to be coming in. This does get quite expensive. But it's kind of necessary here, right? You're going to need the long-term scaling. You can't afford to keep dying back and forth. The cool thing about this is like when you go mass inventory, walling feels better, not just because you can build the walls faster. It's the fact that your army is slower to react, so you kind of need that extra padding to buy time to get in position. Guys in the rotation, but Limitane are here, so Voldemar should just see this and back away. Scout does give him the early vision. And yeah, to answer that for people, Horseman and Ghazi had the same movement speed. The only one that's really different is Sipahi, which are slightly slower. Oh, I've got to sneak out. Louis, double outpost. Whoa. Alright, that justifies it all. Are you kidding me? 8 stack of berries and deer also stacked this close together. This is a jackpot. I thought he was going to go west side because that's just as good. Like, he actually got double berry deer stack. I think we know what these deer have in their diet. Good lord. Second sacred site now being locked in. Fur could easily be contested here by Louis, though. Horsemen are still striking, but it looks like Louis is shifting entirely away from that. Kind of interesting, actually, as his opponent doesn't really have that many spears, but he has enough plus the Ghazi detail that it feels a little bit wonky. I would love to see Louis just kind of double down on Horsemen and look for raids the same way that Voldemar did, right? The problem right now is he probably feels a bit paranoid because he doesn't have that many walls. He's got one on this west side. Cool, sick short wall here by Louis, but then everything else is open. Knocking on the door coming in. Voldemar making a move towards that east side. So it should be a lock on the sacred site. I don't think he knows about the berry spot at all. And because you start with berries and not deer, it's not revealed either. So systems are going to get connected in soon. So soon to be level 3. Horseman does early reveal what's happening on the east side here. So full army shift to the right side of the map. Louis still showing no signs of trying to tech up, trying to save up. He's actually spending a pretty penny here. Limitane are 10 resources more than your standard spearman, remember. So almost a 15% increase in cost. It's kind of interesting, actually. I wonder if he could just get away with trying to tech now. Right? Just keep scaling the mercs, but then put your extra food into a cost slaves play. And once you're, say, at that point, you're probably at like 25 longbows. 25 longbows is enough to crack this army, right? With some assistance, of course. Instead, he keeps playing the edge. Louis doesn't like uncertainty, so he wants to build a big military lead before he considers that idea. We'll get the blocker. Walls do come in, but no cap on the sacred site. So Voldemar, he does have 250 extra gold coming in per minute. But he does not have any ticking time. Longbows. Now starting to poke in. Limitane. Numbers are kind of small here. And the retreat isn't great. I say it's small. 15 of them seems big, but against these archers, not so much. You have to march away. Louis. Did he bite off more than he could chew here? I mean, trades are, I want to say, fairly even, right? The Lombos are still surviving, which is the most important detail. Spearman did get baited back. That makes it a lot better. Louis just rearing around the side like this is baiting undesirable fights for Voldy. Continues to surge forward, though. Archer's now frontlining. Horseman trying to mix in with it as well. They are going to peel back onto the north side. Spearman not going to follow him over there now. The Limitane count is going low. Gazis have been removed from the equation. Lombos need to move away from this engagement though, but the Archer Mass of Voldemar should not be big enough to keep holding this. Yeah, this is the dream trade. This is where Lombos feel great. In this situation where they are the last thing to be peeled back. In a world where Voldemar keeps the Ghazi alive towards the tail end but loses the archers, he can force a favorable trade. But instead now, at the end of the fight, both armies have been reduced, but the unit that should be hardest to scale because it requires olive oil has remained mostly intact. King Louis is overzealous in his push out here again though. You can see he's starting to stockpile for a tech up. This is the type of pressure that doesn't really feel necessary and can lose you games. Line formation coming in. Lombos need to break away. More horsemen are coming. Maybe Voldemar overextending at this stage, though. Honestly, I'm just looking at the Byzantine economy and I'm shocked. It's insane. Like, we see this so often, and every time it feels absurd. The only reason he wasn't already taking control of this game was the Olive Grove transition. Look back at home and see 18 farms and tell me the Civ is balanced. This is not even remotely reasonable. Jesus. In this current scenario, why Longbow's better than Javs? He can lose fight for sure, because you shouldn't need to fight that hard. I think Louis maybe kind of over-aggressed and then just kind of outplayed the fight. It wasn't entirely necessary, right? Like, I think the reason why Lombos feels better than Javs is what you do next. Because when you skirt towards Castle Age, I feel like Javelins are always going to be less valuable than Lombos there, right? Add in the fact that, like, what's the next steps? Like, what can you get next? You don't really want camels. Like, the guards, you should be wiped out before your opponent goes castle anyway. So it's not like you get an extra layer of effectivity there. And also, to what I was saying earlier, like Javs compared to Lombos, it's much easier to make the Lombos the last thing that dies compared to Javs. Because Javs have to be a little bit closer to the action. That's my take on why I prefer to see Lombos in so many games. Because I just don't think your job here is to be the aggressor. Not to an extreme, not to an extreme degree. Because you know that the Delhi are going to try to move methodically and cap one by one with this comp. Golden Horn Town now on the way. I think if you're playing a different approach where you're like, I will end the game in feudal. Like, if you think you can win the first 3 fights very convincingly, or even 2 actually, with Javs, it makes more sense. But I think Lombos gives you more recovery than Javs do. Sheesh, Voldemar. He knows what's happening. He's moving in. Matane are going to have to throw their life away here. Golden Horn Town almost complete. Louis has stockpiled the gold he needs. The dive's coming through. The farms might be in trouble. Tech up is complete. And the Varangian need to spring into action. Archers, the A-click, actually clipping onto the buildings right now. Dive continues through. The TC is assisting though. And Voldemar, I don't think this is enough. He needs to find economy kills to make it worthwhile. A few villagers are hanging out on the farm, so we'll find a few. But a quick shift away. And Voldemar now stuck in a trade that's only ever getting worse here. First Varangians start to spring out. Damage reduction simply too high. And I think Voldemar at this stage is probably just about 2 minutes away from calling it. Unless maybe... even if you find this right, like, it's the double outpost defense. The new A-click doesn't work for buildings. It's literally just for farms, right? So you can click on farms. Yeah, villagers are going to shift away. How has he gotten away with that? I can't believe it. The one hope that Voldemar had at some eco damage. He doesn't see it. Oh, it actually works on buildings? I thought it was just at the farms. That's interesting. But if you A-click on the ground, it still will attack buildings, right? Is that what you meant? Yeah, I don't see how Voldemar wins these trades long term. The more he invests in this, the more he's stuck in feudal. And Varangian are gradually crawling in, right? And like you just don't have an answer to Varangian. You do 1 damage per strike. So yeah. Voldemar will have his back fully up against the wall and have to think about the next game. I mean, even if he wanted to tech up, oh my god, even Limitane now, even if he wanted to tech up, he doesn't have the food, right? Like, there's just nothing left on the map, really. Maybe there's enough to just about get you there, but then you'd have to immediately do a farm tranny. And I just don't see that happening. Why is he spamming spears and not Ghazi? Because he's seen Horseman before, right? Like, I don't think Ghazi changes the equation much. Like, you just don't have food. You need some sort of front line, but you cannot afford Ghazi with so little food left on the map. Like, I mean, I guess there's a deer, right? But the other thing is, once you reach a certain mass, Archers usually feels better. Yeah, I just don't see it changing here. He could have punted for Ghazi, maybe, and that would have given him some raid potential, but I think he just wants the blob to try and win the main fight. Lombos are getting targeted down, so good micro there by Voldemar, but the Varangian, that's still an issue he hasn't answered for. Like, look at them, right? Like, this is the thing at this stage. This trickle of Varangian is having the bigger impact. You can see the firepower minimizing as Voldemar stands his ground there and loses half of the archers. All you need to do is Louis now back up a little bit. Wait for Lombos, but I think instead he's just going to send probably 1 or 2 Varangian over to each pocket eco location to idle it out. What a game. What a unit. What a civ. Roman Empire OP is what Louis is teaching us and preaching to us very quickly in this series. Yeesh, ay caramba. Reasonable civs, XD. Oh, stretchy. Okay, so what we got next? Excuse me. I think he probably just goes English game free, right? Is it just kind of like a I stomp you in free draft, right? That's how it feels. So we've had HRE and Byzantines. We've had Delhi and French. How's Louis have Biz HREing? So I was saying about this in draft. Like, I think I liked Voldemar getting Roos to keep the HRE blocked, but that just didn't work out. But yeah, like the IU is really powerful, but in a Dry Arabia only tourney, maybe it would have been more value to take either Biz or English. It's kind of a tough one, right? I feel like Voldemar's draft is him looking at it as if it was, you know, like a standard tournament where there's different maps and different environments, but like in Dry Arabia only, right? Yeah, it's fair. Like Biz HRE-ing is kind of OP. And also Louis was first pick, so right, he picked HRE. You could have maybe picked Byzantine and English in return. I don't know, man. I'm kind of curious what he's going to do to solve this now. Like, if he can get in deep enough from here, like, his draft can be good, right? Like, if you can peel back the English, not too bad. But you have to win that. That's the big challenge now. Because like, afterwards, you'll have Roos, IU, and, like, that rocks you into a comeback. But I feel like this next game is going to be as equally hard as the first two. And it's English Chinese. Like, China used to be kind of cozy in that matchup, right? I'm not so sure anymore. I feel like the 2TC is just too free. You think it can be fine? But like on Dry Arabia, right? You don't think it's kind of spawn dependent? Like if you're playing China, you need a really safe spawn, right? Because I feel like playing forward is going to be difficult. Find a way to get second TC as China without spear. Oof. I said I like the Roost pick against HRE. And then as we discussed at Core, I said, I reckon you at a point that like his second pick, I think shouldn't have been not for like Dry Arabia. But yeah, I did actually like the idea of the Roost opener. Because I still think it like holds back HRE. Yeah. And I guess it's like, if this was not just Dry Arabia, I'd be a fan of like Voldemar's full draft. I think it kind of makes sense, but Dry Arabia only is weird, man. I'm kind of curious if he was like if his brain kind of locked in that way, you know what I mean? Where you're like, yes, I have something for everything. Whereas like Dry Arabia is the most purest example of like just pick OP Civ. It's not a knee. Well now. Oh. Trying to weigh up if we're going to come back and do some more after I eat today. Let me think on it. We could.
I want to look at the build order that he lays.
What the hell? I don't know if on a Loco stream. Huh? Rogan? Apparently that was the last thing I opened. So let me figure it out. I really want to do those Tank Cup replays. And I'm worried that they're going to patch the game soon, so I need to figure that out. Whoa. Whoa. Let me flip those scores around. Oh, God, my throat's so dry. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to do the freaking Tank Cup replay. I might have to, like, postpone it to another day. Sheesh, we'll figure it out. My throat is super dry, though. Alright, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Louis MT on the English and Voldemar on his signature Chinese. I still think that Abbas's is a signature now. And yeah, this is kind of an interesting one. This matchup used to be really Chinese favored, right? With the old Council Hall build, from what I remember. Like the Barbican drop blocked a lot of access points, and China just chilled. But ever since the arrival, like the 2TC Abbey of Kings builds, it's more even. But I know there's a lot of talk going on about the timing here. I still think that the French King, the English King timing is like way too aggressive. So like you can't be greedy with your spawn. But yeah, Voldemar got a lot of safety here. That's kind of wild. Berries, deer on the bat. That tree line makes it very bridgeable. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, not straight away, but if we eventually work to, like, a long wall here. So there's hope, guys. Okay, like, I think, like, we were a little bit worried that this was going to be a 4 double deer spawn, kind of like what you got in that Delhi game. And I think that's very unplayable for Chinese here. Louis, on the other hand, not bad spawn either. I don't know, I don't think you ever want to be gathering berries with the English, but, like, it's kind of a shame it's not a different civ, because that TC drop would be perfect. And unfortunately, the mining cap... Actually, he could have kind of done that, right? I think he could have staggered it across and it would have been worth it. Saved 50 wood. But yeah, there's nothing too crazy here. He has got the safety of like dropping on the back tree line for the TC around here. So it's not like if there was a mass chicken they could do anything. But I don't really expect Chinese to try and attack Louis in Feudal Age. It'd be really weird to see here. The question mark is whether he's going to be one of those players that prioritizes the gold or the deer. Because I actually like the idea of prioritizing the deer against non-aggressive civs. It gives you a very, very solid castle timing, but it's really bad against civs that attack you, right? Because it leaves you a bit more exposed, and you don't have the safety of easily reaching castle with gold protected. What are the win conditions for both these players? So for English, you're probably looking at fast castle and a push. I think China's going to try to play a little bit deeper. So like, this matchup is kind of weird in that the win condition to me is usually the gold. Because the logic is this, right? Like, if you can control gold, then China, like, the late game can basically just be kind of a men-at-arm spam and longbow spam if need be. Hand cannons are limited. Like, this idea that pyrotechnics China is really good works in a lot of situations, but I feel like longbow OP. Let me reassess that. Dude, I'm hungry. I can feel it. I think you have to play for Nesta Beast timing late in castle. Right? Does that sound... Because I feel like if this goes in, what do you have as China? You could pass guard flood to hit flanks, but I think that's kind of it. Like, if your opponent's hunkered down and you get hyper late game English, especially if it's wing guard and he gets away with that. Like, I feel like a longbow should just be able to beat the hand cannoneers quite freely. So pyrotechnics kind of not OP. Kind of feels like China, maybe the best bet is like a hard castle timing now. What the hell am I reading in my chat? Dude. Like, Voldemar has been playing the best he has, actually. He's been drastically improving as a player. His drafting, although this one wasn't great, has been getting overall much better. His execution has been getting much better. He's not just a one-dimensional player that does one thing over and over again. Voldemar is actually, like, on the rise, dude. I don't know if that was a poor attempt at memes, but yikes. Like, Voldemar's pitted up against Louis MT, who Louis MT's playstyle just works well against him because Voldemar still leans later in the game. And Louis MT is just in a better position as a player right now. Louis MT's, like, drafting experience definitely is shown in the series. It's not really indicative of Voldemar. Looks like, no, we are getting the TC first. So, to the whole point of why no song into TC, I think this is kind of okay, right? Like, you're going to lose control of the stone when the king comes in. So you want, yeah, look at the timing. You want the stone first, and then you want the safety. Because you're always going to drop two TCs next to each other. And now you can do the Barbican on delay. Probably on the gold, I'd say here. Like, you know your opponent's going 2 TC, and yes! Oh dear, we have a believer. You can barbecue on stone before TC. But yeah, but like, why do you want this? Oh god, no. Okay, yeah, he should have barbecued. So I was going to say, like, maybe you don't want to Barbican here. You want to Barbican looser. This makes sense if he's trying to Barbican over here. That's the only thing I can think now, is he wants to secure the corner. So this is TC's of defense and then another one here. Because if you Barbican the stone here or here, your opponent can walk around the back and come in, right? So I think what Voldemar is going for here is a static defense line. So TC drop into Barbican, and then you get all the deer and the berries, right? You can barbecue, what, here instantly? Or here? Free spears after TC and Song. You're still going to delay your timing, though, right? On the second TC slightly. But you're going spears as well. So you're dropping a Rax for 150, and then you're spending 240 resources. Whereas what he's trying to do is spend no resources. Especially not build spears against a Civ that can build longbows, right? Who cares it's so little? Balton. You've got to play perfect, man. It's a 1v1. Maximum optimization. Yeah, it's also like if you drop the Barbican here instead of here, then you don't have Garrison. So like a king can still come in here with enough and hit you. Yeah, this is wild. Look at what Louis is doing, guys. And look at that. Baltoon, if you had built spears, you would die to longbows now. Look at that. Playing perfect is getting Song TC on deer for 0 investment. Bro, what? I thought the nature of China is to drop TCs at home and then send villagers out. I don't know. This is kind of wild, though. Like, Louis going all in on feudal is not what I had on my bingo card. I thought he'd play for fast castle and then, like, try to zoom or play imp. So I think, like, English imp, with how broken network of citadels is at this point, they're one of the few civs that can actually feel good against China. But he's just sending it, man. That's kind of wild. And this is fast castle out of Voldemar. So that's why you've not got a Barbican. I mean, but what do you do with fast castle here? Because we need to do a food check. What was his sheep count in the end? He only had 6. Okay, I actually think Voldy might just be dead. You can't fast castle here. Okay, thank God. He's reinvesting. Because like, if you fast castle here, you just die. But the sad part is like your opponent's already prepped lombos and you've gone spears. Horseman would have worked, right? Like if you just spammed Horseman. But you have to be ahead on count. Otherwise, the healing aura allows the English to just win. Yeah, dude. This is done. I think this might be the most one-sided game we've had in the series. In fairness, it wasn't just because of the like Civ though. I think this was because of a combo of like what Voldemar done and what Louis done. It's like the second TC didn't really secure anything in the end. I do agree, like the barbecue could have been here now, like or somewhere, because like at this point this TC doesn't secure anything extra. And Louis reacted perfectly. Like he didn't let it be a castle age race, because the castle age race is like I feel like you lose that against China, right? But this is perfect. Moves in to torch down the outpost. Lombos are at least being targeted, so maybe Voldemar has a hope here. Louis, a little bit early on the dive, I think. Has got Steel Arrow on the way, though. This could be a big deal. Undermesh is coming on the other side, but I'd love to see Louis maybe just rush towards Siege Engineering next. One ram, just get in here, remove the defenses, and essentially starve Voldy out. And yeah, I think I've like was saying a few months back that there's a lot of experimentation around like English fast castle, English TC, all this kind of stuff. But to me, when they made the king change, I feel like prolonged feudal was underrated. 1 or 2 TC. You just have a lot of potency, right? Like Lombos is a premium unit in feudal age, and healing in feudal age is pretty OP. It's flash coming out though. Voldemar just brute forcing it right now. It's going to work. Louis has to back away, so bails on the Lombos. And Voldemar, signs of life here. Louis now trying to fix that with the Spearman. You know what's kind of interesting here, actually, chat, is if they both just go Spearman, Horseman, then English has an inherent advantage. Because like every time you don't fight, it's Kiss the Boo Boos better. So I'm wondering if maybe Louis now... I mean, he's actually still adding in Lombos, which is a little bit more wild here. Walls are going up. Voldemar is looking to fully encapsulate himself, but looks like the west side might be a little bit late. It's so nice that Voldemar decided that while they're playing an RTS, they should also play a Maze Runner. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, Louis. Well, he doesn't go in weirdly enough. Rewall comes through. That was almost problematic. Voldemar on the other side did raid with his horsemen, but it's expensive, man. They all go down. Only 2 left over on the front, 1 at home. And Voldemar is now going for that castle play. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Louis is now kind of hard stuck in feudal. He's recommitting. And Voldemar, a breath of life here. Astronomical clock tower now on the way. Unbelievable. I can't believe the way this is now playing out. And keep in mind, this is Louis playing pocketed resources, right? He hasn't set up the farm clusters. This isn't an immediate, oh, I've got infinite food, let me play late game. He went for a very clear timing with the deer, with the berry follow-up as well. He wants to kill. Might not be able to. Villager will get intercepted. Maybe. Maybe, though. He's not done yet. Horseman and King move in. Villagers will be able to garrison to safety. No rewall behind this. There is an exit point. Some idle time achieved here. And a burn through now on the east side. He's going. 3 villagers on the clock tower. I feel like Voldemar needs it quicker than this. He might just die on the tech up. No Barbican to hide behind, remember. No Song Dynasty. No escalation whatsoever. Wall is going to go up now. Horseman coming in again, though. Now shuffle around the back. Voldemar has divided his economy, so hitting one location doesn't kill him. But right now, the Horsemen are wasting the Spear's time. And that means the Lombos could go in. Instead, though, Louis here's the tech up and immediately hesitates. All right. Sit back, relax. Late game is an inevitability, Mr. Anderson. We are heading deeper in this one. Louis, weirdly enough, does come forward for an outpost placement, but behind this, it has to be castle. Like, there's no way you can get troops in quick enough to end this game now. Kind of scary, though, right? I think Voldemort done a really good job there. Because had he had all of his gathering of food on that west side, I think it would have stunted his timing, and the tech up wouldn't have allowed for any military units, right? But because he gathered both here and here, he had the allowance for it. Louis, not done yet, though. He's starting to stockpile for the age up. In the meantime, though, he's going to start to hit the economy on the north side. A little bit of chip damage, but nothing too substantial here. It's going to be burnt from the west side. Stone being gathered by Voldemort's kind of intriguing here. I guess he was going for a keep drop, so he has safety in the back corner. I mean, at this stage, I have to wonder if Barbican's still just better than getting a keep. Like, it's cheaper, and it provides you eco-escalation, right? Like a Barbican right here. Because this area is still kind of open, and I think that's what he's worried about. So the reason why Louis backed up with his Lombos on the age up is your opponent can just supervise production and get 3 or 4 Lancers out, or Palace Guard. And then you lose this entire army, because Lombos are really, really slow. It's always uncomfortable with the English to pull Lombos around the back of the enemy base, because you're going to be exposed, right? And what the everlasting duck am I looking at here? It's not a white tower game. It's going to be free TC English versus Tang Dynasty Chinese. All right, this might be the wildest one today. You don't often get to say those two statements in a game. King's going to go down. Lombo Spearman just buying some time here. So he's going to draw attention to the back. Palace Guard numbers are starting to swell, but Louis is already prepping the reaction with men-at-arms. Crossbows as well. So, Relic situation isn't fantastic yet for Voldemort. Louis does usually like to go for these double monastery drops, but it looks like he's a little bit delayed on that. So first monastery now coming in. Farm count isn't out of control yet. It's sitting at 17. Meanwhile, other side of this, farms now starting to get added in by Voldemort. No granaries yet, though. No, no, no. That would require Song Dynasty. We're allergic to dynastying up. So what does Voldemort see's win condition as now? Because we mentioned the idea of like fast castle and control before. You could try to pass Guard Flood, but economically you don't really have that type of power. The deer and the berries are exhausting fast. You haven't got your full farm transition yet. So like Palace Guard spam is very inefficient on the trades into English. I think it'd be too expensive. So yeah, quite rightly, he's going for the Barbican. I think this is going to be him trying to hunker down now. But I am still worried. Like, I feel as if massing hand cannons invites Lombo men-at-arm spam. And the stupidity is the English economy is good enough in the late game for that to work. Also would love to see, I think this is one of those very specific matchups where if you do go hyper late game, Wingard Rangers are kind of OP. Crossbows are real, so Voldemort gets the bad news. Nestabees is on the way at home, though. So, shouldn't be a case of men-at-arms now dive you, monkey noises, monkey noises. It's kind of funny, really, right? Because these are the two most obnoxious and annoying civs to try and dive. Two of the best defending civs in the entire game. Fire Lancers and Keeps. Excuse me, Sassy, we're watching a Voldemort game, not a core game. I think Core's the only person I've seen Fire Lancer in a pro game in 2024. Four relics, though, is pretty good for Voldy in this game. And remember, although it's late, he did get Song now. So, although Louis' lead is going to build, you're deep enough in the game, like, you should trend towards, I'd say, about 125 when your opponent's 140. I don't know, man. This is like weirdly kind of looking okay for Voldemar. I think 4 relics is a really important detail because this Civ eats a lot of gold. And taxation can only go so far, but you know, adding in an extra passive 320 resources a minute of the thing that you probably aren't going to be able to access is a pretty nice position to be in. Louis is going for the forward outpost and wants that attack speed aura. I think that's one crafty detail in this game. Like, actually, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he does see it, right? But he couldn't hang around to burn. So like, this attack speed aura on the offensive is kind of bonkers. You hate Voldemar's farm placement? I talked to him about this. He's like, it's because there's no room that he does it that way. But actually, this one is really, really weird. I don't think I've ever seen him do this type of staggered granary placement. And arms are going to be blocked out, so we'll back away. So he now knows that he's up against Song, so he realizes Voldemar's playing a full eco-scaling game. I think you just want to keep drop now as Louis. In fact, Stone's coming in, so it should be a keep drop here on the Sacred Site. Then you can keep drop here on this Sacred Site, and that blocks out the 8Ks, and that also gives you a win condition around Sacred Sites. Yeah, that's true. Core was completely afraid to touch big golds. And that he was against Irobids, man. I'm still baffled by that game. Dude, CSO is so suffocating on the map, actually. That was an insane game. Okay, so going to appeal a few men-at-arms just to force a reaction, but I think inevitably we are heading for him on both sides here. So what Louis is trying to do is force Voldemar to invest in army instead of tech, because he has to come out to take the Sacred Sites away. I'm sorry, did I really just read that you want Nesta B's in placement on a Barb? Actually, I'm not sorry. Get the hell out. What? I don't think Barbican needs a buff. Imperial Academy just needs a nerf. Sacred Site's now locked in. Louis still maintaining that eco lead. Remember, it is 3 TC versus 2 Song. So basically, it's 3 TC versus 2.5. Imperial Palace now on the way. Okay, Voldemar looking for the movement speed early here. That's kind of wild. We'll also give him info on basically the villager placement and everything about the lay of the lands, because they did buff the vision the Imperial Palace gives now. So you see a lot around all the villagers. It's like Louis doesn't want the fight, though. So he's just trying to bait the army out so you can go in, huh? Well, there's going to be a decap attempt. Not full commitment. Smart read here by Voldemar. Like, if he reacted with the whole army here, Louis just breaks in. Still going to try, though. Oh, he needs to read the army. Louis comes back. It's still 9 minutes, but this feels really uncomfortable. And also, because Voldemar had to go Yuan to now react to this, he's even further away from Imperial, right? In a game where gold is not on his side. He's got, what, the 4K here? He could probably reach for this one, so he's got some longevity. He's got more longevity gold access-wise than Core did in his game. Push in, though. Looks like he's trying to starve out the opportunity to build more keeps here. Voldemar has now reacted in a way that Louis can seize the area, so Sacred Site will not be the win condition. But I do see something else approaching here. I just love the monks running in with the mid-arms. I mean, in fairness, guys, they have a very big staff. They could club people with this. I think Louis is just trying to get a little bit too crafty here. And yeah, as a result, Berkshire has to come. I always feel bad when you have to get Berkshire like this. I also don't know if this is feasible. This is way too greedy. Yeah, he has to go for a defensive Berkshire. Hey, Voldy not dead yet then. Action in the center is surprisingly good here for Louis. It's that attack speed aura again, though. Like, it's just insane. It's only network of castles, right? No Citadel, but a 20% buffer is still a big deal here. So we'll be able to shove him back. Berkshire, after all that, I bet he regrets actually not just placing it on the gold vein, but a few units is enough to ruin him. So take out complete. Voldemort will not be able to break through the wood line. He has to make his own tech choice quickly. In fact, he's losing the army in the center. the outpost placements have really just kind of won this mid-map for Louis. This is wild. I think Louis, though, yep. I was about to say, the one thing that's missing here is stone walls. You're up against Yuan Dynasty Palace Guard. Their play is to raid. Damn. Louis just knows. So there is a keep drop. Voldemort being obnoxious here, so we'll let it starve out some gold. But Louis has the safe gold at home still. And the right side is still up for contest here. Great, we'll get it on the way. Is that on the farms? Wait, where did he drop? Oh, yeah. So not fully on the farms, but kind of towards that. It's a very defensive format for a Great Wall Gatehouse. I wonder if he could have went a bit deeper. Damn. People still not using the blueprint trick. It is quite tricky. You have to be quick in the reaction, but you can actually build this up like 40 villages. So now that we are in the imp, we talked about like who has the edge here. Realistically, hand cannoneer should be MVP for the Chinese. But I do think if you're English and you just start scaling lombos, you can compete really easily. Like Network of Citadels plus volley wipes them out. So if Voldemort does ever switch into the hand cannoneers, Louis should have an answer. You used it, Baltoon? Thank you, thank you. 10% of your prize pool earnings, thank you. That's a keep. Now being taken out here. So AK being reclaimed. And, oh, if these stone walls go up, this is big. He's only going outpost first, so he won't be able to stop the stone walls. Which means 8k gold vein access is going to be locked in by Louis first. Chinese hand cannoneers are better than others because they get 1.5 extra range for pyrotechnics. They also, by default, have gunpowder tech. House guard. just wiggling their ass through. Love it. Very reasonable unit. And, oh, the short bows come out. Voldemort hasn't realized yet because he's distracted by the fight on the west. So, funnily enough, he won't get any cheesy plays here with the outpost. West side, though, this dive, I mean, the Palace Guard are pretty much all dead, right? So it's just crossbows underneath a keep. I think Vold wins this. I think he's in a pretty good position. He needs to breach the walls fast, though. Like, I've seen Louis do this before, and it's just really obnoxious. You spam Palace Guard, and he just spams Men-at-Arms. And the logic is, if you can never break those walls, Men-at-Arms just win. So, like, Voldemort just needs to make 1 or 2 openings in the stone walls, and then he can win with Palace Guard. Which means I don't get to eat food with my family. Pepe hands. There we go. Bombard down the way, so he will have his entry soon. Lee Army Tactics also coming through. Louis, oh man. He's actually trying to go hand cannoneers. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how Louis is meant to easily win this. To me, it kind of feels like Voldemort has to slip more than Louis outplay. Like, hand cannoneer scaling is very slow at this point. The Palace Guard are getting ready to break through. The Bombards are already on the way. The walls will not last long. On top of that, Louis doesn't really have the long-term goal to keep rebooting hand cannoneers if this fails. Actually, no, scrap that. He's got the 8k, right? I thought Voldemort would actually try to keep drop over here on the other side of the wall. So he can actually afford hand cannoneers. It's just, can he afford the pace? Because I'm starting to think he doesn't have military academy. Like, mathematically, the numbers feel a bit slow. If I can actually find a blacksmith. I know he has one. Am I blind? Dude, this always happens with blacksmiths, specifically. Am I blind? Dude, I'm going crazy right now. Where the hell is his blacksmiths? It's right there. Right where? You know when you don't see it straight away, and then the panic sets in, and then you spam more? That's happening. Right where? Dude, this is like when you've got a page that Wally's not on and everyone tells you Wally's on that page. Am I blind? I actually can't see it. I see Hoose's stables. Here's the issue. There's like a 3-second delay. So when one of you says, you just passed it, instead of saying, in reference to a building, it is here. There we go. He doesn't have military cat. Okay, that was worth it. We were right. There is no production ramp. Dude, he's dead. Oh, that was a fun minigame, guys. Did anyone else like experience that and feel like, man, I miss Where's Wally or Where's Waldo? What a good book. Wait, Voldemort lost all the crossbows, guys. He needs to snipe these hand cannoneers. If Louis somehow wins this, the army tactics isn't there, so like realistically, it should just be a one-sided fight. Between Battle Hardened and the extra elite army tactics, just you can't hold. I think Louis is dead. Hey, there's no Stonewall to hold for this, right? Like, he's got Palisades, I guess, so there's a world in which Voldemort maybe takes a dented approach of like walking in to that tiny choke point. And that might buy Louis enough time. But that's a very big might. Yeah, he's pinned up against the wall now. Hand cannoneers are going to try to retreat away, but Nesta B's shots do come in. Nice trade with the Springles there. The Palace Guard are wasting a lot of time on the men-at-arms. I think you realize it now. Voldemort heads on in, chonks the boys down. Mangonels are not going to save Lou at this point. This is going to be going some distance. It's not going to end in a Frio Stomp. Voldemort, with his signature Civ, able to strike back. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Voldemort had me worried for a second there. I actually think that, you know, there was maybe a big problem here, and he just realized that Louis, he's finally queued it up. Military Academy needed to be in like 3 minutes ago. But yeah, this feels too little, too late. Palace Guard is so obnoxious. You guys realize when Palace Guard charge, they break the speed barrier. They break the sound barrier, rather. Words. They go to 1.98 movement speed. It's not even reasonable. Sorry, 1.94. My apologies. Quicker than Horseman. And Louis is reluctant to give it up, though. And the signature Voldemort move. Is it common you can't find blacksmiths? Yeah. When he goes to the edge of the map and builds his structures like he's playing in a Bronze League game, sure. Like, who builds a blacksmiths here? This is like when you see someone build houses against the edge and you're like, I don't think he has houses anymore. I don't expect it in Coke lobbies. I think it's because he was out here with the deer, right? So when he was done with the deer, he built the blacksmiths. What's a hotkey? True. We could have tab cycled, I guess. Eh. Well, I'm just saying, guys. There's all this room up here for technologies, and yet they don't show them. Just saying. All right, Louis. Let's just get the hell out of this game. This is more done than Voldemort was in Game 2. Alright, we're going to hit the speed up. China able to get him the win, though. The question mark now, he survived the OP picks. Can Voldemort make it a 5-game series? I kind of want to eat, though. I don't know what to do with this chat. I really want to eat. My food is now cold. It has been almost an hour. And I don't have some cold water to refill for more protein works. God damn it. Voldemort on the board. Stack it up, baby. We got ourselves a point. All right, so Chinese marked. English marked. What does Voldemort go now? It's just Ayu, right? Isn't Ayu just free real estate? No, because he's got Abba. I guess Roos. I don't know. Like, I feel like what I've been seeing recently, Abba do all right against both Roos and Ayu. So like, maybe you're worried your opponent is picking Abba. Is there something better to pick? If you know you're up against Abba, Yuji? Dude, if he reads that, that's wild. JD Ayu. That one's pretty good for Ayu though, right? I think Ayu can beat Abba consistently if played right. Yeah, like Puppy Paw gave me some faith in that game against Wham in the grand finals, but I also think there was a lot of fatigue there. I don't think it was clean execution by Wham on the Abba. But like statistically, recently, like Abba has been annihilating Ayu. But I think the way that Ayu could maybe win that is the whole like growth into advancement, even though it sounds kind of weird. Yeah, and then that's where I think maybe like it was a bit rough for for Wham in that match for the reset. Is like because it's Gorge can get really BS when it spawns. Like actually, I think Wham got a brutally bad spawn in that game, because all of his food was on one side, so the Camel Lancer timing knows exactly where to go. You never have a good spawn on Gorge? That's not true. Ask Marine Lord. Cool. I thought, like, dude. Corey, you've been here since the early days. You know how this works. Marine Lord always gets a good spawn, no matter the map. That man could spawn in on a flat plain surface with no resources meant to spawn. He'd still have double golden deer behind his base. What a Chad. Okay, so let me check draft, because I think they should have been done by now. It's Abba Ibids. So, well, I said there was like a way in which we've seen Ayu are able to beat Abba. I think it's very hard. I think it's easier for Abba to win on average. And I haven't seen many players crack the Abba problem consistently as Ibids. So once again, like nothing against is not against like Voldemort as a player, but like I'm saying even like top 16 players are being getting slapped by Abba. I think you really need a good spawn on dry. I agree with like Core's point, you need a really good spawn. Maybe for Ayu as well. I don't know. We'll see. What is up? Thank you very much, Gecko Update. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, if you have got Prime subs, use them. Abuse them here. It helps me out. And also, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know we have flags now? We have a flag civ for every civ. And they're animated. Were you sitting next to me when I beat Killjali with advancement 2TC at King of the North? Oh, the Millie Wing Imp game. Yeah. Dude, we just saw the Millie Wing Imp game, not 2TC though, earlier against Core. CSO slapped him. Have you tried the Atterbeg Castle into Imperial Desert Raider build? Woo! Hey, Gully, that's a good reminder of why people should be subscribed. Ads are a problem, guys. Very big Sorry, I just wanted to pause while the ads were running. Okay, so a little bit slow getting started. You love Desert Raiders? Yeah, I was talking like when you think about the statistics on them, they're pretty brutal. Because in the late game, if you get the camel support, they have 13 melee armor. It feels so wrong saying that out loud, right? 13 melee armor. Dervish Feudal and Eco into Millwing. You don't like Adabex? Well, then again, you're doing it for the free units, right? Like Adabex is pretty crazy. All right, so I think they're just having a little bit of delay getting started. I think after this series is done, we'll probably call it for today, just because it's like already 6 hours. We'll probably be like 7 hours by the time we're done. Eat them numbers, baby. Whoop, whoop. And then we'll look to we might start for AoE4 and then move into Stormgate on Thursday, because there are pro series in that went uncast on the weekend that I want to cover. Just the length of this series means like I've got stuff to go sort behind the scenes, basically. And I want to spend a little bit of time with the fam. Whoop, whoop. Dodging your game versus MSN. Yep. There we go. That'll be the name of the video recording. His gameplay was so bad it made me quit AoE4. Whoa! This is where we find out they didn't make the game observable, right? And I punched someone in the groin. Nah, we're good. There are a few players that would do that. You need some patch leaks? No problem, buddy. I've got you covered. You want some patch leaks? Who wants some patch leaks? I have all the leaks. You guys ready? All right, let me open them up. I mean, screw it, right? What's Microsoft going to do? They'd have to be paying attention to stop me doing this. Here we go. I'm going to show a screenshot quickly of some of the patch leaks, but you need to be quick. Did you see it? Did you see it? It's insane, I know. So many leaks on one screen. I might get banned. Oh, you can tell I'm a dad. Yeah, please, someone make that a Reddit thread. That is the perfect Reddit thread at a time like this. Sup, Gokowski? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, get to work, Zinoob. That is 100%. Like, dude. Nah, that might just get you reported. But go for it. Maybe. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, Baltoon, dude, Baltoon knows. You 100% put the spoiler on there. Long time we play community free-for-alls. Yeah, but you know what? Like, the game is just watching someone build an empire for 15 minutes, and then defensive players over-rewarded. And there's just not enough micro skill expression, Gully. All right. Anyway. I can use my Prime Gaming. So there is a subscribe option there, and when you look to click the subscribe, it'll ask you if you want to use your Prime sub or a normal subscription. And then if you've already linked your Twitch account to your Amazon account, you'll just be able to use it. Otherwise, it will follow through and ask you to add in, add your Amazon account, as in sign into it. Alright, let's go. It's Iron versus Abbasid time. Old versus new. Which is better? Sorry, kids, but we play Age of Empires, and we're all old. So old is always better. Now, Abbasids in this matchup, I think, like, are on average very, very heavily favored. There might be ways the Ibids to win. But I feel like from a percentile perspective, I put this like 80-20. And what is up, Mighty Morris? Thank you very much for the Prime Gamer sub. Welcome to Swarm, bud. So let's see what Voldemort can do, because we have seen some cool builds. Actually, recently in a grand finals, Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, the online part, Puppy Ball versus Wham. Puppy Ball had a really cool build with the Growth Wing into Advancement, I believe it was, that actually gave him the edge over Abbasids. I do think a big part of that was Abba just having a terrible spawn because they were playing on Gorge. Abba do not have a terrible spawn today. Double berry retracted, 4 tree lines that you can wall on. The deer is a little bit out there, so that's not very possible. But, like, dude, you can just drop a TC between the gold and the berries here and be very good with life. Now, this is pretty decent. So we're probably looking at, in this matchup, yeah, military wing opening, because you can go to pressure the gold. Because realistically, if your opponent is going for a fast castle build, you can blunt him, but Voldemort has the correct reaction. Growth wing opening. Honestly, I just think Growth Wing is just so damn good. Like, if you think about it, 3 villages at this early point in the game, like, it's an insane escalation in your economy. It is about a 15% increase by the time you get it. That's wild, right? And when you think about the raw equity of that, about 130 extra resources a minute into Advancement Wing leads to an insanely fast castle timing, the fastest you can achieve. I'm start this. Louis, likely going to be going 2TC, right? Yeah, stone already being moved on to. So everything so far is exactly according to plan, right? This is the scripture of the way. Abbasids is probably one of the only civs. I feel like they're the only one so consistently that can get away with 2 TC builds against greedy, fast castle type civs, right? Like, there's not many that can bolster that idea, but the thing, or boast that idea rather, the thing about Abbasids that makes it so good is fresh foodstuffs makes it very affordable. Right. The cool thing about the military wing is it also allows you to get more greedy, overextended type TC placements because you already have units to control the mid-map narrative. If Lou tries to go castle soon, he's big dead. He's not though, because if you're going castle in a rush, you go culture wing, right? Like, that's why I think this is going to be a very interesting back and forth game in feudal. It's like he's gathering stone for the TC. He's going military wing, which means he's playing the edge. And he's clearly scouted this, right? Like, it's intriguing because, like, from this position, I think Voldemar's play is legit, like, just go castle. And you're much better off, right? Because if you play long feudal now, your opponent's TC is going to escalate and beyond. Many people try match fast castle. I think when you try to match fast castle, it's off of culture, though. Like, culture, it makes sense. But military wing, I don't expect him to rush castle. I think that's way too expensive. Stable's now being dropped Vivaldi, so he's going to be adding in those units. So, wait, that's kind of... Huh? That's not the usual play, right? I don't think Voldemar's playing the Age at all. He's rushing castle. Like, you saw your opponent has military wing. There's no reason you build stable first. Like, maybe if you're going to build 3 Desert Raiders, but that's insanely expensive and slow. But he's building Horsemen against a military wing opening. What's going on? Like, usually the play here is if you want to contest the Age, you build archery range and build 3 archers. So instead he's getting idled off the berries. That's already bad for an aggressive tech timing. I legit think he was caught trying to rush castle here. This reeks of I'm going castle. Oh my god. That's so painful now. Louis just has the perfect camp position here. And what do you do with this horseman? You don't do anything. So you have, and on top of that, he got a double gold spawn on one screen. I can't believe that. Voldemar has no out right now. He needs to add in an archery range, but he has no wood. What were we expecting? I expected archery range. I really thought he was going to try archery range, 3 archers. Yeah, I don't think he saw the military wing. I thought he did. He clearly didn't. There's no way you make this play if you saw military wing. Dude, I wish I had a rewind button to check where his scout was. I'm hungry. We're 7 hours into the stream. I'll admit I dropped the ball on that one. Because we didn't see it. But apparently, he rotated wrong. He thought this was Culture Wing. That's insane. What a way to be out of King of Dry Arabia. Out of all the ways you could be eliminated, he has to go Advancing Wing, so he actually gets enough in the end. Not too bad. This does keep hope alive. But this is pretty rough still. Like, you can't get the superior gathering rate. You're playing off of your safe food early instead of late. Gold is still being blocked. And now you have to walk out without wheelbarrow all the way to the corner. And remember, this delay hurts. Camel Lancers are 110 gold a pop. The Dervishes are not cheap either. And now we have the rotation. Louis on the hunt. Wall's on the way, but there's no way you get it. Dude, he's just going to... Oh, my God. He's going to have to go outposts. So even more expensive, right? That was going to be about, like, what, 20 resources? This is 100. And also, not enough room to save everyone. In fact, I think if Louis just walks to the north side, he can harass the gold still. This might be the most valuable 4 units in the first 10 minutes of play we've seen in an insanely long time. Louis now saving up. And we'll just be looking at what? Probably, I think you go... Do you go Eco Wing here? Culture's usually quite nice. He hasn't got many Eco Tech, so I'm going to say Culture. If you already had the tier 1s, I think maybe like Eco Wing would make sense because long term you have a lot of forward-facing food. But I think because he has so many techs, Culture makes more sense. Because like usually you'd have a deer on the retracted, and you're like, okay, I don't need to rush farms here. I can transition. But from this type of position, you basically now only have 1 safe berry, and your opponent is building Camel Lancers. Usually the play here is Culture into Military Wings, and then you have the Camel Riders to block the Camel Lancers. But he already chose Military Wing, so it's not an option. And yeah, Culture Wing down the way. Gold is still being gathered in the corner, so at least Voldemar has that lifeline now, but this is still painful over here. Interesting he doesn't send the Camel Lancer to try and clear up the spears, as I'm pretty sure 1 Camel Lancer should be able to beat double spear here. You won't get the charge, it won't be pretty, but I think he's just looking for maximum value out of the first Lancer. And wait, Louis just cancelled the spear upgrade. Alright, he's just going Camel Archer defense, which I like. I think it would have been nice to have had this queued up sooner. This is a very slow unit to come out. It takes 35 seconds each. But it's a solid defense. 12 base damage. It means 2/3 of your damage goes through on a Lancer. And it's also, remember, a heavy cavalry unit that already has less health than a standard one. Dervish immediately being pumped by Voldemar. So yeah, very expensive use of that initial gold. We do now have the archery ranges coming through. Louis, what's the unit comp going to be here? Go up against mass lancers. He has been adding in more spears. Wait, did Louis misclick this? Oh no, sorry, he did complete it. I got baited by the UI because I saw it disappear. No, so he did get the hardened stats on spears. So yeah, he's going to be investing in more spears, which I think makes sense. Like, yes, archers is the next step for Voldy, but if you go camel archers plus spears, spears defend and camel archers can raid. But long term, you want to be into normal archers, because remember, you have composite bows, and composite bows is just a winner. So by doing it this way, he's able to get POC first without having the pressure to get like veterancy and get mass archers going early. So I like it overall. Actually, he's got crossbows coming. Archers suck, you think? With your opponent switching archers and you know he's going to switch archers? It's actually interesting, because Voldemar was going to crossbows. He's pivoted again, though. Archers suck. Baltin, chill. These are the words I expect from an Age of Empires 1 Pro. Nothing beats a caveman with a club. Spearman. Ooh. Almost. It really wasn't almost. Okay, can we agree that the dervish being able to heal himself is kind of dumb? Is that like is that a firm agreement across the board from everyone? I feel so bad for like people who build knights to counter these dervishes and then they just heal and walk away. Maybe if it... Okay, how about this? What if the mass heal works, but you stood still? You can even probably buff the healing a bit with that. That feels a bit more reasonable. It's okay for price. I think it enables this play a bit too much. I'm still a really big fan of simultaneously nerfing the crap out of and buffing the crap out of Ibids. They're just such a one-dimensional civ still. Okay, so Camel Archers have distracted. They bought some time. We have got Gloom Switch Up coming in now, though. Camel Lancers. Louis, a little bit slow on the reaction there, so he's going to take some losses. Remember, he can afford to, right? It's 1 TC versus 2. However, he really needs some spearmen here. What? Oh my god, they were down the south. Alright, so interception will bring them low. Walls did go up, so that's why. So Louis was actually protecting the wall up. This will give him long-term security, but it did cost him a little bit in the meantime. However, Camel Lancers should now get wiped out. Nice around here by Louis. And also, with rotation, Voldemar, he's just trying to rally out. He clicked past. He thought he was heading south. He didn't know about the wall, which is why he headed in range and stayed in range of the crossbows. Yeah. Most of the Camel Lancers removed now. It is turning into mass archers. I guess from this position, what Louis could just do, and this is why you can get away with crossbows instead of archers, is you just go for a mango when he comes. But Baltoon, I want to be rewarded for being an aggressive player. What do you mean I should just sit in my base and tank and not play the game? Are you telling me that is the optimal strategy, Baltoon? Stream placements coming in. So Louis, pretty content actually on this berry spot right now. I mean, you've only got a few Camel Lancers. You're not going to try to torch these. Oh my god, Baltoon said it's the way. It's the Abbasid way? No, the Abbasid way is building 15 TCs and winning with only villages. Snooper, if you're out there, we miss you. So 5 relic game, pretty good for Voldy. You go 2 TC now, right? No, I feel like he's going to try to all in. Which I can kind of see where he's coming from. It feels rough when you know your opponent's already got an eco lead and you know that they could probably get a better imp about as quickly as you. So it looks like he's just going to try to end the game in castle. Gillen's massing up though. So now both are being pivoted to crossbows. And now we go archers. Here we go. So remember, this is very beneficial. Composite bows is just outright better than Sultan's Mamelukes when you're both scaling archers. Sultan's Mamelukes will just give you a 25% increase in damage, right? But composite bow is a 33% increase in attack speed, right? DPS-wise, it is better. Add in the boot camp as well. If this turns into a mass archer blob on both sides, Louis wins. Gillem's still a really big problem here, though. So it's kind of crafty the way Louis like concocted this, right? Like, you reveal Gulems, your opponent should stop building archers. Like, building Gulems, building archers rather into Gulems is a quick way of losing any game, right? And then you force him to overinvest in crossbows, which is also a 50% more expensive unit, by the way, only to counter him with a cheaper unit. Pretty crafty little bugger, isn't he? And the funniest part is because he has the extra TC, because he has the better economy, even like things like Golden Age, remember, the Abbasid Golden Age is better, it's gonna force Voldemar to make moves. I think what Voldemar needs is all Sacred Sites. He needs to force his opponent to come out and play. Looks like we are now getting that. So all 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. But there's still 10 minutes of wiggle room here for Louis. Cheeky little worker kill. I mean, dude, if I can get a worker kill for 1 archer, I'll take that every day of the week. Veteran C and Steeled Arrow 2 is now coming in. So they're kind of mirrored on Blacksmith decks. I mean, actually exactly where it matters, right? Mamluk's Bravery is the one big difference that can come through. But, like I said, that's evened out by the Boot Camp and soon-to-be Composite Bows. Actually, already in, right? Yeah. Both players are struggling for food right now, but that's because they didn't click on the Protein Works link that just came up in chat. Don't be like them. What's Voldemar's out here? I guess he's just going to try to win the Siege battle now. Like, he has got Manganique, Springles, everything on the way. That's a lot of Siege, actually, for Voldemar. Holy smokes. Louis. His army's fairly susceptible. I'd also say that Voldemar doesn't have a real front line against Golems right now. So if he's forced to stand his ground to protect the Siege, the Golems could just kind of force it back. And Golems are also really good at sniping Siege. Double strike against melee armor 0 is incredible. So trade out begins. Golems moving past. Looking on the Siege. The Mango's attacking the wrong thing here. We'll go for the Archer and the Crossbow backline now. But the Golems just follow through. Louis doesn't like it, though. He backs away. So all Lancers removed. Voldemar basically now just has a backline, no front line. And then he has a backline for his backline. Louis, realistically, with this type of eco lead, should just be able to build more Siege. But in fairness to him, Voldemar does currently have a 5 Siege weapon advantage. That's a big hurdle to overcome. One that usually 30 villagers helps with. The real differential here is more like 20? Actually, no, that's a lie. So relics are worth about 2 villagers each, right? But the Golden Age is better for the Abbasids by 5%. So, like, realistically, the difference between these two is more like 26, 27, somewhere around there. I'd agree, Baltoon. I think like the reality is if Ayu and Abbasids go into late game, Ayu's only play is to play a gold-heavy lineup. Abbasids can just run you down and wear you down with food and wood. And there's substantially more food and wood than there is gold on the map, right? Like Ayubid's only play is you build hand cannoneers and golems. You have to, right? Your opponent just builds mass spears, so you're definitely not doing a Desert Raider strat. And they could just build archers still. Or get their own hand cannoneers and just kind of cheese you out with trash tier units on repeat. And then, you know, if they do want to match the quality, there's always trade, which they'll do 10 times better than you. And obviously, we're probably going to be looking at Eco Wing if it does go to Imp, and that's where this gets ludicrous. Like, the food allows for the trash, the improved processing allows for better trades, because you just have more Eco. Keep drop coming in from Louis, though. So Voldemar has revealed that his time is now. He's not holding back, he's not saving up, he's going for the all-in. 4 mangoes and 5 springles is a statement. Is it a bold enough one, though? Ooh, missed opportunity there. He actually could have killed the Manganique that was being built. This is insane. I feel like Louis needed Horseman. He just doesn't have the food for it. Big crunch there. Castle is going to go up, though. Nice garrison. Springles. Whoa, no, 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 no. No. The retreat. He might be able to get 3 weapons here. It's only going to be 2 Springles in the end. Back away just in time by Voldemar, but that might have given an open for Louis. The siege advantage in Springles was insane. It is shrunk. I cannot believe that, dude. If he kept attacking with the Springles on that mill, I think he just loses 3 or 4. Farm's now coming in. Louis, this is the awkward part. Like, at a point where you actually need to be building siege, he has to build farms. Imagine the spam is insane. I actually think Louis kind of skipped a trick with medical centers here. Look at these health bars. Think about medical centers. It's huge here. Ram's also moving in. Oh my god. The villagers are actually dying to this. Keep in mind, Louis does have flank control, so he has surplus resources to work with still. But the deer in the center would have been a big boon for him. So food is still a really big problem here. Springles to deal with the Rams. Villagers are going to pull back just before they would die. Voldemar. He can't really back up from this. You're so far behind on economy. The farm transition's already underway for your opponent. You don't have one. If you go home now, you go home in a body bag. I think Louis knows it as well. Voldemar. 5 Manganiques. 6 Springles here. Soon to be 7. Outposts are being built up as well. I don't know what the hell that dervish is doing. Can we agree? I know people have mixed feelings on the Vortex thing. He did have a point about this. Like, how do you beat this many siege weapons? You have to build more Springles. Like, Horseman's not really sustainable on 10, like 1,000 food a minute. And I think it takes too long. Like, maybe you could build Horseman quick enough here. It feels like a weird roll of the dice, though. Usually these comps as well have spimmin, so like Horseman isn't even feasible in the first place. Wall deletion coming in. Trade begins. Louis trying to outgun him. Remember, both of them have a lot of ping here. They're playing on US West. I actually think the way that Louis kind of wins this is just go for the mangoes. It feels really bad, but if you take out 3 or 4 of these mangoes and lose your Springles, you can just charge the fight. You managed Horseman? You need a really deep economy, though, right? Like, you have to survive the siege slog. And it's also, you know, if your opponent sees you're not building Springles, he can just build different siege to break the base. I think that's the weird dynamic about it, right? Dude, this is wild. If Voldemar just checked the flanks as well. He can't afford to have anything not on the front here. Still being kept alive. This is so sad to watch. Louis is getting close to Imp, guys. If he can just keep clutch repairing, you could probably trek Imp and not have to worry about the sacred sites at all. And Voldemar, oh my god, he's at 0 food. He might be out of time. Springles going in for the trade. Manganiques, they are in range of the castle right now, but not being attacked here. Louis begins to back up. I don't think he can go Imp anymore. He needs more troops. Boiling All, though. Boiling All's big. Voldemar has to back up. And the Eco Wing is triggered. And I would be triggered from this game. Unbelievable. Ghoulam's able to push this back. I don't think this is quick enough. Voldemar, he's all in on this now. Wood and gold up the wazoo. Might as well just build more siege, right? Here we go. I'll be blunt, at this stage, just build 10 Manganiques. It's going to do more than Springles. Yeah, thank you for cancelling. Like, you just need... wait, no. He's getting paid hard now. Louis playing him like a fiddle, man. Like, he doesn't realize, I don't think, that there's a tech up happening behind this. You'd play with more urgency. If you knew there was a tech up, it would be Trebs and just more Manganiques. Because you're going to lose a fight when it goes into Imp anyway. Right? Because remember, shot triggers is a big deal here. And the Abbasses do research it a little bit quicker. How firearm are helping? That's actually a good question. I haven't tested that. I think so, because it's incendiary, right? So I think your base damage gets reduced down to 1. And only the building damage applies purely. I'd say let's test it, but... oh my god, that'd be tedious to test. Don't know if anyone has actually thoroughly checked that, though. It's such a rare situation, right? Where is the food? Not in this game. Oh my god. Oh, hold up. Hold up. We found food. He's gathering Tyr on the front line. Oh no. And now the horsemen are coming in. Veteran horsemen would have felt a bit flimsy, but elite horsemen here with eco wing behind it. This is it. Voldemar, with just as much siege pop cap as he has bio pop cap, is about to meet the Reaper. This is like the most heinous Iabid approach I think I've seen. I think you just wait for 30 horsemen and go, right? And maybe he feels emboldened to go sooner. It's not entirely necessary. He's getting in position around the back, though. In fact, this is full Rohirrim rotation. Army in position. Voldemar does have the outpost to see him coming. Horsemen are now going to pivot away. And I think he's just going to send it towards the eco. Maybe not. Main line getting ready. Spirals do have the shutter trigger, but the numbers are kind of insane here. Culverin's also added into the mixer. Actually, no, shutter trigger's not even there yet. So it's only the Culverin that's really the MVP here. And the horsemen come in. The trap gets springed. Trebuchet's target first. A smart choice here. The only way he's going to be able to keep denting even deeper. And Manjanique count down to just 5. With the elite horseman with 7 ranged armor, I just don't see a way anymore. Voldemar, an admirable effort here, but the outcome ordained. Abbasids beat the Iabids. Voldemar tried his best to activate CGQT. I think he's going to want a refund after that one. And a 3-1 win for the Chinese good. Oh, man. Is that one uploaded? That's kind of wild. The biggest Iabid siege ball we've seen. I guess Iabid mech army build is wild. Kind of works. But yeah, guys, that refund game possible? Afraid not. Sorry. You're 2 days past your refund period. Suck it up. That game was wild. All right. That in mind, though. I think I was originally going to eat and come back, but it's almost 7 hours in. I want to spend some time with the fam, and I've got other things to sort behind the scenes. So we'll look to do the Stormgate casts on Thursday. Okay, guys? So we'll do that one on Thursday. What I'm going to do now, we're going to raid through. I will raid across 2. Let's raid across the Kazva. I see Kazva's on. The chat is back. The guy who thinks Iabid's a trash tier. And he's dunking on Phyllis Bodo. What? All right, guys. That's going to be it for today. Big shout out to all the players for providing the entertainment. Commiserations to Mr. Voldemar. But that's going to be it. Almost 7 hours in the books. Next stream is on Thursday. We'll have a little bit of AV4, and we'll be adding in some Stormgate there. So hopefully you'll join me for that. Definitely worth checking out a new game, seeing what you think. But much love, guys. Appreciate all the support. And hopefully, no matter what we do, you guys are going to stick with us. But for now, break time. Go enjoy Kazva. Always nice to see Special K back. And I'll see you all, hopefully, on Thursday. Bye.